Haley is a villainess hated by everyone in the original novel. Abandoned by the people she wholeheartedly protected. Our protagonist, by chance, transmigrated into the body of this villainess. Right when she was being thrown into the river in the contaminated forest. Luckily, Haley managed to grab a tree root and quickly climb ashore. Alongside her was a spirit she had just purified from demonic energy. It was from then that she discovered she had the ability to purify people, animals, and the surrounding plants. The two of them set off together towards Marron to live. Time flew by, and they had been residing here for a whole year. That one peaceful year was shattered by the appearance of the male lead, Rykart. From then on, the two of them walked side by side, creating stories beyond expectations. How will they go through this journey? Please follow Lisa to watch this story. When exactly was it? Was it when I was severely depressed? On the road bathed in the sunset, I remember seeing pigs loaded onto small trucks and taken to the slaughterhouse. Every time the truck turned a corner, they would scream, tilting in all directions, and I burst into tears at that sight. That thought is such a luxury now. I never imagined that one day, I would fall into a situation even more miserable than those pigs. Witnessing those people cheering gleefully as they looked at the person locked in the cage. That probably made me cry for the pigs, or maybe the villain in the novel I read was too pitiful, the villain Haley. A character who is too miserable and heartbroken. Haley was immediately met with furious scolding from the people. You evil woman, go die, go die. Haley, may you forever suffer in hell, someone like you should disappear from this world forever. Go die in Marron, you piece of trash. Some people even threw eggs at her, cursing, you damned evil woman. Someone like you deserves to be thrown into the garbage. Enduring these things, Haley could only resign herself to it. And ask herself, Haley, why did she live such a life? Even if it was for others, looking at those evil deeds, did she really not know how her life would turn out? For someone, she killed people. To put someone on the throne, she cursed others. While shouldering the bad reputation for someone else. Then those someones became the main characters of this world. They abandoned her, turned their backs on her, and killed her. This is a sad side story from the villain's perspective. As a result, I stopped reading that novel because I lost sympathy for the main characters, an abandoned villainess, and I became her. Haley in that novel. Because she had traveled a long distance sitting in a cage, she felt a little uncomfortable. Hey, when will we arrive? At this rate, my butt will be bruised. Hearing her speak, the knight immediately shouted, shut up. But Haley did not pay too much attention to that and started talking. This is the Casnatura border, right? I am Haley Marron. The knight, hearing her use her name to intimidate, sneered, stop pretending to be crazy. Do you think doing that will change anything? Seeing his subordinate still in the mood to talk to Haley, the older knight reminded him, hey, do not talk to that woman anymore. You will be cursed. Seeing herself labeled with this, she was stunned. Then, after a moment of contemplation, cursed, if I am really Haley, I would not feel wronged at all. Just wait and see what a crazy woman can do. So Haley was not going to stay quiet either and grabbed the cloak of the knight closest to her. Causing him discomfort, he pulled back, let go, I said let go. But she did not care about what he said, only focusing on her own desires. I am cold, give me your cloak. If you do not, I will curse you. The older knight witnessed the scene and could only sigh, what a wicked nature. Then he spoke, ordering the knight, enough, give her the cloak and shut her up. After getting the cloak, Haley quietly sat in a corner and thought about her life. This life is so unfortunate. Well, it is okay to transmigrate into a novel. But why did I have to transmigrate into a dying villainess? Marron Haley, the villain in the novel, is a mage who only wants to be loved. The fact that she is both starved for affection and trying to appear strong makes me feel sorry for her. That Haley was ruthlessly used by others. And became a money grubber. An enemy of 3 kingdoms, a threat to the nobles. And immediately after that, she was accused by the very people who used her of being a murderer who used forbidden magic to push countless people into misery. Take her to Marron, go die alone. Sentenced to a punishment even more terrible than death. Haley became the most notorious villainess of the era. 3 kingdoms wanted to behead Haley, but the clergy strongly opposed it. They said that with the forbidden magic Haley used, beheading might not necessarily kill her. So they sent me to a remote place called Marron. If you take someone to land contaminated with demonic energy and make them breathe the air there, they will become a wandering corpse. Forgetting themselves. Those criminals who are hard to kill like me will be given the name Marron and abandoned in that place. Just thinking about this information that was not even confirmed made Haley very curious and she asked the older knight, hey, mister. What is it? That kingdom with 2 characters in its name, is the king dead there? She had not done such evil things, so she explained to the older knight, that mister died. It was not my fault. Can you say that he was poisoned by his wife? I do not want to be wrongly accused like this. The older knight found it ridiculous and asked, what? Then he walked quickly forward and warned, "It is useless to try to enchant us that way, because we are being protected by the clergy." Seeing that the older knight did not believe her, she took this opportunity to beg, "Well, before you leave me there, give me some money." The older knight found it even more ridiculous than ever. "I heard the money you earned from your evil deeds is enough to build a kingdom." Haley quickly explained, "People are just talking nonsense. Actually, I do not know where Haley is hiding the money, because she is going to die in a year anyway." After a difficult journey, the knight announced, "We are here." In front of them, inexplicably, was just a swift flowing river. Haley found it hard to believe. This place does not seem like Marron. Something's not right. So she asked the knights, "Hey, are we there?" She seemed to sense something very strange. There is not even a road for people to pass through. The original story starts after Haley is abandoned in Marron, so I do not know anything about this part. Could it be that Haley arrived in Marron in this way? At this moment, the older knight emphasized her name, Haley Marron. "Repent in the cursed land until your last breath." The vehicle, like a cage holding Haley inside, was brought to the edge of the cliff. The older knight emphasized once more, "The gods will always watch over you." This suddenly happening made her panic. What is going on? Then she quickly realized, no way, are they planning to throw me off the cliff like this? As the vehicle fell, it was immediately accompanied by Haley's resentful scream, "Hey, you damn bastards." Those knights stood on the cliff and watched the cage fall, unloading, "Go die, you filthy murderer." When the cage completely sank into the water, causing her to endure a sudden and painful suffocation, "I can't breathe, this pain is too terrible. Am I really going to die like this?" Being pushed to the brink, Haley could only beg the original owner of this body, "Hey, Haley, how did you live anyway? If you have given me your body, you have to give me your abilities. After all, I am a transmigrator. Please, anything." As soon as the plea ended, Haley opened her eyes. Discovering a tree root in front of her, she reached out to grab it. "Here, I have to grab it. Even if I die, I will cling to it here." When Haley clung to the tree root, she seemed to see her surroundings become transparent. The water is gradually becoming transparent. The demonic energy is disappearing. Wait, the demonic energy is seeping into me. What is going on? Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed her hand and pulled her ashore. After a period of losing her breath, Haley was trying to breathe, curious about what just happened. What was that just now? It was like I swallowed the demonic energy. But Haley had her mana taken away and can't use magic. Somehow, I lived. At the same time, a shout rang out beside her, it hurts so much, I thought I was going to die." Who would grab someone's hair so violently? Seeing that he was still intact made the young boy panic. "But how am I still alive? Who are you? How did you purify me? Then he quickly realized, you are a human, right? Did you come here to purify this place? Now my tribe can live." Having just escaped death, Haley was confused by the strange boy next to her. "What, this strange-looking child? I do not understand what he is saying." At this moment, her body could not take it anymore and she fell down. I am about to faint." Then she thought about what this boy just said. He said I grabbed his hair, so, the tree root I grabbed just now was this child. The boy could not understand what Haley just said. What are you saying? You grabbed me and purified me. I was about to die in that polluted lake. When she heard the word purify, she was curious. Then she reflected on what she felt. Purify, is he talking about absorbing demonic energy? Just thinking about it made Haley unable to help but smile unconsciously. That is pretty good. The boy next to her found it a little hard to understand. She did not miss any opportunity and immediately asked for help. "Well, since I am your benefactor now, I will ask you for a favor. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing this proposal, the boy did not rush to answer but confirmed her name. "Hey, is your name Haley?" Then he told her the way to get to Marron. "You have to cross the contaminated land for half a day to see Marron. The terrain is treacherous, and there are no paths for humans. But if you insist on going, I know a path that can lead you there, and thank you for saving me when I was about to die from demonic energy." Seeing that Haley had closed her eyes without answering him, the boy was embarrassed, still sleeping. "So I have been talking to myself all this time. How strange, I felt her looking just now." Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Looking back, he saw a monster staring at him. How could I forget? This is a place where corpses or monsters can appear at any time. Seeing the monster flying towards him made the boy terrified and begged for help. "No, please spare me. I am going to die. I finally got purified. Am I really going to die now?" But what the boy did not expect was that the monster rushed towards Haley. A pure light quickly appeared on her body, purifying the rabbit, which confused the boy. Rabbit. What? That thing just now was a rabbit contaminated with demonic energy. Because it touched that human's body, it was purified. not only me, that human has the ability to purify other contaminated creatures. The boy looked at the sleeping Haley and wanted to know, who exactly is this person who can do this? Returning from the gates of death, the Dryad's survival instinct came to a conclusion, so the boy kept walking around her to examine her, suspicious, very suspicious, but... Okay, I have decided. To survive to the end, I will cling to this human at all costs. After Haley woke up and learned that she had purified the rabbit in her sleep, she was also surprised, so, I purified that rabbit. Even though she said that, she still did not understand why she could do it. Really, how did I do it, causing the Dryad to be helpless? Why do not you know anything? I thought we could leave here as soon as you woke up. Haley learned that the boy wanted to accompany her, so she immediately scolded, "You bellflower root brat, I thought you were a loyal child for protecting me while I was unconscious. It turns out you can't go anywhere without me." The boy did not hide his true reasons and urged, "Now that you know, do something, bellflower root." She quickly looked around and felt it was true. Because the weeds she was lying on were suspiciously lush, they should have been crushed, but they looked even more fresh. Moreover, just holding that bellflower root purified it too. So, because of her curiosity, Haley slowly walked with a conclusion in her mind. Could it be that this means, if I touch other creatures? When she touched a tree, it was quickly purified, allowing Haley to verify her ability and be happy. Indeed, I can purify them, a body that automatically absorbs demonic energy every time I touch it. Seeing that she had obtained a good ability, she shouted happily, "Haley, you are really amazing. Yes, it should be like this. I knew it. I knew I would have some special, amazing, and super powerful ability. It makes sense. Having transmigrated into this world, how could I not have any ability?" The Dryad, sitting bored in a corner, found those exclamations a little hard to understand. What does that mean, super powerful? Anyway, she is clearly someone with abilities that I have never known. Thinking so, the boy happily asked innocently, "Outside, are you also a very amazing person? Why are you in this place?" Hearing that she was praised as an amazing person, so Haley could not help but answer, I am not that amazing, just a little famous. Thinking about it, I committed quite a few crimes. I should have been beheaded, but I was thrown here and survived like this." From those words, the Dryad, who had no contact with humans, found it hard to understand, a criminal. Not being able to return to her old world, she quickly accepted her identity and reality. "Yes, I am Haley Marron, the evil villainess in the novel I once read. So, being someone who entered this body, I must live in hiding forever in this land. In another year, I do not want a meaningless death like in the original story. As a transmigrator, my motto is a peaceful and long life." So she clenched her fists and decided, "Let us go now." Like what they want from Haley, I will live in the deserted castle in the middle of the contaminated area. I do not need to be rich. What is wrong with a little loneliness? The important thing is not dying. Anyway, the main characters will save this world, and the villain's body that I entered is hated by the whole world. Because of everything, self-isolation will be better for me. Because the road was too difficult, Haley lay exhausted on the ground, coincidentally seeing a flower contaminated with demonic energy. So she touched it, and immediately the flower was purified and became a beautiful flower. Seeing that her ability was so miraculous, Haley had an idea. "Hey, on the way to the castle, should I touch this and that to check? Isn't it a good thing for something to be purified?" The boy was speechless at this thought. "I am really speechless with humans. What if you run out of energy before we get to the castle?" Then he told her about the dangers of this forest. "When the sun sets, the temperature here will drop. Do you want to wear wet clothes and sleep in the middle of the contaminated forest?" Hearing those scary things, she vehemently refused. "What? I do not like sleeping in that condition. When will we get there?" So the Dryad immediately gave a timeline. "We have to go for more than half a day, so hurry up. First, we go to Marron, occupy a place to live, and start purifying from there." Realizing it was a smart thought, Haley could not help but praise, "Bellflower Root, you are really smart." Being praised as smart, the boy did not hesitate to scold her directly, "And you are stupid," which made her extremely uncomfortable. "Should I just not purify anymore?" Seeing that he was below her, the boy immediately apologized, "I am sorry." Then, they overcame the treacherous road full of contaminated creatures. And finally, we arrived. The place where we will have to live from now on is Marron. Upon arriving, both of them were dumbfounded and did not say anything. Suddenly, Haley exclaimed happily, "We arrived before sunset, thankfully." Right, the Dryad, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable with the surrounding air. "More importantly, let us go inside quickly. The surrounding air is too thick, it makes me uncomfortable." She, on the other hand, did not feel that way. "Really? I feel so refreshed, probably because there are many trees." The boy immediately urged, "Let us go inside." Haley was very obedient and followed. "I know, but your face looks very pale." Opening the door, a violent surge of demonic energy came out from inside, making the dryad scream loudly, ah ah ah. Seeing that surge of demonic energy made her think, it is a mandrake. When the two of them went inside, Haley felt that the inside of the castle was full of pure demonic energy, completely different from the outside. The boy, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable with that surge of demonic energy and refused. I would rather die than live here. What is the point of the roots if the air is this dirty? Perhaps because of that. The bellflower root was foaming at the mouth and struggling. But for someone who has to live in hiding, avoiding the eyes of the world, this place is probably the best. From now on, I will purify Marron, with Haley's ability, no, with mine, and turn it into a cozy place just for me until the end of my life. Time passed very quickly, and a year later, Marron, which was once a place tightly bound by demonic energy, has now become a lush and green place. Haley, while in this place, leisurely watered the plants and sang, "What is the point of being upset? What is the point of offering sacred fire?" Because there was nothing to talk about, she came up with some silly stories to tell the dryad. You know, if you hold on to the past and are angry, you will ruin your future. This is a wise saying of the ancient sages. The boy felt that it was nothing great, that does not need sages, everyone knows it, does not it? Hearing that, she felt it was true. For a 100-year-old bellflower root like you, that is true, but human life is limited, so we often do stupid things. Here. The boy gave an example, so, Miss Haley also has a reason to repeat stupid actions. Being asked this, Haley changed the subject. Oh, is this real? It is really bearing fruit. Bellflower root, come here. The strawberries are finally bearing fruit, she said with a bright smile. A year ago, the dryad I picked up on the road had a talent for farming. I happily planted strawberries with the tree spirit, seeing that the strawberries were edible. The dryad quickly picked up one to look at. The cute little strawberry has appeared. Seeing the boy speak like that, she could not help but laugh and ask, "What are you going to do with the food?" Happiness just passed by like that every day, making Haley not want to break the current life. You know, bellflower root, how happy we are to live like this forever, right? Hearing this sentence, the dryad immediately thought, the two of us. Then thinking about something crazy, he was shocked. What are you saying? It is creepy, that is a dangerous statement. Seeing the boy's disgusted expression hurt her. I understand, you evil thing. The dryad did not want to talk about this whole living together thing anymore and demanded, instead of saying those creepy things, give me the strawberry you are hiding behind your back. There is not much purified land yet, so we do not have enough food. I have said this many times. But Haley did not want to give it and complained, I am hungry. However, the boy insisted, go eat demonic energy then. The reason I am not starving to death right now is thanks to this body that can eat demonic energy, but Haley's beautiful crimson hair, like blooming roses, had turned completely black after purifying the demonic energy in Marron. Just thinking about this made Haley unable to suppress her curiosity. Did the Haley in the original story also eat demonic energy instead of food to survive? The novel skipped this part, so I do not know. With daily efforts, I was able to restore the backyard and part of the stone path, but now, to fill my stomach, I have to go to the border of demonic contamination. It is so inconvenient. Continuing at this rate, I will probably purify that lake soon, right? I am the type of person who plays farm games on my phone until the very end. If this were a game, I would watch ads every hour and frantically collect free coins. So Haley had another small wish. With this thought, it would be great if another spirit appeared. The bellflower root is good at farming, I want this time to be a spirit good at cooking and cleaning. While walking towards the lake, she suddenly heard a sound. What was that sound just now? I am the only human in this vast Marron territory. The rest are plants, monsters contaminated with demonic energy, and walking corpses. Seeing a zombie immediately made Haley scream in fear. Ah, it is a zombie. Seeing that the zombie was rushing towards her, she quickly ran away. Get away, this is my territory. Because she could not outrun the zombie, her hand was grabbed by it. I have been caught. Purify, if I purify, I can live. Immediately, a light appeared between the two of them. The zombie suddenly asked, where is Haley Marron? Haley Marron. As soon as I heard those words, I realized. This man, who is he? He is one of the male leads in the original story. Who hates Haley? And is the one who kills Haley, Reichardt Winter. Seeing him fall shocked Haley, what? Why is he? Even though she knew he was the male lead who killed Haley in the original story, she still did her best to drag him back to Marron. Because Winter was too heavy, she used all her strength to drag him, and the unwanted thing happened. It is all because of the bellflower root, telling me to go purify, that is why I ran into this guy. No, more importantly, I am a transmigrator. If I act differently, should not the original story also change accordingly? The dryad, seeing Haley purify and bring a zombie back, scolded, are you crazy? why are you bringing a corpse back? Hearing that, she quickly explained, he is not dead yet, but he does look like he is about to die. According to the original story, at that time Haley was hurt by the betrayal of the male leads, so she cursed everyone, I curse you. You trampled on my feelings, using betrayal to repay my love and devotion. The mountain of corpses I built for you, for the weight of that crime. And the tears that fell, may you forever be immersed in regret and suffering. It does not matter if the novel has multiple husbands. Among them, the one in charge of creating demons was Haley, who was abandoned in Marron. She spent a year cursing the world. And died at the hands of a man. Haley's death is the final key to the appearance of demons, turning Marron into the cradle of demons, born and nurtured from Haley's anger, fear, and sadness. They ran out of the contaminated area and committed all kinds of evil deeds. The female lead and the 4 male leads fall in love with her, they stand together to punish them. And the demon lord level male lead, after killing Haley, he leaves Marron and joins the female leads group in a dehumanized state. It is him, Reichardt Winter. The Dryad was surprised to see that he was still alive, he is full of demonic energy. If we had discovered him a little later, he would have become a wandering corpse. But that is also great. Normally, when humans enter here, they will lose their minds in just one day, yet this person still retains his sanity and has come here. Hearing that, Haley explained, it is because he is the male lead. The boy did not understand what she was saying, but still replied, yes. At this time, she quickly recounted Winter's situation in the novel, a tragic character, who will later awaken as a half-human half-demon, neither living nor dying. Wandering around the female lead and finally committing suicide. The boy was frustrated again hearing her rambling on about incomprehensible things, not again. Stop talking nonsense, do something with this person. This man is not completely contaminated yet. If you purify him now, he will wake up immediately, or are you planning to abandon him in this contaminated state? Knowing this, Haley was still hesitant about something related to her life, that is the problem. As soon as he wakes up, he might kill me. Seeing that Haley did not answer, the Dryad angrily called out, Miss Haley, being called with such an uncomfortable tone, she tiredly replied, I know, stop urging me. I was going to save him from the beginning. I was hoping he would not wake up in my front yard, but oh well. Even though she might be killed, Haley still reached out to purify Winter, the reason I saved Reichardt, even though he came here to kill me. His family was destroyed, he became the sole survivor and immersed himself in hatred. And believes that hating Haley is justified. While purifying, Haley sensed the demonic energy on his body and was surprised, the amount of demonic energy on him is terrifying, I do not know how long he has been wandering in the contaminated area. I will only help once and quickly chase him out of here. This is someone who will be involved with the main characters of the original story, no matter how pitiful, I must reject it. But right when she finished purifying, Winter suddenly woke up. And pinned her under him, questioning, what is this, where did you bring me, tell me. Seeing that he was rude after being saved by Haley, he angrily bit and tore at him, you ungrateful human, release Miss Haley, she was pinned down and hurt. So she replied, Marron, I brought you to Marron, it hurts, slowly. Winter grabbed the boy who was biting him and was confused, this is Marron, what are you doing here? Being asked this, Haley, though very uncomfortable, also replied. What else, can't you see people farming, cleaning, cooking, and washing? He was skeptical hearing this, you two live here, so she did not hide it and hesitantly replied. Yes, that is right. Finally, he seriously wondered, then who are you? Seeing that Winter did not recognize her, Haley was stunned, why are you acting like you do not know me? No way Reichardt Winter does not recognize me. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something, wait, thinking about it, I remember now. In the original story, he comes to Marron and kills Haley, at the same time. Awakens as a half-human half-demon and loses all his memories. The reason for the memory loss this time, if it is not because of awakening as a half-human half-demon, then it is a side effect of the demonic energy, the purification is mixed together. And this chaotic energy invades the brain. That is why this man can't remember anything, he really forgot everything. After understanding the situation, she quickly sat up, reached out to Winter, and introduced herself, I am Haley, your lifesaver. He still completely did not believe this and doubted, Haley, you treated me. Hearing that question, Haley confirmed her thoughts and was overjoyed, yes, confirmed amnesia. Haley, we are alive, we won't die tragically at the hands of that man, you can thank me for that. She also took the opportunity to confirm that she was his lifesaver, exactly, furthermore, tonight I will save you again, why, when the sun sets, without the permission of the homeowner. Which is me, you will wander in that contaminated area, but do not worry, stay here today and rest well, I do not have any food, but at least, I can give you a good and comfortable sleep. While speaking, she suddenly saw something in the sky. Ah, it is exactly the moment fireworks explode in the sky, as if celebrating my victory. What an unexpected spring rain. Not waiting any longer, Haley urged, let us go inside, Reichardt, this way. Seeing her say his name, he was stunned. You know my name. Being asked this, Haley quickly made up a reason. Ah, well, you were talking in your sleep. Then she exclaimed to herself, wow, her ability to improvise is fast. A beautiful ancient castle stood tall in the middle of the demonically contaminated area. People say that in the past 100 years, no living thing has been able to survive and leave here, even measuring the degree of contamination is impossible, but after entering, Winter found that it seemed very different from the rumors. Marron is very different from the rumors. Seeing that surprise, she did not feel anything strange. It is only natural for a first-time visitor to be surprised. So Haley happily told him why this place had become like this. Are you curious? It is nothing special. It is just that I have a super powerful ability. I still remember how hard I had to work when I first set foot here. After many purifications, now there is nowhere in this castle that humans cannot go. This type of demonic energy that can be purified with just a light touch is not worth worrying about. What we need most is fire and food. And these two problems have not been solved yet. After arriving, the fire was lit, but it went out immediately, making the Dryad unhappily ask, Miss Haley, why did the fire go out? Between the two of us, who was in charge of protecting the fire, seeing that it was her fault, she quickly explained, well, I did not think it would rain. But the Dryad could not accept that. I can't live like this, you do not do anything properly, I entrusted you with protecting the fire while I was farming. Apart from going out there to purify demonic energy, what the heck are you doing, Miss Haley? Finally, the Dryad could not suppress his anger anymore and scolded, I am the only one doing housework every day, you can't protect the fire, you do not know how to farm. You can't cook either, you can't even tell what is edible, and you definitely do not know how to repair the house. Being scolded like that, Haley could only apologize and beg, I am sorry, I will relight the fire, do not nag, you are embarrassing me in front of the guest. But the boy insisted on not giving her any face, you are good at talking, you are probably not planning to let your guest sleep in a cold room, right, before you sleep. Please light the fire. Hearing this responsibility, she could only kneel down, come on, is not this telling me not to sleep? The Dryad did what he said and immediately went to get firewood, I will bring more dry firewood, do not be lazy, light the fire. Being told directly like that, Haley could only retort in her heart. When was I lazy? It is just that you are too diligent. So after getting the firewood, she used stones to make a fire. Please, please burn, why does not it work, is it because of the wet weather? Seeing Haley's strange actions, Winter could not help but ask, what are you doing? Hearing that, she unhappily said, lighting a fire, can't you see that? He was a little skeptical. Are you really planning to light a fire with those two rocks? Haley immediately replied, so what? It sometimes catches fire if you look at it that way. Finally, he could not take it anymore. And sat down next to her, requesting, move aside. Then he took out his tools and lit the fire. Immediately, a flame appeared, making Haley amazed, lighting a fire, in just one try. Unable to bear that, her eyes lit up and she asked, where did you buy that? Hearing the question, Winter immediately said, this, the forge or the grocery store. I heard that inns for tourists sometimes sell it too. She asked about the price again, is it expensive, but he said no. Then Haley was curious, magic, what kind of magic? Even though Winter had amnesia, he seemed to still remember these things and replied, if the item is enchanted with fire magic, it will be expensive. Even though she heard that, she still wanted it, even without magic, this thing still lights a fire so well, I want it, I want it. At this time, he wondered, if the problem is the fire, why do not you buy a magical fireplace that can last forever? This is for travel, not for daily life. Haley was surprised when she heard about this for the first time, there is even that kind of thing, magical fireplace, oh, what enchanting words. It turns out that the world here still has modernized items somewhere, in this damn old castle, there is nothing intact, so I have been living like a primitive all this time. Waking up when the sun rises, and going to sleep when the sun sets. At this time, the Dryad also brought firewood. Seeing the boy, Haley could not help but want to share this joy, Bellflower Root, you came back at the right time, just now, Reichardt. But seeing the expression on the Dryad's face stunned her. Hey, what is wrong with your face? No way, Bellflower Root. Living together for a whole year, I have never seen the Bellflower Root have this expression. The boy did not care about Haley and noticed that Winter had successfully lit the fire and greeted him. You are Reichardt, right? Would you like to eat strawberries? That night, the fire burned warmly. But in bed, the two were crowded and fighting over the blanket. Miss Haley, I am cold, I said I am cold. You already took my blanket and used it all up. Hearing that question, Haley quickly blamed the dryad. You gave my blanket to that human first. And the strawberries too. How many did you give him? I only ate one, and you keep talking about it. The boy was scolded and immediately retorted, what, who is it thanks to that Miss Haley can lie down like this? If it were not for Mr. Reichardt's help, you would probably still be lighting a fire with stones right now. Still, she did not agree with that. It is not that I am stingy, but giving food unfairly like that. Do you know how sad I am? Finally, the boy was helpless with those reasons and had to accept. Okay, I will give Miss Haley strawberries tomorrow. Now go to sleep. She still did not want to sleep and asked again, how many will you give me? Seeing Haley happily talking and playing with the dryad, Winter could not help but pay attention to her. Who exactly is that woman? A familiar face and appearance. But there is no way she is Haley Marron. That evil mage could not possibly smile like that. She looks unbelievably harmless, working with thin wrists that look like they are about to break, living with a tree spirit. Who is this woman? The happy look when she is given strawberries, and the eyes without a hint of malice. She is not Haley, the evil mage. But like a Haley who was falsely accused and imprisoned in Marron, the more he thought, the more confusing he felt. And I am a puppet created by the Winter family. At that time, Winter's father loudly forced strange things into his brain. Reichard Winter, you think your life is your own. Wrong, the family is everything to you. Do not forget your existence is for the family. Do not trust anyone. For those named Winter, loneliness is the only friend, and he is the perfect heir created by the Winter ducal family, an Iron Man who only acts for the family. Reichard Winter, that is me. In Winter's daily life, there were always the words his father had told him, if you do not want to tarnish the reputation of the family, you must become perfect. Emotions are only for the weak. What makes a puppet hesitate? The word hesitate does not exist in Winter. Because we always know the answer. And so, I became the perfect heir according to the head of the family's wishes. At that time, the Winter family was completely burned down at the hands of Haley. Before his death, his father did not forget to give him the final mission, take revenge, Reichard, for the family, relatives, and brothers who died tragically. Take revenge on the mage Haley, who used cunning tricks to destroy our family. Revenge is your duty. At that time, in the castle, Winter found Haley and loudly called her name, Haley. At that moment, what motivated me was not sadness or a sense of loss, but duty and responsibility. To take revenge, I am willing to sacrifice my life. But then Haley let Winter go, making him unable to understand. Why did you save me? To this question, she was silent for a moment to think, then made up a reason, because only when you are alive, you won't forget what I did. Winter, covered in injuries, could not understand this action. Acting like you feel guilty. Are those words not all lies, especially when they are spoken by someone who wiped out an entire family? What is the reason? Have you gotten what you wanted? Finally, faced with that question, Haley just calmly said, none of your business. The more he lost, the more the feeling of having a duty to take revenge faded. Suddenly one day, all that remained in me was curiosity about her. The more he could not understand his own thoughts, the more ridiculous Winter felt. How ridiculous. For the first time, I want to find out about someone just because I am too obsessed with my enemy. It was a few days later that I heard unbelievable news. At that time, someone passed by and announced to the whole village, the evil mage Haley has murdered the king of the Holt kingdom. She was captured by the crown prince of Holt and exiled to Marron. Receiving that news, he could not believe this was true. Haley was captured by someone like Crown Prince Holt, and willingly accepted being exiled. A woman who seemed impossible to kill had the ending of being exiled. My battle ended in vain. I no longer have a purpose in life, nor the responsibility to bear. At first, I tried to forget her and live. I changed everything, from my name, occupation, to my environment, to forget my family, and to live a normal life. A day passed, then a month, then a year, until then I realized. I have nothing left. A life without challenging Haley is meaningless. I, someone who was created to become the heir to the family, am no longer myself. Having realized the truth, I only have one choice. I must complete the revenge that is still unfinished. I will go to Marron, kill Haley, and commit suicide. Seeing Winter take the horse from the carriage and run away made the person accompanying him angry. Catch that guy. The escort has stolen the horse and run away. The next morning, when the sky was just dawning, Winter rolled up his sleeves and went to chop wood. Seeing this scene, Haley could not believe it and exclaimed, Reichard, oh my god. He is chopping wood first thing in the morning, making even the guest work. That evil bellflower root. Hearing that she was scolding the dryad, Winter immediately spoke up in defense. I said I would work. Staying in one place easily makes the body sluggish. Hearing this, she had an idea. If you feel restless, you can go for a walk. Knowing that might be the case, Even he found his current actions hard to understand. What am I doing now? Seeing that Winter was working too diligently, Haley kindly took out the strawberries she had agreed upon with the Dryad to invite him to eat. More importantly, Rykart, did not you want to eat strawberries? If you still have the dried meat from yesterday, I can share some with you. Yesterday, when she and the boy tried that dried meat, they could not help but cry. The first time I have eaten something so delicious. This is called beef jerky. Winter was not stingy either and gave out his last 2 pieces of dried meat. Then he paid attention to Haley behind his back. With that body that has lost mana, she still openly purifies demonic energy. I suspected that this evil mage pretended to lose mana to deceive me. But the more I observe, the more I am sure of one thing. Haley Marron has lost her memory, even forgetting mana and common knowledge. This is not partial amnesia. Can I consider this woman as an object of revenge, to judge past mistakes? Is it right to do that to someone who does not remember anything anymore? Also, to a woman who cried while eating meat. The goal of life has disappeared, as if such a person never existed from the beginning. Thinking about this, Winter currently does not know what he should do to continue living. What should I do now? Is it right to continue staying here with this woman? If I want to resolve this tangled mood, first, I must follow her, directly experience and then make my judgment. Maybe this is an opportunity, so that I can judge what my true heart is and whether the rumors about Haley are true or false. Having eaten all those strawberries, he did not hesitate to praise, it is very delicious. Currently, Rykart's appearance has brought a huge change to our lives. Like the god in mythology who first brought fire to humans, he has gifted our tragic life an item that can light a fire immediately. And also the meat marinated with sweet and savory spices. In the land of sinners, where there is only salt, this is the first time I have tasted this sweetness. It is nothing short of a revolution for the taste buds. And, like sinners eating the forbidden fruit, we can't go back to the time before we knew this flavor. We can't stand it. So after a discussion, Haley slammed her hand down and made a decision. We need civilization, Rykart. As soon as she finished speaking, all 3 looked at each other without saying a word. Seeing everyone silent made Haley unhappy. If you have mouths, say something. You came on horseback or by carriage, so there must be a road, right? You did not just blink and arrive. Did you? But Winter seemed to be at a loss. There is no road. She still could not believe that he had no way out. Don't you have any companions? Or are you hiding a carriage, a horse somewhere out there? But Winter confirmed once again. I came alone. This time, it was the Dryad's turn to not believe it. Liar, there is clearly a shortcut somewhere. This human was discovered in a state that was not completely contaminated by demonic energy. If we purify that shortcut, we can enter the city. Seeing these 2 being so stubborn, he immediately spoke again sternly. There is no shortcut. Haley really could not accept this. Even if I gave a moving speech, he would not cooperate. So she immediately brought up saving his life to demand a favor. You think we will let it go because you have amnesia? You ate several strawberries just now, and I even saved your life from death. And you are repaying us like this. If we starve to death before the potato harvest because of you, can you take responsibility? Hearing that, the boy turned around and blamed her. The one who exchanged the strawberries for candy was Miss Haley. Suddenly being stabbed in the back by his teammate made Haley flustered. Whose side are you on? Suddenly, Winter pointed to a spot, making Haley curious. What is this? He did not hide it and pointed out where all 3 were on the map. A map. Do you see the symbol here? I think it is the castle you are living in. Not waiting any longer, she picked up the map to look at it. Let me see it quickly. The Dryad felt Haley's behavior was a bit impolite and was embarrassed. I am sorry, Miss Haley has not eaten flour in a long time, so her mind is not normal. But Winter did not seem to care much about that and said, it is okay. Then the boy chatted more. Look at her biceps, they are very thin, right? At the same time, Haley seemed to have discovered something, so her face was extremely serious. Bellflower root, these things are not important right now. Making the Dryad confused and worried. What is wrong, Miss Haley? Finally, she dejectedly said the reason she had shown that seriousness. I do not know, I can't read. Hearing this, the Dryad could not help but be startled. Then, what about the flour and the meat? Not being able to read a map is no different from not being able to light a fire. At that moment, Winter spoke up and pointed to himself. I can read. The boy could not believe it hearing this. You can. He immediately confirmed again, yes. Then Haley was curious about something else. Then, can you also ride a horse and drive a carriage? Suddenly mentioning a carriage made Winter a little suspicious. How much is she planning to buy? So the words could not come out. That thing. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh. I have never driven a carriage, but I can do it. Seeing that beautiful, sunny smile made Haley a little embarrassed. He is laughing at me for thinking I can do everything. Marron originally maintained a policy of closed borders, but because it was in a crisis, it decided to accept help from outsiders. The primitive era has ended. If you want to exaggerate, it is time to bring civilization to Marron. After considering everything, Haley quickly set off with Winter. Before leaving, the Dryad did not forget to tell them a few things: be careful on the way, do not eat anything carelessly, do not help anyone carelessly, and do not follow anyone. Being carefully instructed like this made her confused. Am I a child? But the boy did not argue and apologized. I am sorry. Making Haley unable to believe it and shocked. It turns out the bellflower root has always seen me as a child. Winter did not seem to give her time to be shocked and reminded. If you are done saying goodbye, hurry up. Seeing him set off quickly made her follow in a panic. He almost died yesterday, so why is he so reckless now, with that body that is contaminated with demonic energy? He is walking like it is nothing. And I sensed it from the beginning. His steps are too big. Because she could not keep up, she ran after him, not forgetting to stop him. Wait, go together. What she feared came true. Fortunately Winter caught her in time, preventing her from falling to the ground. Be careful of falling. Being supported like this. She shamelessly blamed him. It is because you are walking too fast. After helping her stand up, Winter could not help but grumble. I thought I had to shorten the time of contact with demonic energy. If the amount of demonic energy you can purify in a day is limited, then walking and clearing the path at the same time is impossible. This time we should only buy the necessary things. While using them, we can slowly clear the path. That will be more reasonable. Knowing that he was making the best choice, Haley was still very worried. Then what about you? At this rate, you will become a walking corpse before we go around the village. But he did not seem to care what form he would become. As long as it does not get into the worst situation, it is fine. Hearing those words, Haley could not help but feel that Winter was crazy. What you mean is that if you are about to die, I will save you, and then if you are about to die again, I will save you again. Do you think I am mentally ill? Being called mentally ill made him confused. What is that again? But then Haley had to accept with that condition, but did not care too much anymore. Well, I do not want to hold this man's hand, but we are in a special situation, so there is no other way. After thinking about it, she reached out and suggested, here, hold my hand, I will purify while we walk so you won't be contaminated with demonic energy. Seeing the hand reaching out to him really surprised Winter. But he walked forward and refused. It is okay. Leaving Haley standing there stunned. Really not going to hold my hand, he reiterated. It is fine. She felt that this situation seemed very wrong. This situation, why does it feel like I am begging him to hold my hand? So she did not pay much attention anymore and walked with a happy mood. Well, try to move forward without depending on me. Walking in the contaminated area can't be called a romantic journey. We had to step on the dried tree trunks under our feet. Even so, it was not too bad, because the sky was blue and the clouds were still white. As if at the end of this road, flour and sugar were waiting for me. Seeing Haley walking and looking at the sky like that really made Winter, who was walking ahead, worry and remind. Look at the ground, Haley, you will fall. But the contaminated area was wider than I thought. Walking was still through the forest, walking was still on the road. Having walked for a while without seeing the end made Haley's mood extremely uncomfortable. How long do we have to walk? I do not want to walk anymore. But Winter quickly cheered her on. We have already walked halfway. Walking like this made her feel very bored. Just halfway, how do you know? Hearing this question, Winter made a suggestion, or you can try to learn how to read a map. Haley's mind immediately slowed down hearing this. Learn? I have been studying all the time before entering this body, and now I have to study again. So after reacting, she vehemently refused. I hate studying. Seeing that she misunderstood his meaning, Winter quickly explained the scope, who said that, it is just, should not you know how to read a map? Then he patiently pointed to the map and requested, look, we are here, if we walk in this direction for another day. Seeing that Haley did not listen to what he said and turned away, Winter was confused. Hey, are not you listening to me? Just then, he seemed to sense something. Seeing her walk towards the lake in front of them in confusion, Haley. She looked up at the entire lake in a daze. I can see the whole Black Lake from the top of Marron. I am only ever in the castle. This is the first time I am seeing it this close. Looking again, the Black Lake has nothing in it. Even so, is not there a day when I can turn a black lake into a clear blue lake? If that were the case, while Haley was thinking aimlessly, Winter, afraid that she was thinking negatively, came closer and called out, what are you looking at in a daze? Do not look down at the water, it is bad luck. Seeing Winter's concern, Haley quickly told him her thoughts just now. Rykard, I think that lake will be very beautiful if it is purified. We can see the whole lake from the top of Marron. It is very cold here in the winter, so the lake will freeze, but it will also be a wonderful view as the lake gradually becomes clear. My dream is to live a peaceful life. In Marron, I will farm with the bellflower root, raise livestock, I think that scene would be wonderful with a beautiful lake. If the lake is blue like your eyes, we can go boating in the summer. Hearing himself mentioned in Haley's dream made him embarrassed. What are you saying again? She did not seem to care much and continued with her dreamy thoughts. Every morning, the forest will be filled with the sound of birds singing, and deer will come like Snow White. I will ride a horse and run along the lake. The more he listened, the more Winter felt that it could not be true, so he turned away. Unbelievable. Seeing him turn away so ruthlessly made Haley angry. Hey. Are you looking down on people? In about 10 years it will be possible. Are you looking down on me because I can't do anything right? Are you relying on being the main character? Is that the attitude to have towards someone who saved your life? Winter could not understand the words Haley was saying the more he listened. I said I know. Main character, what nonsense are you talking about? It is strange, even with amnesia, she is still sure about what she wants to do and what she longs for. Wishes and confidence that I do not have. It has been 3 days since we left Marron. After days of only mountains and forests, a wide road appeared. We encountered a few people contaminated in a day. Pale skin, a dark aura surrounding them, light ash-gray eyes like zombies. Most of them are rebels, suffering from plagues, heretics, and criminals abandoned by the 3 kingdoms or the clergy. Winter was extremely confused seeing the way the zombies were attacking him. Strange, the way they only attack me and do not harm you. Did you purify them before? But Haley actively denied that. Of course not. What if they turn back into humans after being purified? Even though the zombies did not harm me, the thought of them turning back into humans made me even more afraid. The more I thought, the more afraid I became. No purifying. Absolutely not. If I do not purify them properly, they might harm me. I do not like them turning back into humans. But the words she spoke so firmly had someone nearby who was harming her but had been purified. Now Winter felt how lucky he was. Is that so? I really am lucky. Haley was suspicious hearing that exclamation. What does he mean? Is he hurt because he thinks he might fall into that kind of fate? Thinking so, she spoke up and asked, should I try to purify them? But she was immediately rejected by Winter. No, what is the point? If zombies appear on our trip, Rykart will kill them. Then, when he is contaminated with demonic energy, I will stand up and purify him. Winter noticed that another zombie was approaching and picked up his sword. There is another one coming over there. I will handle it. You wait here. Close your eyes. Being asked to close her eyes in this situation made Haley stunned. Why close my eyes? Should not I open my eyes wide in a dangerous situation? Well, it is probably because of me that he is suffering like that, so I can't help but feel sorry in my heart. Even so, it is fortunate that he has not forgotten how to swing a sword. If he even forgot the swordsmanship he trained for so long, it would be hard to continue living. A matter that I did not cause has become my fault. What a strange person. He came here to kill Haley, but is willing to suffer to help a fake Haley like me. Even with a weak body, Rykart continued to walk without resting. He should have been very tired, yet he still moved forward without showing any signs of fatigue. He gave me the small portion of fruit that contained nutrients, while he chewed tasteless tree roots, without complaining at all. I did not tell Rykart, in this contaminated area, I cannot eat and sleep. The more she thought, the more Haley doubted herself. Is this body really human? At that moment, Winter called out, Haley. Then he asked about her past. Do you know who you are, and what you did in the past? I mean, why are you living alone in Marron? To these questions, Haley was actually a little honest in responding, never. In her heart, she was extremely confused and incomprehensible. What is he talking about? You are the one with amnesia. Before arriving at a place with people, Winter did not forget to instruct a few things. Listen, Haley, do not tell anyone you are Haley when we set foot in a residential area. Even so, she did not seem to understand what was happening. You are saying that, but I do not know anything about the real Haley. More importantly, why are you telling me not to say I am Haley? Did not he lose all his memories? Let us just follow his lead first. Here, Haley quickly sat up and recounted, actually, I do not know who I am. I opened my eyes and found myself in iron bars. Then I was thrown down a ravine. I tried to survive and arrived in Marron. After telling her story, she asked about Winter's situation. What about you? Do you know who you are? To that question, Winter did not hide anything and honestly recounted, me. I am the heir to the Winter ducal family, but they are all dead. There is no family anymore, only me left. Bendition has probably listed me on the wanted list. Realizing that he still remembered everything so clearly, she was a little panicked. What is this guy? He remembers everything. Then Winter continued with his story. Since arriving in the contaminated area, everything has been messed up. I can't explain why I risked my life to come here. I thought the things that happened in the past were false. I even thought the place I used to live was probably just a castle built of sand. Finally, Haley could conclude everything. So it is vaguely remembered. Winter was still continuing, therefore. Suddenly, his whole body collapsed, making Haley worried. Are you okay? Seeing the demonic energy wrapped around Winter even made her more worried. This is not good. He is contaminated to this extent. He should have told me earlier. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Why do you always wait until I purify you like an idiot? Even if you are foolish, there is a limit. If you were the bellflower root, you would have rolled out and died. While thinking, Haley tightly grabbed Winter's hand. In her heart, she kept chanting, cleanse, cleanse, quickly get better. Remembering the gestures and way Winter treated her, Haley had drawn some conclusions, friendly, thoughtful, and sometimes very delicate. Why is such a person the character representing unhappiness in the original story? Anyway, Rykard is also the main character. What is the loss in giving him a happy ending? After the demonic energy was purified, Haley felt even more sorry for him. Even his sleeping face looks pitiful. What to do? I feel so sorry for him. But I am glad I discovered him before it was too late. He did not turn into a demon, he still retains some memories, and I can still purify him. How lucky. So you should also find your life. I will take you out of the demonically contaminated land, out there and live a truly happy life. Confess to the female lead, have a century-long love, climb to the top with your swordsmanship, dominate the world and don't be a tragic main character, always suffering and bearing pain. Very quickly, the next morning arrived. When Winter recovered, the two set off together. Having only walked for a while, Haley started to feel tired and complained. Rykard, how much longer? He observed for a while and quickly gave the current situation. We are here. Do you see that warning sign? If we cross that border, from here on out is the Selbon production city that we are aiming for. Finally, we can go to the shopping center. No, the production city. Seeing the houses and that there were people living there, Haley really could not hide her joy. Civilization, there really is a road leading out. But after walking for a while, she was stunned. But you call it a city, but why is the scenery so terrible? Is not it just a small village? So this place called Selbon has a heater, right? Also a grocery store, bakery, and clothing. This Winter seemed not too sure. I am not sure about the clothing store, the rest are all there. Oh, and one more thing, Haley, I have warned you before. From now on, you are forbidden from saying your name. People will be scared. You are my sister. Haley was skeptical of this identity. You think saying that will work? Where do we look alike? Then she remembered that Winter was also wanted and reminded, you are also a wanted criminal. Then do not say you are Rykard Winter either. He did not pay attention to what she said and opened the door. Be careful going in. Well, before we buy things, let us fill our stomachs first. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the owner greeted them, welcome. Seeing the meat in the owner's hand, Haley could not help but drool over the food. It has been so long since I have seen food from civilization. The owner looked at her expression and was worried. Are you okay? You are drooling. When Winter entered, he acted politely. We have been starving for a long time. Please prepare something easy to digest for me. The owner listened and went to prepare. I will bring you something easy to eat. Soon after, extremely attractive food was placed on the table, making Haley unable to resist her hunger. Hot stew and a big piece of meat with spices. Broth simmered with vegetables and meat. Oh, it is wonderful. Even a piece of carrot must be enjoyed carefully. Winter had only eaten for a while before standing up. I am done eating, making Haley jump. What? Already done? I am just starting to eat. Seeing that she was not done eating, he did not urge her and suggested, okay, I will go out and buy the necessary items. You can eat slowly. It will be more convenient to walk around alone. In exchange, you will start learning to read when we get back to the castle. To this request, Haley did not refuse. I know, sorry for being illiterate. And it seemed that everything was according to plan. I told Rykard that I did not know how to read. But the truth is, I mastered the language in this damn world in 1 year. Maybe every book in the Marron library has my fingerprints on it too. However, the reason I lied and deceived that kind child was, while eating, the restaurant owner came over and wondered, where did your brother go? Hearing the owner call Winter her brother made her get angry. Brother? What brother? I am older than him. The owner did not seem to notice much and brought her another dish to try. Is that so? More importantly, I have brought a little side dish. Try it, or should I make something else? Is there anything you want to eat? Everything is free. Haley was curious when she heard the word side dish. Then she thought that a side dish was dessert, and dessert was sweets. As soon as she put it in her mouth, Haley's eyes lit up because of that dish. They even make desserts for the customers. This is truly a caring restaurant. It tastes like sweet sticky rice. If she wants something to eat, she will bring it out. Has she met me somewhere? Why is she treating me so well? Suddenly, the owner smiled brightly. Recently a lot of terrible things have happened, so I have been very worried, but I did not expect there to be children as hungry as you. Finally, she understood why the owner was treating her so well. Ah, she thought I was a beggar, that is why she gave me food. With this look of mine, it is understandable that she misunderstood. To be clear, I am not short of money, but on the contrary, I have nothing but money. Over the past year, in the process of purifying Marron, I discovered a treasure, filled with gold bars and treasures, but there was no food or necessary clothing. Currently, I only have 2 sets of clothes. One is the patchwork dress made from the cloak stolen from the guards when I was locked in iron bars and taken away by the bellflower root. The second set is this dress made from wood fibers by the bellflower root that I am wearing. By the way, the dress I wore initially lasted less than 1 month. Although the other supplies have been entrusted to Reichardt, I have to buy the clothes myself, so Haley asked the owner about the place to buy clothes. Madam. I want to buy clothes. Which clothing store should I go to? The owner was a little confused hearing that, clothes, then she quickly understood and said. There are no clothing stores here, everyone makes their own clothes. Hearing that everyone makes their own made her flustered. I have to make my own. If I make my own like this, the bellflower root's craftsmanship will definitely improve greatly. There are no ready-made clothes either, so Haley asked where to buy fabric. Then how do you buy fabric? The owner did not hesitate to say, if there are merchants from the big city, then I will buy a little more to stock up. As soon as she heard that, she realized that means she has stock, so she pleaded, Madam, if you have any fabric in stock, can you sell it to me? The owner unexpectedly was so kind and agreed without hesitation. Of course, come with me, we run an inn, so we have a lot of fabric. Then, while leading Haley upstairs, the owner wondered, but did not your brother buy clothes for you? To this question, she reiterated, I have said it before, he is not my brother. He is the one who saved me right before the entrance to the forest. Before we part, I want to repay him, so I was thinking about what I should do. As soon as she heard about what happened between the two, the owner smiled and reminded, oh my, little sister, in this world, there is nothing better than money. Seeing the owner's vision, Haley could not help but admire her. What a wise person for realizing such a great thing. Then she took out gold from her hand to pay the owner. Here, this is the money for the remaining fabric. As soon as she saw the real gold, the owner was astonished. Is this real gold? It looks a bit different. Afraid that the owner would not believe her, she confirmed once again, it is real, it was used 100 years ago. The gold coins were found in the treasure I found in Marron. These are gold coins minted from the old days, so they have a different shape from the current currency. And gold can be used anywhere. After biting to confirm that it was real gold, the owner gave a bright smile and was extremely polite and enthusiastic. Oh my. It is real gold, it seems you are rich, so different from your appearance. So the owner became even more welcoming, thorough, and attentive. This can't be like this, you said you needed fabric, right? Wait here, I will bring you all the sets I do not wear. That is right, my name is Fatima, feel free to call me. Just after buying fabric from Fatima, Winter returned, so Haley asked, you are back, were you tired going shopping alone? He felt that what he did was nothing much. Things like this do not tire me. I sensed that he had carefully selected the necessary items for my primitive life. Winter, upon entering the room, laid out a pile of items he had bought today. Food and seeds as we said before, this time I could not find a magical heater. Instead, I bought multi-purpose oil to make it easier to light a fire. Haley was even happier seeing that there were seeds in the pile of items, beet seeds, this is necessary. He also bought a pile of flour, I do not know if you can carry it all back. Seeing her worry, Winter immediately assured, you really worry about everything, I can carry it. Suddenly, Haley called out his name, Reichardt. This made Winter look forward to what she would say. But what he did not expect was that Haley would innocently request, you go to sleep early, you have always had to stand guard at night, so you have not had a proper sleep. I will clean up for you. Even so, he still realized something, it is not just me who is standing guard at night. You did not say, I was planning to rest today, tomorrow we will go to the market together, we need to buy a horse there. Hearing about buying a horse made her curious. What are you buying a horse for? What she did not expect was that Winter would remember what Haley had said before, you said you wanted to ride a horse along the lake, if we have a horse, would not you be able to purify faster? Before, Haley thought that he would not believe her, but now she was really surprised, he really believes that I will purify the entire lake. In fact, this trip was a plan to take him out and I would return alone, pretending to be illiterate was also part of the plan. The two of you can meet somewhere and fall in love, so Haley quickly sneaked out of her own room. And sneaked into Winter's own room, placing a necklace on his pillow with the hope, so, forget about me and live well, Reichardt Winter, a pitiful main character. Everything that has happened from the beginning, forget it all. Seeing that Haley was leaving with a heavy load at this hour made the owner worried, little sister, you are carrying such heavy things, where are you planning to go at this hour? To this question, she quickly gave the reason, I have to go home. Hearing that, the owner made a suggestion, why do not you wait for that brother of yours to wake up and ask him to carry it for you? But she was rejected by Haley, not a brother. From now on, he has to go his own way. The more she looked at her, the more the owner seemed to like her. This kid is really strong. But, I am still too worried. So out of concern for her, the owner called out, little sister, wait a moment. Then she friendly ran over and gave her a bottle of the shop's secret spice. Here, take this with you. This is the shop's special spice. Every time you eat, you always eat so deliciously. So I am giving it to you. Knowing that the secret spice was hard to buy and the owner was willing to share it like that made Haley's heart even warmer, sharing the shop's secret spice with me. Is that even allowed, just because I eat well? So she said thank you. It seemed that this was an emotion I had not felt in a long time, the joy that came from the kindness of a stranger without expecting anything in return. Developing emotions like this is really troublesome. Because from now on, I will go back to a solitary life, with just me and the bellflower root. Before leaving, Haley gave the owner another gold coin to express her gratitude. Thank you for always treating me so well, Fatima. This, please accept it. The owner accepted while reminding Haley not to take out gold so easily, but did not refuse. Little sister, you can't give gold away so easily, but I won't refuse. Especially when girls walk alone on the streets like you. Bad people might rob you of your money, and seeing the shiny gold coin, ordinary people will also turn into bad people. Although she was reminded and instructed a lot, Haley only felt happy. I expressed my gratitude according to Fatima's teachings and got scolded, but in my heart, I am still very happy about this. The emotion that surged in my heart, it turns out, I can't escape the nature of a social species either. Those things are impossible, at least at home. There is still the bellflower root waiting for me every day. Although he mistreats me every day, the bellflower root is a child who does not like being alone. I have to go back to the bellflower root quickly. Just then, some strange sounds rang out from the forest. At the same time, a group of burly men appeared. Hey, it is so late at night, why are you walking alone? Seeing the group of people who appeared here made Haley scared and replied, I am going home. In her heart, she was very confused. What is it? Is it a robbery? Then I am done for. My gold coin, I can't have all my money looted like this. The bellflower root is waiting for me at home. But Haley did not expect that the two men would just pass by, not forgetting to instruct, going out on the street at this dangerous hour, remember to be careful. Only take the main road. If you take the wrong road, you will be caught by the evil mage living in that forest. Being reminded like this, she was really grateful. Yes. Then she did not forget to look back at the two men and judge. They seemed to be neighborhood uncles who just came back from work. Suddenly, the man turned his head back. Wait. Are you going far, or should I ask my wife to go with you to the front of the road? Knowing that the man had good intentions, but his face was too scary, so Haley was terrified and refused. It is okay. I am really okay. The man was not bothered by being rejected and praised. Is that so? It is very brave to walk alone, little girl, and kindly gave Haley something to take with her. Take this with you. It is a herb to repel insects. The forest mosquitoes here are very big and poisonous. According to the usual trope, bandits or robbers should have appeared and looted all the money, or she would have been captured by slave traders and sold to some pervert, would not they? Is this novel biased towards me? Or is it because I am not the female lead, or is it because I am Haley, the villain of this novel? At the same time, Winter somehow followed. Then shouted her name loudly in the night, Haley. Being called out so suddenly made Haley panicked. What is wrong with you? Are you crazy? Why did you follow me here? He was stunned by the statement. What? Unexpectedly, Haley calmly said words that pierced a person's heart. I deliberately left you behind and left. From now on, go your own way, Reichardt. Don't interfere in my peaceful life. It seemed that what Haley had revealed that night had been heard by Winter. I am glad I discovered him before it was too late, so, you should also find your life. I will take you out of here, live happily. When he heard those words, he wondered if this was also a dream. An evil mage, who is said to hate humans and worship demons, is holding the hand of the enemy and wishing him happiness. The sound of insects chirping in the silence, the scent of the forest wafting in the nose, a dream that is vivid and true. Thanks to her holding my hand every night, the anxiety in me gradually subsided. I could doze off in peace, even if only for a moment. There is no way I would admit that even if I died. Now she is even randomly appearing in other people's dreams. How much time has passed? After a sleep, Winter woke up on the bed. I decided I will go buy a horse in the morning. The sun has not risen yet. Should I sleep a little more? But when he saw the necklace next to him, he seemed to have realized something and ran out, causing the owner to see this scene and anxiously remind, oh my, where are you going? You have to take your luggage too. While running, Winter hoped, everything is a lie to put me at ease. At that time, the owner recounted everything. She said a child was waiting at home, so she had to go back quickly. She looks so young, but she already has a child. I heard she expressed her gratitude. Have not you already said goodbye to her? The more he ran, the more he could not understand. Countless conversations while crossing the contaminated area, even asking if I could ride a horse or drive a carriage as if she really needed me, were all lies so she could leave me behind and leave alone. At that time, Haley even reached out to him. Here, hold my hand, because I will purify while we walk so you won't be contaminated with demonic energy. Remembering that, I felt that if I held that small hand, I would never be able to turn back. I tried to refuse, but it seemed that everything, including the last bit of suspicion in me, was about to disappear. Everything I did became useless. Haley does not need Reichardt. When Winter realized this, it was also the moment when Haley bluntly said, "Don't you know I deliberately left you behind, Reichardt?" At that time, Winter only had an angry expression, not knowing what to do. Deliberately left me behind. Seeing him appear before her eyes made Haley unable to understand. But what do you want me to do now? I have given all the favors I could give to the character who bears an unfortunate fate in the novel. I saved him from death, prevented him from turning into a half-human half-zombie. I even took him to a village with people living there. I also left money behind because I was afraid he would not have money when the Winter family collapsed. This should be enough, right? When Haley turned around again, she was stopped by Winter. Wait, Haley. Are you planning to live in isolation alone in the demonically contaminated area, forever afterwards? I know your constitution is special, but it is just a deserted castle. It is not suitable for humans to live. Hearing these words, she retorted without hesitation, that place is my home. I do not need you to understand my way of life. From now on, go your own way, Reichardt. Haley became the common enemy of the entire kingdom because of her karma, but Reichardt was completely a victim, only wanted by one kingdom. He still has many other ways to live. Haley tried to say the words that she thought. Originally, we were strangers, separating like this is no different, but Winter seemed very stubborn to know one thing, from the beginning. You always had the intention of throwing me away. When he said these words, it seemed that his face was full of despair, making Haley unable to understand that matter. Throwing away? When were you mine that you say I am throwing you away? Winter seemed to have realized all the things that Haley had lied to him about. The matter that she does not know how to read is also a lie. She did not know how he knew, but she quickly confirmed, yes. Winter received this answer, and his mood suddenly deteriorated. At this moment, Haley carefully explained the reason. This is the last goodwill I have for you. Immediately after being purified, return to the path you came from. But Winter immediately refused. No, do not do that, making Haley still not understand why he was so stubborn. Is this worth you being so stubborn about? If you keep going like this, you will be in big trouble. But when Haley reached out to touch him to purify him, she was stopped by him. It is okay if you throw me away and leave. Do not bother with me being contaminated with demonic energy. Go back. The more she listened, the more helpless Haley became, still wanting to explain. It seems you do not realize the severity of your situation, but was met with Winter stubbornly not wanting to listen. Don't try to persuade me. You do not need to purify me, and you do not need to feel guilty. As you said, we are just strangers. There is no reason to be together. Haley still could not stand by and watch that happen and stopped him. No, you will die. You will die if your body is contaminated with demonic energy. Finally, Winter said all the feelings in his heart. From the beginning, I came here because of this. I wanted to die, but you saved me. That is right, so many times. You could have killed me, but you did not do that. Now I do not know if this life is still mine or not. Haley, you should have killed me back then. After the fierce storm passed, we walked in silence, until dawn. Sometimes turning back, I saw Reichardt was still normal, but walking a little further, turning my head, I saw Reichardt gradually becoming more heavily contaminated. Anything you do is useless, quickly give up and go back. I hoped that with my indifference, my wishes would be conveyed to him, but while worried about Winter, Haley heard a sound of falling into the river. So she quickly ran over wanting to help him up. Look, I said if you kept going like this you would die, but even if he died, Winter did not care. Don't worry. I know how to follow. The more she saw that stubbornness, the more she could not understand. You are crazy. What is wrong with you? In her heart, she could not help but feel frustrated. Why does it turn into a disaster when people do good deeds with all their heart? It is just that Reichardt did not know. Even if he failed in revenge, another happiness would soon find him. This time, he will meet the female lead. Be freed from the shackles of the half-human half-zombie, and be able to experience a true romantic love. She could not stand by and watch the male lead continue to neglect his responsibility. So Haley decided she wanted to save him, but Winter avoided her again. Leave me alone. She seemed unable to hold back anymore and shouted, looking at you about to die like that. How can I leave you alone? I am not kidding, I won't take you to the village anymore. Rykart. Hearing his name spoken from her mouth made Winter suspicious. How do you know my name? From the beginning, you knew my name. The memory loss is a lie, right? Not knowing how to read a map is also a lie, and not knowing anything about me either, right? But in fact, only half of that is a lie. No, I really do not know about things like magic heaters because they were not mentioned in the novel. As for how to read a map, what is the point of knowing? It is not that I have amnesia, but because I am not the real Haley. How do I explain this to you? If I explain, will you believe me? The more she thought, the more her head hurt. So Haley did not want to explain anymore and turned away. I do not know, you think and judge for yourself, because I do not intend to have anyone understand me. And I do not want to be understood. At the same time, Winter followed behind and called her back. Hey, Haley. Are you just going to leave like that? Actually, I do not know how to answer, and from the beginning, how can I throw you away, because you are not mine? But what Haley did not expect was that Winter would kneel down on the ground and beg, don't throw me away. Seeing this scene stunned her. What? Kneeling down? Clearly a main character, so why does he easily kneel before others, or has the demonic energy invaded his brain? Seeing that the demonic energy seemed to have invaded to the point where Winter was about to lose his mind, Haley also understood. So he is about to collapse. Finally, she softened and sighed deeply. Really, how did it turn out like this? I do not know. Because of that softness, Haley reached out her hand. Then she introduced herself again. I am Haley Marron, the evil mage who destroyed your family and the common enemy of 3 kingdoms. Winter's eyes confirmed without hesitation, I know. She could not believe it when she heard this answer. You know, even so, you still want to go with me. Hearing this question, Winter unconsciously gave a soft smile. Then he placed his hand on Haley's hand and gave a bright smile, replying firmly, yes. That smile seemed too dazzling, making it difficult for a boy-crazy person like her to escape. Rykart is smiling. In the end, Haley had to give up before the handsome guy. Hayes, I lost. In the eastern suburban village of the Kasnatura Kingdom. The people here were discussing the young cardinal they had just met. I heard the soldiers were sent to the border of the demonically contaminated area. Is it because of the clergy neglecting it for hundreds of years? Now they suddenly sent an investigation team. It seems the young cardinal who just took office is very enthusiastic. People say he personally toured the borders of the 3 kingdoms to care for those remote and desolate areas. And this is Eugene Weidmarkt, one of the 5 cardinals of the clergy. While Eugene was distributing food to the people, a priest ran in and stopped him. Sir Eugene. These things, you should leave to the priests. Sir Eugene should focus his efforts on more important things. Faced with this reproach, he only smiled softly and said, haha, it is okay, the news I am waiting for has not arrived yet, so I am a little bored. The priest quickly apologized hearing that. I am sorry, to make the person I serve have to wait like this. I am not qualified to be an assistant to you, even if it is Sir Eugene. Caring for these remote areas is not the responsibility of a cardinal. This is the assessment that the clergy has for Sir Eugene's actions, being promoted too high for his age, trying to do things that are not suitable for his position and responsibility. Once the position has changed, the person himself should change accordingly. He is still young and full of enthusiasm. But as his assistant, I know clearly, Sir Eugene is a person who will do great things. Because his dream is to purify the demonically contaminated land and prevent people from being abandoned unfairly. After entering the empty room, Eugene asked about the ravine. Jenna, how far has the investigation into the ravine gone? Hearing that question, Jenna quickly reported the situation she knew. I have surveyed all the terrain where humans can drift to, but because it has been too long, there is nothing left. In addition, I have checked the list of people contaminated with demonic energy at the northern border over the past year. But none of them are said to be Haley. Hearing this news, he seemed disappointed. Is that so? Suddenly, she knelt down before Eugene and advised, don't worry too much, Sir Eugene, even if that evil thing is a great mage, she can't possibly survive in that place. At the same time, someone ran in and called, Sir Eugene, Sir Eugene. Seeing that person running so hastily made him wonder, what is wrong? That person quickly reported the news he received. It seems we have found Rykart's whereabouts. The only survivor of the Winter ducal family, someone witnessed him entering the forest inside the contaminated area. Hearing this name, Eugene remembered, Winter, was not that the family destroyed by Haley, he is a wild beast, saying he would take revenge on Haley. Then that person also reported some more things. They said he looked very urgent, as if something was urgent. That place is the Selbon village. It takes 2 days to ride a horse from here to the village. Immediately, Eugene quickly understood. You mean, the man who holds a grudge against Haley risked his life to enter the demonically contaminated land. Unable to hesitate any longer, he gave the order, summon the knights. The 2 priests immediately replied, yes. Eugene quickly pointed out the destination this time. We must go to Selbon. Returning to Haley's side, currently the life is so poor that it is not enough to feed 2 mouths. But now the number of mouths to feed has increased to 3, so she smiled and introduced, sorry, but I could not chase him away, so I had to bring in another mouth to feed. In her heart, she felt awkward for not asking the Dryad's opinion before making a decision on her own. I brought Rykart back on my own, so I will probably get scolded. But unexpectedly, the boy cared about something else. What about the flour? Flour, sugar, and butter, give me those things first. Do you know how worried I was that the strawberries would spoil while you two were gone, seeing that the boy did not care about having another person but only focused on the food made Haley helpless. As expected of my spirit, adding another mouth to feed is not the top priority. After asking for the things he needed, the Dryad also spoke up to assure, and do not worry too much. If there is a strong human, there is a lot he can do, and since this human looks especially healthy, compared to just the 2 of us, maybe life will get better. Just as she was trusting in Winter's strength, he collapsed again, causing the Dryad's previous words to be retracted. Not again. If he is a weak leech, I will chase him out of here. After receiving the things he needed, the boy did not know how to plant them, so he blamed Haley. This can't be. Why did not you ask how to plant them? What are spring wheat and winter wheat? She did not care about those things and only focused on how to make food. Even if we plant and harvest successfully, the problem here is how to make flour. What dishes can we cook using whole wheat? The boy did not seem to know about cooking either. I do not know. Here, Haley regretted it. There is no flour mill or thresher here. I should have bought corn instead. The Dryad did not care much about the food inside. What is the use of regretting now? There is only the matter of waiting for each person to starve to death. The first to die is that big human, then Miss Haley, and finally, only I will be left alone in this gloomy castle. She did not understand why she had to die hearing that. Wait, why do I have to die first? If I absorb demonic energy, I can maintain my life at a minimum. At this time, the boy explained the reason. I am a spirit who has lived for hundreds of years in that demonically contaminated ravine. She quickly understood. This can explain why the bellflower root is a medicinal herb. Just as the 2 of them were talking, Winter woke up and came to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he heard Haley worrying about his eating. Bellflower root, I am very worried. With so little food, Rykart can't live like you and I, once he recovers and starts eating properly. What should we do? Winter was speechless hearing that. Then he quickly went in and said, I will find my own food. His sudden appearance startled Haley. You are already awake, the Dryad, seeing her talking nonsense, reminded from the side. 3 days to wake up, so you can't say already, Miss Haley. Afraid that Winter would think she was stingy and would not give him food, Haley offered a loaf of bread and explained, those words just now were because I am worried about the future. Here, you eat this. How can you find food in this demonically contaminated land? But he did not say much and asserted, I think I am better at it than you. That made Haley unhappily reiterate what she had just done to save him. What did you just say? You are planning to get contaminated with demonic energy and collapse again. Then who is going to purify you? Have you ever heard of the words inconvenience? Winter did not say much and said, hunting in the purified area is fine. The more Haley heard, the more she could not help but laugh mockingly. Hunting, you are going hunting. Hey, do you think we have not tried it? There is nothing but rats in here. What can you hunt? He even spoke up and challenged, try it, let me see what wonderful thing you can catch. And 1 hour later passed. Winter shot another duck. This time it was quite big. Haley, seeing this scene, could not believe it. He brought down 3 of them with that toy slingshot. Is that even allowed? The more she looked, the more the Dryad questioned himself. What have I and Miss Haley been doing all this time? Going back to 1 hour ago, no matter how much I laughed at him, Rykart was still diligently trimming the branches. At first, the posture of holding the slingshot was clumsy. After adjusting the force and direction a few times, he immediately brought back a menu for dinner at a shocking speed. The more he looked at Winter, the more satisfied he became. If there is a strong human, there is a lot he can do. Among humans, he seems very strong. Receiving the shot duck, the Dryad's eyes lit up and he asked again to confirm, are you really that weak human from before? Winter did not say much and asked about the next thing. What to do next, and the boy quickly continued to catch a few more to stock up on meat. This completely changed Rykart's once pitiful status. Then he started to direct, Haley, tomorrow, start purifying from that side. Haley did not understand why that area infected with demonic energy was the old path, why that place, it is the direction to Selbon, but Winter did not seem to care and replied. We have to open a road, with the minimum width enough for a carriage to pass through. She had to buy the ingredients to eat her favorite butter and flour, right, knowing that, she still had a reason not to do that. No, it can't be, if everyone knows I am still alive. I will have to go to the gallows. If I need anything, I will go buy it and come back. I can't make a road that everyone can come in and out of. Then she seriously reiterated the matter of the past once again. Reichardt, have not you forgotten already? Remember, I am the common enemy of 3 kingdoms, and someone who has died. Hearing these things, Winter was silent for a moment. Then he spoke up and asked directly the things that he had been wondering about for so long. I have something I want to ask. Why did you do such a thing? And what was coming was coming. This was the question that I thought one day Reichardt would ask. After I knew that he did not lose his memory, I knew what he wanted to ask. Why did you wipe out the Winter family when there was no feud? What is the reason for poisoning the king of the Holt Kingdom, even if the real Haley is a ghost? I wish she could be here and answer these questions. What I can do now is to convey the emotions of Haley that I have read. So based on the original story in the book, Haley gave a reason. Because your family is the archenemy of the Bendition Marquis family. The man I loved. Cyril wanted to become the heir to the family, however, because he was born out of wedlock, he was looked down upon by the family head and the retainers, to make him the heir. Haley decided to help him achieve a feat that no one had ever achieved. By defeating the Winter ducal family, the archenemy of the Bendition. Even though Haley did not want to die here, she had to. I do not want to die from being shot with a slingshot, but there is no other way. I can't describe the things that happened according to my own wishes, and the real Haley really loved that scumbag. What else can I say? Before she could say the reason. Winter seemed to have guessed the reason was Cyril Bendition. Then he asked some more things. What about Eugene Weidmarkt and Michelin? Did you love them too? The familiar names I had read in the novel, but there was something strange when Reichardt mentioned them. Even though Haley did not have the emotions of Haley in the original story, she still tried to answer. Eugene is a friend from the orphanage. I considered him as my only family. As for Michelin, I believed he was my true friend, like a soul residing in 2 bodies. This is Haley's feeling, not mine. Winter could not help but laugh the more he listened. Haha, family, friends, is not there something wrong? Those people not only captured her, put her on trial, sentenced her to hanging, but also threw her into the demonically contaminated area. Haley could not help but feel uncomfortable in the face of this ridicule. I understand now. No need to remind me. Winter did not care anymore and turned away. Scolding, what an idiot, not worthy of the title genius. If you remember everything, why are you pretending not to know? I thought you really had amnesia. In the face of this statement, Haley angrily explained the reason she had to do that. Then I want to live. What else? Because someone still has the burning intention to kill me. Even in a state of becoming half a corpse. Hearing this, he seemed to realize, that is right, there is that matter. After talking about her own matter, Haley was curious about Winter's matter. Then why did you pretend to have amnesia? You came here to kill me, but suddenly you were so kind. You even told me to leave and did not want to listen. In the end, he just calmly replied, to survive. Finishing his words, Winter released the stone in the slingshot. Shooting the bird sitting on the branch, I also just want to live, so that is why. In what way? Pretending to forget everything, then living happily next to the person you were planning to take revenge on. It is impossible, for me now, that is something I can't understand. But if you feel anxious as if you could die at any time, then I just want to say that no one will kill you here. Someone like me who is borrowing Haley's body probably does not have the right to say that, right? Seeing Haley constantly thinking about something made Winter suspect that she was remembering her old crushes. What is wrong? Do you still love him? Haley was troubled hearing this question. Love what? Who are you talking about? Him. First of all, I am not the real Haley, and I have never even talked to him once. Seeing that she did not answer, Winter thought that she was sure and sighed with sympathy. How pitiful. Seeing that hateful face of his made Haley panic. What? Then she quickly stopped him, wanting to explain. Wait, it seems you are misunderstanding something. Hey, but Winter did not stop to listen and reminded, don't pretend to be pitiful anymore. Just keep being an evil witch. That suits you better. Being told to be an evil witch made Haley furious. What? Are you pitying me now? Those things were not done by me. I said it was a misunderstanding. That night, when Haley was sitting by the fire, she was frustrated because no one believed her explanation from this morning. The situation is that no one believes my explanation. On the contrary, even the Dryad looked at her with pitiful eyes. The boy heard the story and immediately concluded, so that means Miss Haley was rejected by 3 people in a row and jumped off a cliff. Being misunderstood like that made her unhappily deny, no, nothing is right. But the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, so she did not want to explain any more. Well, think what you want, now there is something much more urgent. And that is that the Bellflower Root and Reichardt get along well. The Bellflower Root does farming, takes care of housework, Reichardt is good at hunting, and knows the way to the market. Then Haley realized a danger was approaching. If this keeps up, the useless person in the castle will be me. I wish I also had a skill related to life, or that my purification ability was more useful than it is now. While thinking, she heard some sounds. What was that just now? Looking up, she saw something that looked like a butterfly that was extremely strange, making Haley jump. As soon as she made eye contact with it, she was stunned and assessed. This thing, it looks like a normal moth, but with this size, it should be called a bird. I remember the people in the military camp told stories about seeing Tinkerbell before, green, but this one is brown. It seemed that this was not an opponent that she could face head-on. Thinking of the two solutions of fighting and running away, Haley chose to run away without hesitation. Then she quickly crawled to another room. It is a little cold, but I will probably have to sleep in another room. Seeing that she was planning to run, the butterfly also flew over, making Haley feel a chill down her spine and turn back. Then she saw that the butterfly had flown in front of her, making her have an ominous premonition, and never wrong like this. Because she was too scared, Haley loudly called out to the bellflower root. Hearing that call, the dryad quickly ran over. What is wrong, Miss Haley? Even Winter quickly arrived. What is wrong, Haley? Suddenly, she spoke up and called both of them. Bellflower root, Ricard, look at this. Seeing the butterfly wrapped in a circle, the boy was surprised. A moth. Miss Haley, did you catch it yourself? Haley quickly confirmed before that question. Yes, but more importantly, purify. As soon as she finished speaking, that area was quickly purified. After the encounter with that moth, my ability has developed greatly. Now, even without directly contacting the contaminated area, I can still absorb demonic energy and can purify a larger area in just one try. While Haley was walking around to purify demonic energy, the dryad ran over from somewhere and called, Miss Haley. Then he spoke up and ridiculed, don't tell me you have to shout some powerful words every time you absorb demonic energy. Seeing that she was being ridiculed like that made her embarrassed. So what? Shouting like that makes me feel like I am doing something really cool. Winter also came over and added, I did not expect you to care about things like formalities. Haley was even more confident at these words, but the really cool thing has not even started yet. If I extract the magic power stored in my body, I can control it like my own limbs. It looks very powerful, right? The dryad, seeing that scene, helplessly gave his feelings. Haley, do you know that you look exactly like a demon right now? While Winter only paid attention to the function that Haley's ability showed, this is a very flexible and useful ability. So he was curious and wanted to know some more things she could use. Do you have any other abilities? Haley happily looked around hearing that question. Besides this, there is an even more amazing ability. To use it, just as she found a spider on a tree, then she needed that thing. The dryad thought Haley wanted to act crazy and reminded, are you crazy? Now you even want to purify insects. She did not say much and quickly requested, ho, just look clearly. When passing through contaminated areas, you will often encounter creatures that have died because they have been invaded by demonic energy. They have lost all vitality, only knowing how to wander aimlessly as if they were soulless objects. The spider is also like that. It does not spin webs or hunt anymore. If I directly introduce concentrated demonic energy, the shell will thicken like the armor of crustaceans. The teeth will grow long like fangs. And it can be revived like this. So that spider quickly turned into a monster and sprayed silk into Winter's face. The dryad, witnessing the scene just now, collapsed. Miss Haley, are you really a demon lord? She denied without hesitation. No. But the boy did not seem to care much and exclaimed, you can even revive contaminated objects. I did not know you had that ability. Haley immediately reminded everyone hearing those words. It is not like that. I only accidentally discovered that when I used magic power to repel insects. Winter then took the spider silk off and asked her, can you do it with bears or wolves? What about humans? Hearing these words made Haley know, in theory, it is possible. Hearing that, he wanted her to experiment on him. Then try it on me. I will be more useful than insects. The body will be strengthened, and I can move in the contaminated area without worrying about dying. That way, I can go out to the market for us. Haley felt that everything was like a dream when she heard this. Wow, that sounds convenient. But then she realized the wrong point in this and refused. What, are you crazy? No matter how much we love advancement, we can't do that. Do you want to become a demon just to go to the market? The dryad also agreed with Haley. It is not like that. But Winter seemed very stubborn and thought, isn't it a good idea? But she did not feel that way. Good what? Are you protesting because I won't open a road for you? Even if your wish is to become a zombie, I will never put demonic energy into humans. Suddenly, the dryad had an idea. Then what about those who are ambiguous, not knowing if they are humans or not? Haley still did not understand what the boy meant. What do you mean? The dryad quickly told the object he was thinking of. I mean those contaminated people. If they are also demonized like that spider from before, would not they be revived instead of dying? Haley was enlightened hearing this idea. Oh, I did not expect there to be such a way of thinking, but it also makes sense. Winter immediately agreed with that. That is right. There are many humans and creatures in this forest who have died unjustly. If possible, would not this be a way to save them? Haley tried to resist the two of them. Wait, most of the people thrown into this forest are criminals that the clergy has recognized. If I accidentally transform a serial killer, who will bear the consequences? Winter gave a way to fix it without hesitation. If so, then I will take care of them, but she still could not accept it. But how can we distinguish who is wronged and who is not? Even if they are lucky enough to come back to life, they won't be considered humans anymore, being called demons, not to mention being resented by people. Is that lucky? We can't ask for their consent. What if they only want to die as humans? This will turn their lives into an irredeemable tragedy. What right do we have to decide for them? Winter also understood what Haley was worried about, but still had another thought. But still, what if they want to live, even in that way? She could not say anything hearing these words. Rykard, this guy, is he comparing himself to those people? Not wanting the two of them to have another conflict, the Dryad stood up to resolve it. Come on, stop, that is enough. What is the point of arguing about the uniqueness and dignity of humans? The important thing is that we still have to continue living in this forest from now on. First of all, the fact that Miss Haley's ability is improving is a good thing. Let us continue discussing the matter when we get back to the castle. Let us focus on finishing the purification first. Okay. Thanks to the Bellflower Root's mediation, that conversation ended, but doubt still lingered. Is it really true that people will want to continue living, even if they have to become demons? If that was true, then for those who were wronged, this could be a second chance. But at the same time, another certainty also arose. In the original story, it was this power that turned the Marron forest into the cradle of demons. Among the villains of the original story, the most terrifying and despicable demons had human forms. What if the real Haley chose the contaminated criminals and turned them into demons? Even those demons were free thanks to Haley's death. It will only lead to a terrible chaotic outcome. I have decided, this power absolutely cannot be used on humans. At that time I did not know. Just then, a zombie appeared. In less than an hour, it was that decision and belief. Seeing the zombie appear here, Winter stood up to fight. You too, step back. But Haley seemed to have seen something and stopped him. Wait, do not chop, Rykard, those zombies are the lumberjacks of Selbon. Before, when Haley entered the forest, these men had kindly reminded her, it is dangerous, so be careful and follow the path. It is very dangerous if you take the wrong path. Because there is an evil witch in the forest who will catch you. They were kind people who gave me herbs. Why are they here in this form? The lumberjacks who knew more than anyone about the dangers of the contaminated area. Why were they suddenly contaminated as a group? Something is strange. So she realized that something was wrong here. Rykard, something probably happened in Selbon. On the owner's side of the inn, when the guests arrived, the owner immediately greeted them. Welcome, do you want to stay or just have a meal? As soon as he arrived, Eugene asked, excuse me, I am looking for someone. There is someone in our clergy who is being chased. I heard they stopped by this place. The man has blonde hair, is tall, knows how to use a sword, and has an aristocratic aura. Have you seen someone like that recently? His aura was too intimidating, making the owner hesitant and not daring to reveal the customer's information. Sir, even though this is just a small inn in the countryside, I can't randomly reveal information about the guests without knowing the reason. Seeing that the owner would not reveal the information made Jenna angrily pull out her sword. How rude. Do you know who this gentleman is? He is Cardinal Eugene Weedmarked, one of the 5 pillars who serve God. Seeing that she was rude, Eugene immediately stopped her. Enough, Jenna, we came here to ask for help. I hope you are not scared. The person we are looking for is Rykard Winter, who is wanted by Neve. Because it is related to a dangerous matter, I can't say the details, we just need the information he has. After asking for the information, he quickly left. Jenna, walking next to him, ran over and asked suspiciously, Sir Eugene, can you trust the innkeeper's words? Maybe she is hiding Winter, but it seemed that he did not know whether it was right or not. Only a thorough interrogation will reveal it. She was taken aback hearing this. Yes, what do you mean by interrogation? Eugene turned to Jenna without hesitation and said, seal off the entire Selbon, anyone who has seen Winter and his companions. Don't miss even a small clue. If there is anything they are hiding, dig it out. She was worried that she would not be able to do this. Seal off the entire area. We need a legitimate reason. I am afraid the villagers will resist strongly, but he did not care about those things. Any reason is fine. Anyone who opposes will be brought directly into the contaminated area and dealt with on the spot. We can't let petty resistance hinder us. After receiving the order, she immediately ran off to do it. Going back before that, the owner had honestly recounted everything. In the forest, he was with a girl he happened to meet and save. That girl returned alone late at night, and he hurriedly followed after. After hearing this, Eugene asked about the girl who was with Winter. Do you remember what that girl looked like? He received the answer, yes, long black hair, a figure similar to mine. As soon as he heard this description, he immediately confirmed everything. There is no mistake. It must be Haley. I do not know why her red hair turned black, but Reichardt Winter is not the type of person who is idle enough to help others, but he rushed into the contaminated area deep inside so urgently, which shows that Haley is living somewhere in there. I heard they threw the iron cage down the ravine, but that is not enough to kill Haley. She must have survived and gone deep into the contaminated area. I just did not expect that she would not come to me for the past year. Maybe she misunderstood my feelings and harbored resentment, or maybe the situation is so bad that she can't come for help. Wait a little longer, Haley. When he was young in the orphanage, Eugene had asked Haley, Haley, if we grow up and leave the orphanage, will you still be friends with me forever? At that time, she only felt that it was a stupid question and replied, why are you saying such nonsense? Do you think I won't see you after leaving here? We are family. Family must be together forever. Only then can we always protect each other in all circumstances. After hearing that, he smiled assuredly, yes, I will also protect Haley. She asked again to confirm, really, then let us make rings with these pieces of wood and exchange them. Not ordinary toys, but real rings. As proof of the vow that we will always be together, let us live together like before, in this cold world, just like we could endure back then with only each other's warmth. Haley and Eugene, forever. 3 days after Selbon was sealed off, at the land near Marron Castle, Haley immediately realized the situation in Selbon. It seems something is happening in Selbon. I have to confirm the situation. Seeing those men locked in a cage made Winter worried. Are you planning to abandon these people and leave? You said they were kind to you, why not try to purify them? Even so, she was still hesitant. This is not for reckless experimentation. What if they die from careless purification? The important organs using magic power as an energy source may stop working, but I can't turn them into demons either. Winter seemed to understand those people's feelings. If I have to wander around like this, I would rather be a demon or die. But Haley still wanted to confirm what exactly was going on. I need to know what happened before I can decide. First, let us go to Selbon. Seeing that she wanted to leave immediately made the Dryad surprised. Go right now. Then he crossed his arms and shook his head. Oh, that temper, it takes at least 5 days to go from here. I have to take care of the crops, so it is better for the two of you to go. Before leaving, the boy did not forget to instruct, something must have happened, please be careful and return. The 3rd day after setting off to Selbon. Unlike last time, this time we saw a border of the contaminated area crowded with people. Winter noticed immediately, there, that is the clergy's flag. Haley heard that but could not see, so she wanted to sit up and look, but she was pressed down by him. Look and then lower yourself down. She really could not understand, why did the clergy come here? Are not temples more convenient? Why are they camping in this place? Winter did not seem to know what was going on. So he wanted to investigate. We will have to investigate to know. Let us wait until night and then act. Seeing that Haley was not following him made him confused. Haley, why are not you following and what are you doing there? When he turned back, he still saw her staring down there. Haley's eyes were staring down with surprise. I can't help but recognize it. Is it because I am in Haley's body? Suddenly, Winter remembered the words that Haley had said before. Eugene is a friend from the orphanage, the person I once considered my only family in this world. So he stood up and wanted to rush in, as expected. Let us rush in now. But he was stopped by Haley in a fluster. What, are you crazy? You were the one who said we had to wait until night. This time, he told the reason. If the leader here is the type who only knows how to leech off women, then everything will be different. But she could not let Winter take the danger alone, so she quickly stopped him. Calm down. Are you planning to abandon me again? If you wait, you have to lie down too. Just then, from a hill quite far away, I felt a clear gaze looking towards this side. Just as she looked over, Eugene had already spotted Haley. Realizing that she had been revealed, Haley jumped. Damn it, I have been revealed, so she turned around wanting to leave. We have to go back immediately. Seeing her panic made Winter confused. What is wrong suddenly? She quickly reminded. Don't you see him over there? Let us go quickly. Don't you know you can't reveal that I am still alive? Seeing her panic, Winter quickly calmed her down. Haley, calm down. But just then, someone below had discovered them. Haley, how is she still alive? Who is the man next to her? Hearing those sounds, Winter understood that he had been revealed and took her away. We have been revealed. Run, Haley. At that time, I could not help but laugh. I have clearly tried so hard to avoid him, so why is Eugene weedmarked in such a close place? Because the beginning of the original story was developed from The female lead's perspective, it was completely impossible to know Eugene's whereabouts before. It turns out that at this time, he had come to look for Haley here. Immediately, the others raised their bows. Shoot them, over there, shoot arrows. Fortunately, Winter had protected Haley safely. The others still did not let her go. That is a witch who uses evil magic. We absolutely can't let her live. Do not let them run into the contaminated area. Haley was really scared at this time. At this rate, we will be caught up. So she called out loudly, Ridgecard. Hearing his name made him confused. What? Suddenly, she pulled him back and requested, hold me and run. Winter did not hesitate and hugged Haley, holding her tightly. Then he quickly ran into the contaminated forest. As long as we get past this contaminated area, we can cut them off. Once we get there, no matter what method they use, they can't follow anymore. At that moment, when Ridgecard's feet were about to cross the border of the contaminated area, an impossible sound to ignore rang out. Just then, accusatory voices rang out. The innkeeper and the villagers of Selbon will be subject to the heretical judgment. Haley, it is all because of you. Those who seek profit by helping you, and you, who dare to resist the judgment of the clergy to choose this life, God will send judgment. Look. What price this woman had to pay for receiving your gold. The owner was tortured to the point of no longer looking like a person. That made Haley unable to understand. Why did this happen? She is just an innkeeper who is greedy for gold and likes to meddle in other people's business. The accusations still echoed. Haley, you are a disaster. Because of you, those fallen humans had to use death to atone for their sins. In the midst of that, Fatima signaled with her eyes, telling me to run away quickly. But a kind villager who had helped me so enthusiastically had fallen into this situation, making Haley unable to ignore it. I have tried so hard to live in seclusion all this time. So why did this happen just because of one trip out? To the point where I could not even hear what Eugene's assistant was saying. She resentfully requested, Ridgecard. Bring Fatima back here. The contamination from the forest had spread out, making those who wanted to chase and capture Haley panic. Go down the mountain now. Contamination, the contamination is spreading. The priest did not seem to believe that the contamination could spread, so she turned back to look. Don't say such foolish things. The contamination never expands or shrinks. After looking, she immediately confirmed one thing. Haley Marron is controlling the demonic energy, but how exactly? At the same time, Eugene rode his horse over, wanting to stop her. Wait, Haley, talk to me for a bit. The priest stopped him, seeing that her master wanted to rush into danger. Sir Eugene, but he did not listen and even said arrogantly, I know you are angry at me. Just for a moment is fine. I want to talk to you, please. But those earnest pleas only made Haley feel disgusted. Talk, how ridiculous. If you thought that way, then do not torture the owner. Those innocent uncles, do not turn them into those zombies. Just thinking about the things that Eugene had caused made her no longer have any good feelings towards him, so she bluntly cursed, you hypocritical bastard. How much was Haley hurt because of him? If it was for Haley, then Eugene would have had to give up the clergy. But it was because of him that Haley, who originally hated the clergy, did not dare to face them and had to run away. Yet he was no different from those bastards, standing up to testify that she was an evil person. He had said that he had to take away her magic so that she could not do evil anymore. The more Haley thought, the more she could not forgive the things Eugene had caused. Even if you are representatives of God, it has nothing to do with me, but if you act like this, then the story will be different. Even if this is just anger on behalf of Haley, I do not care. You have called me Haley Marron. If you dare to step over, I will kill you all. In the end, out of concern for the contamination spreading further, the Holy Night Squad released Fatima and left, in the 4 days without a place to live. I and Fatima returned to Marron Castle. She only knew how to cry and then cry again. Fatima only knew how to hold Haley tightly and cry pitifully. Thank you for saving me. I was so scared. I thought you were just a wandering girl, who knew you were such a terrible mage. Unable to stand her holding her like that, Haley handed her to Winter. Just a little further and we will be at our home. Once we get there, we can think about it slowly. What do you think, Ridgecard? Support her. Fatima did not seem to believe this was true and was extremely panicked. An evil mage and the heir of the Winter Duke. It feels like I suddenly got caught up in something terrible. Knowing that it was impossible for her to accept it easily, Haley helplessly spoke up. Well, let us just go back and talk about it. She will need time to accept the reality that changed in just one night. If I can soothe her wounds, I want to help with anything. Honestly, anything is fine. Time quickly passed to 3 days later at Marron Castle. As soon as she saw Marron Castle, Fatima could not hold back her joy and surprise. So now I will live here with everyone, right? From now on, we are a family, so I hope you will help me. Seeing that she just decided everything like that made Haley panic. Wait a moment. In her heart, she felt very helpless about this situation. I really did say I would help with anything, but this won't do. Thinking so, she asked again to confirm. What did you just say? Why are you living here? Fatima did not hide anything and immediately replied, in this situation, how can I go back to Selban? That cardinal is scary too. When he was looking for the mage, he even seemed determined not to give up. Haley was not sure about her decision to stay here, so she gave another solution. You can go to another area and start over. I will give you a few gold coins, you take them and go find work. But then she was bluntly told by Fatima, then what if I am discovered? I escaped from the Inquisition, I will definitely be executed if I am caught again. She did not expect that being discovered would cause such a fierce result, executed. Then she rambled on about a few things that she could do. Moreover, in such a big castle, do not you need someone to work? I heard that mage does not know how to do anything. The young master of the Duke's family is not good at anything besides hunting. I heard that the noble little spirit is about to overwork and die. The more Haley listened, the more helpless she felt. I also guessed that she heard these words from someone. Finally, both of them sat down and talked seriously. You are Fatima, right? Do you know how hard it is to live in secret, not being able to reveal your identity? Having to sneak around like a criminal. You still want to live here? Before Haley's sincere concern, Fatima quickly nodded and affirmed, yes, I am sincere. My house, my shop, my hometown, everything is gone. It is really scary to start over in a strange place, and I do not know what to do alone. She really sympathized with Fatima after hearing these things. Fatima, in her heart, she could not help but have some thoughts. I did not think about that. She really is someone who lives alone. But in Selban, there are at least neighbors next door. In short, she no longer cared about Haley's outside rumors. To be honest, I do not care much about worldly affairs, so I do not know clearly what kind of person you are. I only know that you are the benefactor who saved my life. Moreover, when you declared your territory at that time, it was so cool. Haley was confused hearing this. Declared my territory. Fatima could not help but quickly recount the words Haley said at that time. From here on out, this is my land. Whoever dares to invade will only have death waiting for them. She still could not believe that she had said these words. Did I really say that? Fatima looked at her with admiring eyes and assured her once again, you did say that. Haley still wanted to explain, it is because the contamination started from there. But Fatima did not listen and gave the conclusion, then you are the Lord, right? At the same time, the wild ducks that Winter had caught and released were very angry. They constantly attacked Fatima, but she did not care and even caught one to show off to Haley. Lord, look, Sir Richcard just caught a wild duck, it is laying eggs. She felt a little helpless seeing this scene and reminded, Fatima, you are making my pet duck too stressed, you know. Being reminded like that, Fatima did not pay much attention and happily said, I made the Lord's beloved duck stressed. But that duck kept cursing after seeing that she still did not leave. It did not take Fatima long to adapt to the life of the people in the territory. In the first few days, she still cried secretly at night, being a strong and hardworking person. Fatima quickly cheered up, and now, she has become an indispensable person in this castle. After cooking the food, Fatima quickly brought the prepared food to the table for everyone. Lord, little spirit, please enjoy the meal. It was the first time the Dryad had eaten such delicious food. He was really touched. Oh my, Fatima, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Do not go anywhere. Live here with us for life. Seeing the boy go back on his word even faster than crepes made Haley angry. Who was it who said they wanted to live with me for life? You traitor. But as soon as she ate it, she had the same wish as the Dryad. I hope that Fatima will live here forever, without going anywhere. Suddenly, Winter wondered about this contaminated forest while eating. Haley, about the history of the contaminated area, do you know anything? Being asked that really made Haley uncomfortable. Why are you talking about studying while eating? Naturally, why would I know? Seeing that she did not understand the importance of knowledge, he immediately gave a reason. As the Lord, it is good to know some basic knowledge, right? Before Haley could agree or not. Winter had already started to popularize the knowledge of this place. First of all, the first owner of Marron Castle was Marquis Marron. There are many different theories about his true identity. Some say he was a scholar immersed in magical studies, and some rumor he was the first dark mage who succeeded in summoning demons. Therefore, if only Marron is still alive in this contaminated area, then the towering castle, the lake, the forest, this ravine, all of this can be considered your territory. Hearing his announcement made Haley unable to believe it. Therefore, all of this vast ownerless land is all my territory. But then she jumped back, resisting that desire. Wait, how can that be? Are you trying to flatter me with sweet words to win me over? I am not the kind of person who is easily convinced. But as he said, before my eyes, I can temporarily acknowledge that this is my land, because no one wants to step into the contaminated area now, it is just abandoned land. But what if the three kingdoms know that I have purified this area, if this land located in the center of the three kingdoms becomes a place where humans can live? Then people from all over will flock here, competing, robbing, these playful words will no longer have any meaning. Winter agreed with the words that Haley had stated, that is right, because of that point, the three kingdoms do not easily approach this place. This made her have even more different thoughts. Thinking back, it was the same in the original story, the three kingdoms were like sworn enemies. Holt, Neve, Casnatura, these three kingdoms with equal power, even in the original story had constantly restrained each other and carried out countless secret plots. Now I understand why this place can still maintain its status as Marron's private land. Because if one side interferes, the other two sides will definitely get angry. Winter affirmed that what Haley thought was right, that is right, if we are not careful. It will lead to war. To avoid that, the three kingdoms have made a treaty. The contaminated area belongs to Marron, no one is allowed to claim ownership, the clergy has also stood up to notarize, so no side dares to break it first. Hearing this, she was confused about another thing. Wait, then why does the clergy dare to throw criminals into other people's land at will? Why not send them to meet God straight away to be done? With it, he immediately gave the external hypocritical reason, it is to maintain the facade of God loving all living things equally, as representatives of God. The clergy and the church cannot kill people themselves. The more she thought, the more she truly admired the thoughts of the people here. Wow, should I thank or curse them for this? But in reality, thanks to that illegal trash dumping custom, I have been able to survive until now. And also thanks to that strange help, now I have even picked up a title and territory. So Haley did not hesitate anymore and smiled smugly, that is right, I am also a Marquis now. The Dryad, seeing her face, spoke up and ridiculed, hey, what kind of Marquis does not even have a tenant? Farmer to farm for her, no maids, no soldiers either. Being said like that, she could not help but retort, what are you saying, you are my tenant farmer, are not you? The boy was shocked hearing that. Haley did not say much anymore and looked towards Winter assuredly, and he is a soldier, he did not seem to object to that and nodded. At the same time, Fatima stood up to clean the table and appointed herself, then I will be the cook, she did not refuse after hearing that and exclaimed, okay, Fatima is really ambitious. She now felt like she had become a real businesswoman. Even though the situation had not changed, she still felt that something was different, she felt very happy that there were only 4 people but there were so many things going on. It is like playing family, it is really fun, Haley agreed with what Fatima said after hearing that, playing family, although it is a bit hasty and patched up, but this. Everything, what am I? Seeing that she was not clear, Winter spoke up to help, announcing the family head, in the noble families of the past, when the family head passed away or resigned, the heir would gather all the subordinates and announce that he was the new family head. This is a traditional ritual, the older the family, the more they value this. Haley was happy after hearing the name for this event, it is called announcing the family head. Having been elected as the family head, Haley did not hesitate anymore and spoke up to lead, then I will say something important now, everyone listen carefully. Seeing that she wanted to announce something that seemed very important, Fatima excitedly cheered her on, go ahead, future lord, while the Dryad sitting next to her covered her face. Embarrassed for Haley, please, Miss Haley, are not you embarrassed? Hearing the boy criticize her like that made Haley unable to help but argue. Do you know where the title and land come from? You really do not know about worldly affairs. When the Dryad was silent, she cleared her throat and announced, ahem, listen here, in this land, the only person with the Marron surname is me, so, I am the only heir of this Marron line. Therefore, from today on. Soon it was early summer, Fatima practiced with the wild ducks every morning, move forward, not that way, move over here. Seeing that they did not listen, she threatened, whoever destroys the field will be caught and eaten. Haley, on the other hand, was drinking water while leisurely wondering. Why is it like this? Even if you train and shout enthusiastically, the ducks would not understand human language. Richcard was in charge of providing protein for the meal, while the Dryad was busy fixing the field that had been destroyed by the ducks. It seemed that the Dryad only focused on farming, so he was extremely happy. If you have entered our house, become a family, then you must repay us with full potato vines, you understand. Seeing the boy treat the potatoes like that made Haley feel like it was a Josian-era mother-in-law. While she just walked around and felt the atmosphere of this place. The wind was blowing gently, the sun was warm, and in my hand was a piece of bread, that is right, the bread made from the last of the flour. Now we have to choose, either go back to a poor, primitive monastic life. Or, despite the danger to peace, venture out to the market in the mortal world to buy things. So afterwards, all three chose to risk danger to get food, even though they lived like that. Haley's health was still too weak to keep up with the two of them. Huff huff, wait a moment. Winter seemed to be starving from the depletion of food, so he urged, hurry up, you are the only one among us who can withstand hunger and still live. Fatima was also very often updating the news about the surrounding countries recently. I heard that the atmosphere between Neve and Holt is extremely tense recently. That is why it is an opportunity, no matter what. I heard that the Neve border guards are arresting and imprisoning anyone from Holt. Thanks to that, the people of Holt do not dare to get close to that area. For us, the conflict with Holt is a good thing. The fewer people from Holt, the less likely it is that someone will recognize us. Haley reached out and grabbed her hand, affirming that is right, after all. I caused quite a commotion before. After the collision in Selborne last time, the Holt Kingdom had strengthened the control of the border of the contaminated area. Why? Because an evil witch has appeared in the Holt border village. According to Richcard, who went to scout the situation, the story about me has spread throughout Holt. A demon revived from death is invading the Holt Kingdom. The first to realize the revival of the witch Haley was the great Cardinal Eugene Weidmart. He led the knights to stop Haley's evil plan, but unfortunately, in the process, many Selborne villagers sacrificed themselves. They died without a whole body and are still wandering in the contaminated area. The story was told like that. In fact, the clergy only put on this show to bury the fact that they had directly killed the villagers, but who would believe the words of an evil witch? While walking, Winter heard the growl of a zombie, so he warned, Fatima, there are two corpses walking ahead, it seems they are not from Selborne. See if they have a familiar face to you. But when she saw the clothes on those zombies, Fatima confirmed, they are wearing clothes from over 100 years ago. They must be people from the previous generation of mages. So Winter did not hesitate anymore and drew his sword. Then even if they die now, it is considered a natural death. But he was stopped by Haley, who did not let him kill those people. Wait, I can exorcise them, do not harm them recklessly, even if they are people from 100 years ago, they might not be bad guys. Then Winter listened obediently and let her create a cage to lock those two zombies in and left together. I wish there was some way that could fall from the sky. When the three of them arrived at the border to enter the city, they were quickly stopped by the gate guard. You three in front, stop right there. What business do you have in Grandis? Do not tell me you are from the Holt Kingdom. Being asked that, Fatima quickly denied, no, we are just here to find someone. Our young lady's husband had an affair and ran away here with his lover. The young lady said she could not stand it, so she came to catch them in the act herself. Seeing Haley's beautiful and delicate face, the gate guard regretted, what, having a young and beautiful wife like this and still having an affair, what a shameless man. So pitiful for our young lady. While she was witnessing her acting, she secretly praised in her heart, Fatima's acting is amazing. Neve is extremely strict with the one-wife system. Taking advantage of that pride is the way that the female lead in the original story also used, and clearly, it has been verified to be very effective. The two people had finished the play and could pass, only Winter was left. Seeing him, everyone could immediately tell that he was a powerful aristocrat, while Then the gate guard spoke up and wondered, and, who is that man behind you? Haley knew that he would be asked about sooner or later, so she was troubled. See, I knew I would be asked. If any of us looks like an aristocrat, it is definitely not me but him. She wanted to make up some reason to explain, this person is, but suddenly, Winter put his hand on her shoulder. Then he tightly embraced Haley in his arms to prove that the two were very close under Fatima's justification, our young lady's lover, after confirming that her husband really had an affair. The young lady will immediately divorce and remarry him. She also eloquently explained why all three had to find Haley's ex-husband. Neve also has a one-wife system, right? In my country, you have to divorce first before you can remarry. Please let us in, we must confirm clearly. The more she listened, the more she could not believe that this could happen. What the hell, I did not expect this to happen. The plot is no different from a cheesy TV series. The gate guard was finally convinced and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Then he agreed to let the three of them in. That is right, if you want to remarry, you have to divorce first. Hey, open the gate, let them pass. Haley was astonished to see that the gate had been opened so easily. Opened, it is opened, and they let us pass just like that. The gate guard kindly wished the three of them, have a safe trip, remember to catch that husband back. Having entered inside, she did not care about the nonsense reasons that Fatima made up. Anyway, it is good to have gotten inside. After getting inside, she was extremely excited, amazing, we passed, just like the Lord's plan. Haley thought that Fatima had done very well, so she kept praising her. You did a great job, Fatima. Being praised made her shy and laugh it off. Hee hee, it is nothing. Well then, oh no, Lord, shall we go shopping? She agreed after hearing that. Okay, let us go. the bustling crowds, the lively atmosphere characteristic of a commercial city, Grandis, every street seems to be inviting you to spend money, bringing a familiar feeling as if you have returned home. The clanging of hammers from the forges, the sweet scent spreading throughout the street, the irresistible high-end dishes, and all kinds of food that you would never see in a remote mountain area. Before long, time had passed, and the sun had set. Being able to rest in a 5-star inn made Haley excited. A luxury inn, so great, the food is both delicious and expensive. I am really happy, ee. While lying in bed with a happy mood, Fatima wondered outside. Miss Haley, I can't see Richcard anywhere. Do you know where he is? She did not seem to know either and only knew that Winter had gone out, so she replied, he said he had something to do, so he went out for a while. He is really diligent. Just then, a scream rang out outside. Doctor, call a doctor here quickly, making Haley unable to rest comfortably because of her curiosity. Why is it so noisy outside? In front of the inn, there were 3 injured people lying on the ground calling for help. Someone's injured. Why are you all just standing there watching? Someone's about to die. Call a doctor. Those who stepped out from inside were curious after seeing this. What happened? Seeing that those people did not react, this person continued to tightly hold on to his wound and begged, what is wrong? Someone's injured. We were bitten by wolves. Please help us. I beg you. Anyone, please treat us. But what no one expected was that those injured people received stones and curses from the people around them. Get lost, you filthy poachers from Holt. No doctor in this Grandis has the time to treat thieves like you. That is right, just die in the mountains, become food for the wolves. Fatima, witnessing this scene, could not understand why the people here were so cruel. People are about to die. It is really cruel. Why do they hate the people of Holt so much? Haley did not seem to know the reason either and thought that it might be because the injured people below had committed some crime. It could be called reaping what you sow. I should not have stayed right in this place. In fact, I know clearly the reason why Neve hates Holt so much. Because this is the background of a story in the original story. In the border area of the Holt Kingdom bordering Neve, the border count in this place often buys the fur of the snow beasts on the Neve Mountains as a side income. Then one day, he was discovered having an affair and faced the risk of being divorced by his wife. Too afraid of being embarrassed, he hired hunters to catch many snow beasts that his wife loved to please her. Money flowed in like crazy. The hunters immediately crossed the border to Neve and became poachers. The number of snow beasts decreased sharply, forcing Neve to send an investigation team. And so, until now, all the people from the Holt Kingdom have been bound and interrogated. That border count who is like the enemy must be afraid of being beaten by his wife. Slaughtering the precious creatures of other people's country, how can they not be angry? How can they not be angry? Fatima could not believe that Haley could know so much. But Miss Haley, you have never left the castle even half a step, so how do you know so clearly? Being seen with admiring eyes made her smug. Even so, I must have a source of information. At the same time, the heartfelt pleas of the injured people rang out below. Please save us. Even wild boars can't be hunted, let alone wolves. The person who was tightly holding onto his leg could not help but feel ridiculous and gave evidence. Hide those wolf fangs dangling at your hips before talking. Fatima seemed to be a compassionate person, so she was very worried that no one would stand up to help. What to do? No one in the crowd is willing to help. If this keeps up, they will really die. But she was assured by Haley, don't worry. Because, that guy is about to appear. Just then, someone stepped forward and stopped the actions of those people with noble words. Stop. God also teaches that we must love even those who have sinned. Even if these people have committed a crime, we can't just leave them to die. I will help you go to treatment. Thank you, sir. Those who had been watching the injured people being scolded retorted. But sir, those are the ones who slaughtered the snow beasts, the treasures of our Neve kingdom. But he was answered without any leniency. I know, that is why everyone does not need to help. Just please allow me to take them back to the inn so that I can take care of their injuries. Please agree, everyone. Before this plea, those people did not know what to do. Fatima praised him for being kind after witnessing this scene, as expected of a person who serves God. Admirable character, if the clergy came to our village. I wish there was a priest like that, but she was refuted by Haley. He is not a real priest. She was shocked hearing his true identity. A killer. I know clearly who he is, Snow Beast Rango, the most brutal killer ever raised by the wolf pack. The poachers. There was a child who was abandoned when he was too young, to the point where he could not remember his parents' faces. That child was named Snow Beast Rango. He grew up in the arms of the white wolf pack and later became the most notorious killer in Neve. In the eyes of humans, that may be a barbaric life, but for Rango, the memory of roaming the snowy mountains with the wolf pack was the most beautiful childhood. Parents, siblings, friends, everyone was always by his side. The alpha wolf, who was no different from parents to Rango, was killed by humans. The hunter had mistaken Rango for a child kidnapped by wolves. The boy was pulled back into the human world. Even though he resisted fiercely, he soon realized one thing: he would never be able to return to the wolf pack. Finally, he hated humans. Rango also could not integrate into human society. He escaped into the underworld and became a killer with the name Rango. 10 years later, when he heard the news that the white wolf pack was massacred, Rango entered the Grandis region to take revenge, which is also a natural thing. But that was just a story in a novel. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. Rango, the one feared by the whole world, will then meet his female lead, then be saved, defeat the hunters, and receive the loyalty of the ferocious snow beast. While I am only staying here for one night, I will go back to my territory tomorrow. It has nothing to do with me. Clearly, it should be like that. But the next day, she ran into Rango, who greeted her. So you are the customer, the one who said you needed a list of those abandoned in the contaminated area. Seeing that it was him who was trading with her made Haley so shocked that she could not say anything. Why is he here? Moreover, why is he with me? But Winter, standing next to her, quickly said that he had requested it. It was I who requested it. If you kill the poachers, they will give you the list of those abandoned in the contaminated area. Rango gave the exchanged benefits without hesitation. That is right, but in return, you have to cooperate to eliminate all the poachers from Holt. I will get the list myself. After talking to him, he turned to Haley. Isn't it you who is looking for the innocent people who were abandoned in the contaminated area? This happened too quickly, making her unable to anticipate it. Ridgecard, I know you are in a hurry, but what should we do deciding this on your own, and also involving Rango? The decision to find the list of those abandoned was when we were on the way to Grandis. Even on that short journey, we had encountered countless contaminated people. If those zombie-like people were really innocent victims like the lumberjacks, then is it right to purify them? But what if they are really evil criminals? While hesitating like this, Ridgecard gave his opinion. A list of those abandoned, investigate who has been abandoned, and then decide whether to purify them or not. I also agreed with Ridgecard and said that I would find that list, but seeing that Haley still did not agree, Winter tried to persuade. This is originally something you have always been concerned about. It is convenient and good, is not it? We can save the pitiful snow beasts. She still wanted to explain something. No, that is not what I mean. We will focus on finding food here, and after we get back, we will continue to investigate. His involvement is completely not in the plan. Rango seemed to have thought of something. Then he pointed towards Winter and said bluntly, what is there to worry about? I heard he is your subordinate, right? Lend him to me to take care of those poachers. You can tell that he knows how to fight. Even so, Haley still had something difficult to say. Ridgecard, wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the situation was that Rango had unintentionally met the villain instead of the female lead first. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Haley wanted to persuade Fatima to go with her. Think about it again, it is better for Fatima to go with us after all. But she was bluntly rejected. No, because someone still needs to take care of the luggage. Then be careful on the road, Miss Haley. Seeing that Fatima was not following her made Haley shed tears of dejection. Fatima is my vitamin. So, except for Fatima, the three of us headed towards the habitat of the wolf pack before sunrise. Only then could we arrive on time. All three of them moved into the forest together. Afraid that Haley would be tired, Winter immediately taught the way to move so that she would be the least tired. If you are climbing a mountain for a long time, do not step lightly, put force on your ankles. Haley, if you want to climb a mountain for a long time, protecting your ankles is the most important thing. Hearing this advice, she obediently replied, okay, thank you. Seeing that Haley's expression was a little off, he seemed worried. You look a little tired, and received the reply from her, a little. I had a nightmare last night, so I did not sleep well. In the dream, everyone was gathered in one place, except for the female lead who could not be seen anywhere. Even Rango joined in, surrounding her and blaming her. Rango, walking ahead, was displeased seeing Haley following so slowly and complained, all you do is talk nonsense like in a nightmare. You are only at the foot of the mountain and you are already complaining. It is really troublesome. You only needed to lend me your subordinate from the beginning. Why did you have to follow all the way here? Knowing that, she followed also because she was afraid that both of them would cause some trouble together, because if she let the two of them go alone, she did not know what would happen. Also not knowing what reason to explain, she cleared her throat. Ahem, anyway, I am the team leader. I have to lead the group. What is written in that list? Hearing the question, he did not get angry and replied, there is the name, crime, evidence, place abandoned, and the signature of the manager. Unexpectedly, everything was surprisingly detailed. It is really detailed. In her heart, she still felt guilty as if she had stolen the female lead's opportunity, but honestly, how often can such an opportunity come again? The opportunity to receive a list of those who were contaminated by saving Rango instead of the female lead, so after deciding, Haley quickly spoke up to confirm. Okay, I will cooperate seriously, now tell me your plan. Even if you deal with all the poachers in the mountain, there is no guarantee that Holt will continue to send people. Suddenly, Rango's face darkened, and he gave a threatening smile, then we have to make them terrified. Haley felt that it was not very feasible hearing that. How? He did not say much and gave an extremely brutal method, skin them and send them to their families. And that is it. Hearing that this method was too barbaric made her unable to accept it. Hey, that is too cruel. Rango explained the reason why he would do that. They captured my family, skinned them, and sold them for money. Then what is the difference? But even knowing that, Haley still wanted to say something more. Even so, she was warned by him with eyes full of murderous intent. Too noisy. If you want to lecture, then get lost quickly. Faced with this look, Haley was quickly intimidated and silenced. What a scary look. In her heart, she was secretly relieved. It is fortunate that Ridgecard is stronger than Rango. After walking a little further, Haley became more and more tired like a dog. She hugged a tree and panted for breath. Why is it so tiring? In the Marron territory full of demonic energy, I can climb mountains like this every day. Seeing that she was still trying to persevere and reach the place as planned really made Rango look at her with different eyes. Wow, you are pretty good after all. I thought you would give up halfway and cancel the request. To follow us all the way here is amazing, guest. Even though she received praise, the price she paid was too great, so Haley did not have much energy. Thank you for the praise. Rango quickly became arrogant before these words. I am not a stingy man with praise. Then he looked in one direction and pointed out, the poachers mainly come from the other side, closest to the Holt border, and on the other side of the valley. There is also a road where the medicine pickers often stand. This made Haley hard to believe. In this vast mountain, how can you block all those poachers alone? But it seemed that Rango could not do that either. How can I block them? I am not a werewolf. If I try and it does not work, then I plan to kill that Holt border count scumbag. Since he is a noble, the reward must be quite a bit, but what can I do? Her face quickly paled, and she reassessed the reward amount. The reward is not just a little, it will be a lot. In reality, one person would not be strong enough. Because the female lead in the original story met the heavily injured Rango as soon as she arrived in Grandis, in the process of treatment, our female lead heard the story about the snow beast. In fact, she was a member of the investigation team sent by the Holt King, Michelin. When the two kingdoms were on the verge of war because of the poachers, she was sent to resolve that issue. Thanks to meeting Rango, the female lead found the cause of the war. She successfully brought the philandering border count before a court jointly presided over by the two kingdoms. In the end, the snow beast was chosen as a symbol of reconciliation between the two kingdoms and was designated as a species that needed to be protected. After that incident, Rango changed from evil to good, becoming a true priest of the clergy. He wanted to do something for the female lead, so he volunteered to be a servant. But in order to serve the tragic development of the work, he became a supporting character who sacrificed and died. In fact, no matter what ending this guy has, my principle is not to let him get involved with the female lead, since we have already cooperated. Let us try to take action this time. Because of that decision, Haley decided to reach out to help and talk about Winter. Ridgecard, can you capture two poachers alive and bring them here? Remember not to injure them too much, and they can't be too old or too young. Receiving this request, he replied calmly, that is not difficult. But in return, you have to stay here, do not go anywhere, protect her well so that my master does not have any problems. Seeing her safety handed over to Rango made Haley a little helpless. Entrusting the protection to a killer really does not have any tact at all. Thinking about it, she is leaving herself alone with this dangerous guy. Thinking of this made her face quickly pale. Rango still did not understand the reason why Haley had asked Winter to do that, so he wondered, hey guest, why are you asking to capture the poachers alive? They are not afraid of being intimidated. As long as they get a mature snow beast skin, it is enough for them to live comfortably for 3 years. She still wanted to explain, isn't life more important than money? But Rango did not think that was always true, that is only temporary. Standing before someone who was not on the same frequency, Haley was made helpless. This guy, he is keeping his identity a secret, but he is constantly hinting at revealing other people's plans. In the end, she could not persuade him any further, so she said everything bluntly, just shut up, just watch is fine. Anyway, if we fail, you have probably already planned to kill us all. Seeing that Haley was talking so clearly made Rango realize that she knew everything about him. You know something about me. I thought you were just a useless young lady. Or were you sent from above? You do not look like someone from the clergy, so you must be some aristocrat. Being praised as looking like an aristocrat made Haley unable to help but smile happily. Do I look like an aristocrat in your eyes? Have I revealed my flaws so soon after receiving the title? Just as she finished speaking, he attacked and sliced the hat on her head in half, exposing her. Then you are wearing such a humorous hat, what else can you be if not an aristocrat? Being threatened like that made Haley unable to sit still. Look at this guy. Saying he would help me but is turning around to threaten me, Snow Beast Rango. Suddenly, Rango's eyes darkened. When he saw the demonic energy pouring out from Haley's body, he confirmed, I know everything about you, Rango. Being in front of the demonic energy and his identity being discovered made Rango panic. What is this? The fact that she knew his identity so clearly was already suspicious. It was really creepy. He could not let himself be caught up. After calming himself down, he stood up arrogantly and disregarded it. So what, if you know so much about me? She should not have let her subordinate separate so far. Finishing his words, Rango wanted to take action. But he was completely suppressed by the demonic energy on Haley's body, while she only had to leisurely look at her hat that had fallen on the ground. My hat. Haley seemed to find it a bit ridiculous, a killer who does not assassinate but threatens people. In the end, faced with this demonic energy, Rango could only surrender like a dog. Okay, I surrender, so please put it away. And now the ranking was clear. Receiving an easy victory in the battle just now made Haley even more smug than ever. That is why I said, who are you messing with? While the hunters were trembling in fear, we were enjoying a camping trip in the mountains. Richcard had captured and brought back 2 poachers according to my order. Seeing those hunters being brought over, Rango put on an expression as if he wanted to eat them alive. Oh, so clever, daring to use the cubs to lure the mother wolves. Are you still worthy of being human? Look at the wolf cubs covered in blood dying on the ground. Haley could not help but feel sorry. This wolf cub has not been dead for long, and its leg is even broken. If it was tied to that broken leg and carried around everywhere, how much pain would it have to endure? It must have cried out for its mother in despair. The wolf pack could not leave the poachers because they heard the cub calling for help. Finally, Rango discovered the plan of these hunters. I was still wondering how you trash could capture such intelligent wolves, so you were targeting the cubs because it is difficult to track the adults. Seeing that they were captured by these people, the hunters asked in fear, who are you people anyway? His words were extremely low at this time. If the wolf cubs die, you will stuff them and make them into mementos, and if they live, you will capture them to raise or sell, right? Those hunters still did not know what was up and wanted to clarify Rango's identity. Who exactly did you receive orders from that you dare to do this to us? He did not hide his true identity and introduced. Snow Beast Rango. The remaining human of the wolves you killed. After introducing himself, Rango picked up his sword and lifted one person up, wanting to stab down to finish him off. But his hand was tightly grabbed by Winter. And stopped him before things got worse. Wait. Being stopped like this, he struggled. Let go, these bastards deserve to die. He wanted to clarify everything. But he also knew that killing them in this way was not the best solution. Even so, Rango still did not care completely and cancelled the previous request. So what? Okay, then I will cancel the request. I was wrong. I will live in seclusion here, making hunting these bastards my hobby for life. Oh, that is right. I will capture their whole families, break their legs and drag them around everywhere. That is fair, right? The situation had become a mess. Rango was growling in anger. It seemed that Haley could not bear it anymore and stopped him. Enough, Rango. I said I have my own plan, so let us try it. He did not believe in the ridiculous plan she came up with. What plan? You are just like them. Haley did not want to say much to explain, so she scolded, too talkative. See how the big sister takes care of it. Then Haley stepped forward and started negotiating. Do you guys want to live? There is only one way. What way? The hunters asked curiously. She created a ball of demonic energy without hesitation and requested, it is very simple, among you, just one person needs to eat this, then I will spare your lives. Now, who wants to survive and return? Standing before that warning made the hunters turn pale and beg in fear. I still have a wife and children at home, my children are still young, if I die like this, they won't be able to remember their father's face. The hunter next to him denied all those words, all blatant lies. He was abandoned by his wife, he lives alone. Moreover, my mother is seriously ill. If I do not return, she won't have anyone to rely on. Haley was curious after hearing that. Is that so? Your mother is seriously ill? That hunter frantically affirmed. Yes. So she spoke up and made a request. Then you have to go home quickly, Richcard, release him. Then Winter did as she said and cut the rope on the hunter's hands. Okay. Haley's expression was extremely threatening as she instructed. Go back to Holt immediately. The one who instructed you to poach is the border count of Holt. Right, because of you, it has become like this. Go back and beg him to treat you. Then a scream that shook the sky rang out. Haley did not want to wait, so she asked the remaining hunter, how long does it take to get home? he judged based on the speed of the old hunter. If he goes at that speed, it will probably take 1 or 2 days. With that speed, it will probably take 1 day. After saying that, the hunter fearfully questioned her. What did you give him to drink? Is it contamination? No. Is it demonic energy? Haley teased him after seeing that he knew that the thing she had just given the old hunter to swallow was demonic energy. You know it. Do you know what will happen if you are infused with demonic energy? Knowing the consequences of swallowing demonic energy made him loudly question those present. Who exactly are you people? What did you just do? If he goes home and goes crazy and attacks others, what will happen? She did not say much and told the hunter the exact purpose of herself. That is my purpose. The hunter did not expect that after hearing that. What? After saying everything, Haley took out some gold to buy the mouse for the hunter to follow her plan. Now you go and say that the guy who ran earlier was planning to sneakily hunt snow beasts, but was invaded by demonic energy. Say that the contaminated area is spreading to the grandest mountain range. Here, this is your pay. Say that, if you get close, everyone will turn into someone who has been infected. He did not understand why she had to do this much before this plan. Why? Again, Haley did not want to say much and gave a threatening smile. If you do not report the news properly, that scary killer will appear and behead you. That hunter still wanted to know her true identity until the end. Why? Why are you causing this? Who exactly are you? Hearing him ask about her identity, she put on a dazed expression. Me. Then confidently introduced herself to him, Marquis Marron. After receiving the instructions and a pile of money for being a mouse, that hunter finally ran off to report the news. Seeing that she had resolved everything perfectly, Haley turned to look at Rango, who was stunned, and asked, "That is enough, right, Rango?" Time quickly passed to a few days later. We stayed for a few more days at the Grandis Inn, because I needed to confirm if the poachers I had released were doing a good job. And then, Rango was scared of Haley from then on and hid behind Winter for safety. That scary woman, that terrible woman, being alienated like that made her a little annoyed and shout loudly, "Hey, eat your food." Perhaps it was because my threats were too effective. Even Rango did not dare to get close to me, because he was so scared. He constantly guarded against the words and actions that she said. "Why are you paying attention to my meal? Could it be that you have put demonic energy in the food too?" Being misunderstood like that made her very uncomfortable and explain, "I would not do that. I have explained it already. When the second poacher went back, I attached more demonic energy to him. The first one only needs 1 or 2 days to be contaminated and lose all reason. The second one will probably take twice as long. Let the rumor spread as it is." Because this matter was related to demonic energy, the border count of Holt had to report it to the clergy. At that time, everyone naturally knew that this was a case related to poaching, and they would be brought to trial. Poaching is a serious crime. Because of poaching, Neve and Holt are in a state of almost being at war. You know that, since there were holy knights here, what kingdom would dare to send troops? Even the poachers would not dare to get close. What snow beasts? I can't even hunt rabbits. After explaining for a while, Rango had understood everything and exclaimed, "Ah, so that is how it is." Seeing that everything had succeeded made Haley dejectedly sigh tiredly. If this plan succeeds, the only one who will suffer is me, the one who can't set foot in Grandis anymore. Damn it, I was not planning to live a virtuous life anyway. At the same time, Fatima brought in the food she had bought and reported what she had just seen. "Lord, the Holt border count just sent an envoy to Grandis. They said they had reported the contamination spreading to the mountains to the clergy, and they were requesting support." Haley could not help but be curious about the response of the Lord here after hearing this news. How did the Grandis Lord respond? She quickly recounted what the Lord had said. He replied with "Go to hell." She could only exclaim after hearing that, how hot-tempered. The words of the Grandis Lord can be understood like this: if you want to cooperate, then first confess to the poaching, that bastard. Now the Holt border count won't be able to move easily. It can be considered that the task has been completed up to this point. As for what happens later, it has nothing to do with me, whether the two countries go to war, or the Holy Knight Squad comes to dispatch troops. Haley saw that the thing she had traded for had been resolved, so she requested Rango, "Hey, go find the list and bring it here. If you do not keep your promise, you will also turn into those poachers." Before this threat, he pondered for a moment and then affirmed, "I keep my promise, just wait." From that day on, time gradually passed. That very night, Rango brought back the information about the people that Haley needed. "Here, take it." Seeing the documents brought back so quickly made her very surprised. "What, did you get it back so quickly? Tell the truth, did you have it ready from the beginning, or is the guard team of the clergy so lax to that extent?" Faced with this suspicion, he quickly retorted with an extremely confident attitude, "It is not like that. Do you think it is easy to infiltrate the clergy? It is all thanks to my outstanding ability. And since the trade had been successful, Haley did not bother to interrogate any further. All right. A good trade, Rango. While saying that, she reached out her hand. Seeing the hand reaching towards him, he quickly backed away in fear to keep a safe distance. Are you planning to kill me too? It was just to shut your mouth, right? What a scary woman. Seeing him act so useless made Haley angry. That guy is really... If my true identity is exposed, then I am done for too, and so are you, Rango. You were also planning to kill me to shut my mouth. Rango still wanted to explain his true motive. No, I was only planning to sneakily follow, but he was unhappily requested by her. Get lost. Being chased away like that, he did not bother to stay and quickly left. Damn it, if I go, I go. Seeing him walk not like a killer at all made Haley surprised. He is going through the door. A killer should climb through the window. That guy does not know what romance is. The work with Rango had also ended. We had a large, sturdy carriage, and all kinds of food to make life more prosperous. After the work ended, we also left Grandis. 3 days later, in the kitchen of Marron Castle, the Dryad was moved to tears seeing so much food and meat brought back. It is fortunate that we are alive now. After the rain comes sunshine. This saying must be used at this time. Fatima was reorganizing the things in the kitchen and I was happy to see the spirit happy. Haley had also bought a lot of clothes to show off, making the boy dazzled. But, Miss Haley, what is with that appearance? Why are you wearing that clownish outfit? The outfit that she thought was beautiful was considered clownish in other people's eyes, making Haley uncomfortable. Clownish? You sound just like Rango. What is wrong with this outfit? Fatima chose it for me. It is beautiful. But the Dryad did not feel that way. What is beautiful? When I first saw it, I thought a demon doll had stepped down from the carriage. Being called a demon made her heart go cold with hurt. Demon, you dare to call me a demon? I am hurt. So you think you are a cute spirit? Are not you just a Dryad who is addicted to meat and has fallen from grace? Fatima was afraid that Haley would be sad because of these words, so she whispered to the Dryad, come on, praise her. She worked hard to change her clothes so that the spirit could see a more beautiful appearance. By the way, we also have to let Katkin see a different charm. Even so, the boy still could not ponder the beauty. Is that called a beautiful appearance according to human standards? The words that the two of them whispered to each other only made her even more hurt. I heard everything you guys are whispering. Winter was helping bring the food from the carriage and saw that Haley was blocking the way, so he requested, Haley, if you are only blocking the way in the kitchen, then please carry some sugar. Being requested like that, she insisted on not doing it. The Lord is hurt and sad, so there is no motivation to work. He wanted to beg her more to make her work. Haley, come on, wait, where are you going? But Haley insisted on not working and quickly ran off. How dare you make the Lord work? Returning to her room, Haley sat down and sighed. Hayes, even though I am using it as an excuse to escape, saying that I am sad is not completely a lie, because the list of those exiled to the contaminated area is earlier than I thought. The list is prepared, but honestly, I am not very confident. Can I bring those people who have been contaminated back intact? The human body is very delicate. Just a slight mistake can lead to biological death, or turn into a demon like that spider back then. I felt the weight of responsibility and fear pressing down. Afraid that she would cause a regrettable mistake, Haley decided to try it on her own body first. I will extract the threads of demonic energy. Using my own body to practice, for some reason, the demonic energy is completely harmless to Haley's body. It was very difficult at first. If I did not concentrate, they would easily break or scatter, so I failed repeatedly many times. But then my stubbornness arose. I persevered in trying again and again, to the point where I could create a long black line, long enough to circle around the large blood vessels and return to me. This time, try creating many small and long threads. Imagine them like branches that are stretching out, so that I can control them freely like my own limbs. From that day on, thanks to focusing on purifying demonic energy to the point of nosebleeds, I could control demonic energy more finely than before. One morning, Fatima saw Haley going out and wondered, Lord, where are you going again? To that question, she only quickly replied curtly, going to purify demonic energy. The Dryad saw her running out again and quickly asked, why do you look like you are being chased by someone these days? If you do that, you will collapse. But she did not seem to care much and retorted, no, I will be back soon. Time passed like this. Summer had arrived. The crops that Katkin had worked hard to take care of had started to bear fruit. Haley had put on her outfit and smiled as she set off. It is time to depart. Richcard, let us go to Selban. A few months ago, Grandis after Haley left. The priest following Eugene was angry after hearing the information that the country's precious animals were being hunted. How can there be such a thing? Poaching is a serious crime. How dare a person like that border count touch the protected animals of another country? What a despicable person, Sir Eugene. If a war breaks out because of that and countless people die, what should we do? The old priest concluded what needed to be done at present after listening. That is why the clergy is intervening under the guise of investigating the contaminated area. They hope the punishment of these poachers will be overlooked. After listening, Eugene seriously instructed everything, announce immediately that the clergy will stand up and investigate this matter. In addition, bring the border count, who is behind the poachers, before the court. At the same time, declare the entire surrounding mountain forest, including the habitat of the wild animals, to be a restricted area. What about those people? What exactly happened to them? I mean those poachers who saw the demonic energy spreading. The old priest, hearing about those who were infected with demonic energy, recounted, I have not reported this matter. They are. The first one was completely contaminated as soon as he returned. He tried to attack others but was killed by soldiers. As for the second one, the one who went to Holt to file a complaint, he was arrested and brought back here. He is currently being held in our clergy district. Hearing that the person infected with demonic energy still had his mind, Eugene wanted to meet him in person. I have to meet him. The old priest did not object after hearing that. Yes, I understand. He clenched his fists and secretly judged. This matter is related to Haley. It is them. They must have been in contact with Haley. Now I will soon know Haley's whereabouts. After meeting Haley in Selbon, Eugene had been waiting for her there all along. But even though he waited, Haley never returned to Selbon. I can't forget it. Haley's contemptuous face before turning away, that cold and ruthless look. I wanted to say that it was just a misunderstanding. In the past, I only wanted to save you. My joining the clergy, becoming a cardinal, was only to protect you. But why? Why are you there with Richcard Winter? The two of you were side by side, as close as blood brothers. The more he thought, the more resentful Eugene became. Richcard Winter was originally someone who hated Haley, a beast who only lived for revenge. So how did it turn out like that? While he was immersed in hatred, the priest next to him called out, Sir Eugene. An urgent message has been sent from the direction of Neve, the area near the Holt border. The border count in Holt reported that it seemed that the demonic energy had spread, surpassing the border, and even reaching the grandest mountain range. Therefore he was worried. So he reported the news. In other words, Neve had been silent, but Holt was worried about the damage to other countries, so they took the initiative to ask for help first. It was indeed somewhat suspicious, but the demonic energy spreading in the contaminated area was a fatal problem for all the border areas. Eugene was shocked after hearing the information about the demonic energy spreading. Wait, the demonic energy in the contaminated area has spread. In history, that has never happened, not even once, except for the encounter with Haley in Selbon not long ago. From here, he immediately had a judgment. Haley is in Grandis. With that thought, Eugene decided to set off to Grandis, to supervise Selbon. I will leave 2 holy knights and 12 soldiers, you take care of the rest. After he arrived, he was greeted by someone from the church. Sir Eugene, this way. Yes, thank you. Rango was also in the church, so he knew the situation around him. Everything is really happening as that woman said. That border count was brought to trial. The snow beast's habitat was sealed off as a restricted area. Really, those sluggish clergymen are surprisingly fast. Even so, by now, I can probably only find corpses. Luckily, I just came out of the Grandis clergy prison after killing all the trash in there. Before Haley went back, she had made a request with him. If the clergy manages to capture the second poacher before he dies from contamination, then at that time, Rango, you must protect the identity of the client to the end. Seeing that he had resolved all the things he had been assigned to do, Rango currently did not know where he should go. Where should I go now? This time, I will consider it as going on a tour. I remember hearing that there is an inn in Holt that sells amazing food. Where is that place? While trying to remember the location, he was happy that he had remembered. I remember now, in a mountain village. It is called Selbon Village, and Haley and Winter are also on their way to Selbon. The contaminated area is very large. There are countless people contaminated there. In such a place, what is the probability of meeting those who are constantly moving? Therefore, we will only limit the search to the area around Selbon for exactly 10 days. While walking, Haley saw the kind people who had helped her before. Oh. You guys are still here. Thankfully, the woodcutters were still in the same place where we last met. Winter also did not expect to meet them again like this. How fortunate. It has been 3 months since the last time we met. I did not expect anything. She seemed to see something strange. So they were wandering around in this place forever. What reason do they have to cling to this place near the logging area? This is the border of the contaminated area. Just climbing a little further, there is a hill overlooking Selbon. Maybe even though they have been contaminated, they still remember their hometown. Standing before the first humans who were about to be purified made Haley a little nervous, so she reassured herself, don't be nervous, I have practiced enough, I am ready now. They will definitely be purified, so she looked up and smiled to greet those zombies. Long time no see, uncles, I am a little late, right? During this time I have been pondering a lot about whether I should purify you or not. My motto was originally to live as if I am already dead. But the more I thought, the more I could not stand you being abandoned like this. You told me to be careful, right? If you had not treated me kindly that day, things would not have turned out like this. So, let me help you. So Haley reached out and touched the zombie she wanted to purify. Immediately, a bright light appeared. It is okay now. Bringing those contaminated people back to their original form was a difficult and arduous task, having to pull all the demonic energy out of their bodies, without leaving a single drop. She also had to be careful not to damage any part. After repeating the process 3 times, I finally succeeded in bringing them back to normal. After completely returning to human form, they really could not believe it. I can't believe it. Miller, have you come back too? How lucky, really. Seeing that the 3 of them had finally returned to being human made them unable to hold back their tears of happiness. Thank you, really thank you so much. I have never experienced anything so scary in my life. Seeing that the 3 of them had finally returned to being human with her help really made Haley feel moved to death. I really succeeded, no one was left out. Everyone was brought back. So many months of worrying seemed to have been rewarded. The joy surged up, making my eyes almost tear up. But that feeling of emotion did not last long. The woodcutters insisted on repaying her, causing the argument to continue. Because she did not want them to keep following her and demanding to repay her, Haley vehemently refused. Hey, I said it is not needed, why are you still like this? But those woodcutters were people who repay gratitude, so they were determined to repay her. How can we let our life-saving benefactor leave empty-handed like this? Haley was being followed like that and became helpless and stopped them. Why are you bringing out the law at this time? If it were not for her, we would have all died a long time ago. Even if we have nothing, we want to offer everything. Please come to my house. There are gold bars that my wife has saved under the kitchen floor, but she really did not want to receive them. I also have a lot of money. Right, rich card. Being called, Winter spoke up and replied assuredly, Haley has nothing but money, uncle. The uncle thought of another way after hearing that. How about I give the house papers to the lady? She still insisted on not receiving them. It is not needed. How expensive is the house in Selbon? Enough, enough. Now we have nothing else to do. Just help me get past the contaminated area. Understand? All 3 of them heard these words and looked at Haley with touched and grateful eyes. Miss. Then the 3 of them thought about it again and still felt that it was too little. We really can't. At least let us treat you to a meal. Haley only knew how to be helpless to the point of screaming at this time. I said it is not needed. If the Selbon villagers saw this, it would not be good for her. Before dawn, we were planning to take you back quickly and leave. But they encountered an unexpected situation. What is this? Why is it like this? The houses are all empty. What exactly happened? Winter also did not know what was happening, so he opened the door to a house to investigate. Let us try to go in and see. This house still has someone taking care of it recently. It is not completely abandoned. Haley could not understand why there was no one in this village. Then where did everyone disappear to in the night? Could it be that they are locked in the temple? Is the Inquisition still ongoing? But he did not think that could happen. No, that cardinal probably does not have that much time. But the atmosphere in the village was even more terrifying than that. I will go see what is going on first. Everyone, please hide nearby. I will be back quickly. With this many people constantly walking around, they will definitely be caught in the clergy's eyes. We have to leave this village immediately. But just as he turned back to the entrance of the village, he heard Winter scream requesting, Haley, run quickly, making Haley unable to react. What is wrong? Why are you back so soon? He ran while loudly requesting, run quickly into the contaminated area. Seeing that his whole body was filthy and he was running with all his might made her scared. Why are you running at full speed? That is so scary. Moreover, there was blood on his face. What blood is that? Winter did not have time to explain, so he grabbed Haley's hand and pulled her into the contaminated area. This blood is not mine. Something strange is happening in Selbon. It seems the clergy is involved. She still did not know what exactly had happened. What strange thing? Winter had managed to explain in time. A holy knight has turned into a monster. So the villagers are all locked in the temple. The fact that a holy knight blessed by God turned into a monster is an act of disrespect, so they have to hide it. Haley felt that everything was crazy after hearing everything. Are you crazy? If the holy knights can't stop it, then the villagers will be sacrificed, right? Then what about that monster? Are the soldiers of the clergy enough? He knew a little information, so he replied, it bit its fellow holy knight to death, absorbed its power, and became even stronger. I already beheaded it. Everyone in the church saw that. Run away quickly. Haley could only exclaim and complain to the heavens after hearing everything. Oh my god, my life is so hard. But you must have killed it, right? Winter seemed to assure her. It is probably dead, I almost cut its neck in half. She reminded him after hearing that. Then what is that thing that is chasing us? Currently, there was a holy knight infected with demonic energy chasing after those woodcutter uncles, making those uncles so scared that they cried all their tears out. Winter's face paled after seeing that it was still alive. Why is it still alive? Being asked that, Haley despondently retorted, how would I know? You said you killed it already. So he ran up without hesitation, wanting to stop the contaminated holy knight again. Everyone, follow Haley and run into the contaminated area. Hearing this instruction, the uncle quickly replied, yes, yes, Sir Knight. When it stopped, it used its hands to neatly connect its own neck, making Winter jump. Its neck has been reconnected. It really is a monster. If so, then we have to find another way. Before that, slice its head off again. When she saw its neck being sliced off one more time, for some reason, Haley did not run but stopped to cheer. Good job, teammate. Making Winter sweat and scold, I told you to run far away. It was impossible to say much to her anymore. When it lost its head, it still tried to swing its sword up. Okay, if it is not the head. Winter rushed over and caught a sword slice. Then knocked the sword away. Then aimed for its chest and stabbed down. Just as he stabbed in, it was quickly defeated. The light from its eyes gradually weakened. Then maybe the heart is the answer. Then it was completely extinguished. Haley came over to observe after seeing that it had been destroyed. Winter asked before her, what is wrong? Haley, it feels familiar, right? She quickly received a confirmation, that is right. There was demonic energy hiding in its heart. Compared to only residing in the human body, this amount of demonic energy was too much. And that was the heart of a holy knight, a place that should have contained divine power. Divine power is an innate power, it has been there since birth. That is why the clergy takes children who show signs of awakening divine power from a young age to raise and teach. Among them, only the children who are particularly outstanding and strong are selected to be holy knights, yet from the heart of a holy knight, where there should be plenty of divine power, demonic energy was pouring out. From these things, Haley could immediately judge, so the clergy forcibly implanted demonic energy. Look at those bastards. It seemed that she had thought of something, so she called out, Ridgecard. Then she wondered about the lives of the people here, those Selbon villagers. If this keeps up, their lives will be even more difficult, right? Those bastards of the clergy, to cover up this matter, they are planning to erase Selbon from the map, right? Winter felt that it was very likely that it would happen. Based on this question and analysis, probably. Just thinking about the villagers who would live a difficult life made Haley make a decision. How troublesome. There is no other way. Immediately after, Selbon was in chaos. That was a natural thing. Not long ago, the village had just held an inquisition, but now that Holy Knight had turned into a monster and slaughtered people. What impact this will have on Selbon is still unknown, but I believe that people must always be prepared for the worst tragedy. After rescuing the villagers and resolving all the knights who were guarding, Winter came to report, Haley, the 2 holy knights are dead, and the other soldiers have all run away. So what is your plan? She hesitated a bit before that question. That thing, well, I do have a plan. But it would be good if there was another person to help. While thinking about finding more help, she happened to see, oh my. What is it? I thought I would not have to see him again, but I am meeting him this early. So Haley did not hesitate and requested Winter to bring Rango over. Bring that guy here. He was just brought over like that, so Rango angrily questioned, hey, what is going on? We cooperated for a short time. This is too much violence, is not it? Being questioned like that, she did not care and asked about his whereabouts. You are the one. Why are you wandering around in this place? But Rango was not willing to submit and was even more arrogant. That is what I should be saying. You are the ones who have no reason to be here, after you left. The clergy flooded Grandis, making it so that I had no customers left. It is hard to make a living, with no other way. That is why I followed you all the way here. I planned to live quietly for a while. Who knew a monster would appear? Then I was locked in the temple. Haley did not care how hard his life was and just asked. I also happen to have nothing to do, so this is a coincidence. I want you to find someone. Rango refused. Why should I do that? But when Haley took out a bag of gold, he was immediately subdued. Who should I find? My demon Marquis. She quickly gave the name of the person she needed to find. It is Eugene Weedmark, a young cardinal of the clergy. As soon as Rango heard this name, he knew his whereabouts. If it is him, he is probably in Grandis now. I escaped from him and ran here 2 months ago. Haley was uncomfortable after hearing the timeline. 2 months ago, right when I went to the market for the last time. Could it be that he was chasing after me all the way there? Rango gave the information and exclaimed after taking the gold coins from the bag. Oh, a gold coin from 100 years ago. This is worth quite a bit, did you know that, and still give it to me? Marquis. She did not want to say much to him anymore and loudly urged, since you have received the reward, go to Grandis quickly, the sooner the better, tell him what happened in Selbon. And say that I want to meet him. A week later in the logging area of Selbon, go alone, do not bring anyone, that will be the last opportunity to talk to Haley Marron. If you miss it, you will never see even my shadow again. Going back to the past, Haley had found Eugene to ask for help. Just let me hide here for a few days, as soon as my mana recovers, I will leave far away. Just let me stay for a few days, Eugene. 2 years ago, in the winter, Haley found my house while being chased for poisoning the Holt King. Seeing that she had come here to stay, Eugene teased, where's your lover, where's your soulmate, are you just going to keep running and begging them to spare your life? Hearing those rambling words made Haley angrily scold, get out of the way, I did not come here to listen to sermons. He did not want her to keep hiding like this either, so he gave a solution, Haley, are you just planning to keep running away like this? I will announce everything. That is fine, you just need to stand before the court and admit it. That the mage Haley is just a puppet in the hands of Cyril and Bendition, the one who massacred an entire village, the one who killed the rightful heir of Bendition. The one who poisoned the Holt King is not you, it is all Michelin and his mother. But when she heard these words, Haley angrily shouted, shut up. Don't interfere in my business, I can take care of it myself. Eugene did not think that she could handle everything with that head of hers that was infatuated with love. Do you think they will be grateful to you? Will they repay you? Probably, they will just use you and throw you away like trash. Haley quickly affirmed before his questioning, that she was doing everything not for repayment. I am not doing this to be repaid, when the truth is revealed. What will happen then? At least I need the self-satisfaction that I sacrificed myself for that. I do not want to become someone who is used and then thrown away like trash. Even though she knew in her heart that she had been betrayed, abandoned, Haley refused to admit it, please. Eugene still wanted to make Haley understand everything. Haley, you might die because of this. If you embrace all the dangers to protect them and then die, then what will I, who has to protect you, do? He thought that as long as he cried, Haley would soften and listen to him. Before his tears, Haley was always soft-hearted. So Eugene cried while begging earnestly, if you die, how am I supposed to live? Do you not care how I will be? Then like every time, she would definitely hug him, comforting him as if everything was okay. That is right, this time it will be according to my words, pretending to not be able to win. But what he did not expect was that Haley was very determined this time with her decision, I would rather die. I am not begging you to understand me, I have never begged you, I am just asking you to let me hide for a few days. Realizing that he could no longer sway Haley made Eugene's mood sink. How cruel, Haley, you still abandoned me after all. With that thought, he insisted on not letting her stay and bluntly chased her out. Get out, even if you are chased after you go out, or you are captured and brought to trial, that is your business. Being chased out by the person she saw as family like this made Haley unable to accept it. Eugene, you can't do that, you are my family. But then he hurt her heart once again, family, no. You know clearly that I love you, Haley, even when you said you loved Cyril Bendition, even when you said you had sworn an oath with Michelin Holt. I still love you. Yet you abandoned me, ran into the arms of another man, and now you are even planning to die for them. But you are the one who betrayed me first. Haley still tried to hold everything back. Don't be like this, you are the only one I can rely on. We used to see each other as ourselves, always able to rely on each other at any time, but now all that is lost. When he decided to clarify everything, Eugene bluntly opened the door and chased Haley away, never come back. Go to the man you love and rely on him. I, who had read the original story, knew very clearly how much Eugene regretted that day's events, and also knew how obsessive and selfish his feelings were. As for Haley, until the end, she could not understand that madness. In Haley's heart, Eugene was always just a puppy that needed to be taken care of, and since he was a puppy, he could not be responsible, and could not make mistakes. All the mistakes belonged to the owner. But unfortunately, I do not think that way. Her puppy has now grown up and become a proper man, it is time for him to repay the work of raising him. With that thought, Haley loudly spoke from above down below loud enough for Eugene to hear, it seems you have forgotten the terms of the trade, I will remind you, Eugene Weedmark. I said that if you want to talk to me, you have to climb up here alone, leaving the priest who always serves you behind. His face quickly went blank after hearing this, the priest who serves, even Rango was made confused, a priest. Then he loudly shouted towards Haley to prove his identity, it is me, Snow Beast Rango. Seeing that he was just caught like that, she was confused, what? It is you, Rango quickly explained the current situation, I was taken hostage by the cardinal, save me, Demon Marquis. Seeing him talk so much, Eugene did not care anymore and pushed Rango to the ground, cough, be gentle. Haley looked down at him being easily subdued by Eugene, and she scorned, Rango, your strength has deteriorated too much, you were captured by the cardinal. Whose only strength is turning the pages of the Bible, oh my, being scorned like that, Rango tried to prove himself, it is not like that. But not letting the two of them talk anymore, Eugene quickly stepped forward. I had been deliberately waiting here, because the poacher who was locked in the basement was killed by an assassin. I guess that someone must have interfered from behind. He reached out his hand towards Haley. Then he hugged her tightly, expressing his longing for her. I missed you, Haley. Being hugged like that made Haley's goosebumps rise, and she avoided it. Why is it like this? It is so creepy, let me go. In her heart, she could only scream silently, this guy, I am not your Haley. Winter also seemed unable to stand the scene of the two hugging anymore, so he rushed over and grabbed Eugene's clothes. What is this, Eugene Weedmark? Don't you understand the meaning of our conversation? His face quickly darkened standing before him, Richcard Winter. Seeing that there seemed to be animosity between the two made Rango curious and want to gossip. What is wrong? What is the relationship between those two, a clergyman following God hugging a demon Marquis? Haley did not want things to get more complicated, so she requested Winter, okay, Richcard, take Rango away from this place. Being requested like that made Rango confused. What, why me? I will just stay here quietly. After seeing Winter take Rango away, Haley turned around and warned Eugene, you are obstructing me, stay away from me. Also, Eugene, never touch my body without my permission again. When it came to being persistent, you are more like a human than Richcard. Maybe you will arbitrarily want to return to the distance we used to be, maybe I need to say it as coldly and decisively as possible. But before she could say anything, Eugene spoke up first and begged, give me a chance to apologize. Hearing this plea made Haley confused, what? He recounted without hesitation with an extremely pitiful expression, I have regretted that day so many times, that is why I have always been looking for you, because I am sure that you will definitely still be alive no matter what. If I leave the clergy or bring Cyril Benditian and Michelin Holt to you, will you forgive me? Should I kill them and bring them back? If you want, I can do anything. Haley did not expect that Eugene would have such an obedient side. What is this? He is more obedient than I thought, but I am not the real Haley after all. What is the use? So she spoke up, not wanting to mention the past. Hey Eugene, I did not call you here to mention the old times. He was still stubborn about being forgiven by Haley. If so, until you forgive me. But then she suddenly spoke, but there is still something you have to do for me. As had been expected, Rango conveyed to Eugene the situation that had happened in Selbon very clearly. Thanks to that, I only supplemented the explanations that the people involved needed to know. That the heart that should have been full of holy power was occupied by demonic energy, and that this was a monster created by the clergy, and, if Eugene was related to this matter, then Eugene's face quickly changed based on what was recounted, and he immediately confirmed assuredly, I do not know anything at all, Haley. Haley did not doubt him anymore after hearing this affirmation. So Eugene really is not related, if so then, he probably does not trust someone like me who has just become a cardinal that much. From what she said, Eugene quickly judged one thing, Haley, if what you said is true, then the clergy might even burn Selbon to cover up this matter. She did not hide it and admitted, that is right, I know. That is what you have to do, Eugene, you have to make it so that the clergy can't touch the Selbon villagers, you have to announce that the one behind this is Marquis Marron. You have to say that the evil which Haley created a demon this time. Many people have witnessed me controlling demonic energy, and the clergy will also help your argument to cover up the truth. Eugene really could not do that, so he quickly objected, I object, that will only damage your reputation even more. Haley, why are you always, before he could finish speaking. He was scolded by her, you idiot, what reputation do I have? You said you wanted to apologize to me, are those just empty words? My bad reputation will spread even further, but if the truth is not exposed, then the clergy will not risk wiping out Selbon. In the end, he had to give up in front of Haley, alright, but as promised, I also came all the way here alone, so you have to give me a chance to speak. She did not refuse and quickly accepted, okay, what do you want to say? Do you want to talk about how you used me to become a cardinal and then threw me away? Or about how you took away my mana and told them to throw me into the contaminated area? Being misunderstood about everything like this made Eugene unable to not clarify anymore and spoke up like a plea, please, Haley, it is all those misunderstandings. I want to explain them clearly, I did that for you, it was to protect you. If you no longer have mana, then people will no longer be afraid and chase you. Haley really could not understand Eugene's thinking, what? Before she could finish speaking, he interjected and explained everything he had done to protect her from death, when the three kingdoms wanted to execute you. I risked my life alone to persuade the clergy, do not execute her, it is better to send her to the contaminated area. Because I know that you won't die in the contaminated area. Haley was speechless after hearing that. Oh my god, what is he talking about? Haley, you idiot, is this how you believe that I am your only family, loving and cherishing you? Eugene still wanted to say everything, as long as you are still alive in there. But he was interrupted by Haley, so back then, you were protecting me, as long as I am alive. Hey, snap out of it. Do you even realize what you have done? When it came to Haley, there was a time I thought I had it all, but it turns out it was all a lie. Only magic is the only means to protect me, the only power in this world that truly belongs to me. And yet Eugene stole that magic from Haley. So what if I am called a demon, that was the power to protect me? Eugene still stubbornly believes he is doing the right thing. But that power killed people. Cyril Benditian, Michel Holt. You have used magic to kill people multiple times, claiming it is to eliminate those scumbags. I had no other choice. I had to pay that price because I needed to stop those who were going to burn you at the stake. After hearing everything, Haley just found it ridiculous. Really? Then quickly brought up the past. Eugene, have you forgotten how you became a cardinal? It was me who made you a cardinal. I caused floods, spread plagues, and committed murder. And you stood up, hailed as a saint of miracles. Just admit it, you betrayed me because your love was not reciprocated. Don't lie and say it was all to protect me. He could not take these words and collapsed. There were times when Haley wanted to tell everything. I just want to honestly say it all. Your real Haley died at Marron Castle already. Swallowed by hatred and betrayal, she chose death. You think you know Haley better than anyone else, you thought she could survive in the polluted area. But how could you not know that she could not bear the loneliness and deep sorrow? Realizing his mistake, Eugene quickly grabbed a corner of her sleeve and begged, I was wrong, Haley. I will apologize 100 times, 1,000 times, until I am forgiven. If you can forgive me, even if I have to wait 10 years, I will. Haley really did not want to talk about this anymore. Hey, stop saying those harsh words. But he stubbornly knelt before her. If you tell me to kneel, I will kneel. If you want my life, I will give it to you. Haley got annoyed by this clinginess and yelled, enough, I do not need any of that. Let go. What terrible things is this guy saying? Get a grip. You are not a 5-year-old. You are a grown man. Why are you so pathetic? What, is the world going to collapse without me? But Eugene still could not let go of his feelings for Haley and begged. Don't abandon me. The more she heard, the more she wanted to scold him like she was teaching a child. Don't you have any independence, no self-reliance, no self-respect? What have you accomplished at your age? You idiot, how are you going to survive in this harsh world? Winter, hearing her scolding from nearby, came to check on her out of worry but was quickly left speechless. When Eugene started using a man's tears to persuade Haley, Haley, do not be like this. From now on, I won't be greedy anymore. Let us be a family again, okay, I will do everything you ask. Standing before Eugene's tears, she was also left speechless. This novel is terrible. It just makes these male leads handsome for no reason. Now I understand why Haley was so weak to this man's tears. But Eugene is not my family. It was not me who leaned on him to soothe the loneliness in the cold orphanage. Haley, the one who killed people, committed evil deeds, and died. I have become a stranger, with no grudges or favors to Eugene whatsoever. Therefore, Haley, as herself and not the original Haley, spoke up to erase everything. Okay, I do not hate you. I do not resent you either, so do not worry about it. Even after saying all this, he still would not let her go, wondering, what do you mean? Don't worry, how can I? Standing before this question, she calmly asserted. Don't worry. You will soon have the love of the century. The more he heard, the more bewildered he became. Huh. Haley could not help but start spouting nonsense again. Anyway, out of the 3 male leads, you are the least terrible, so I am letting you know. You will become the 3rd husband of a woman. Even though jealousy will make you suffer, accept it, because that is your fate. Winter, hearing the nonsense Haley was spouting, was left helpless. She is talking nonsense again. Although Eugene seemed to have a hard time accepting my offhandness, he accepted the first offer. When everything was discussed, Eugene quickly left, not forgetting to leave some instructions before leaving. I plan to stay in Selbonne for a while. If you need my help, just come find me anytime. Since there is no body of the Holy Night, the investigation will be limited, but I will prevent another heretical trial from happening here. Receiving his help, Haley was also grateful. Okay, I am counting on you. At this time, Eugene was still worried about some things. If the rumor spread that you are cleansing and taking in the contaminated people, the order will set up a tighter trap to hunt you down. But she did not care about those things and assured him, that does not matter, but the lumberjacks will be dragged away again. He did not hesitate and nodded, saying it was possible. So Haley made the decision to take those lumberjacks with her. Then I will bring them along. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes looked at Haley with increasing fondness, exclaiming, Marron Castle, it seems like a nice place to live. Before this exclamation, she was also honored, thinking there was 50% truth in it. Well, you could say that now. Marron Castle, a place without the freedom to go wherever you want. Not to mention abundant material possessions, there are even times when there is not even a loaf of bread for tomorrow. It is just a place for those rejected by society to hide. No one would want to step into such a place to live on their own, but it contains convicts awaiting execution, wanted criminals, heretics, and spirits, except for a few like that. When the villagers of Selbon were brought back to Marron Castle, they quickly adapted to this place very quickly. Everyone, this side is cleaned up already. All the clothes are hung out to dry. The Lord only has a few sets of clothes, so it was done very quickly. There is still a lot to do with cooking. Auntie, can you help us? Fatima was happy to see someone wanting to help and happily replied, if you do that, it will be great. 2 people are enough for the smoking area. Can the other 2 go help me with salting? Hearing her instructions, those aunties quickly went to work. We know, Fatima. Haley, witnessing everything, was confused. Why? Why does the number of freeloaders keep increasing like this? At first, I had no intention of accepting them as people in the territory. I just intended to help the families of the lumberjacks. Those who lost their homes, moved to a safer place. But 3 days ago at the grandest checkpoint, Haley heard Winter repeat everything and was startled. What, can't get in? Why, the holy knights that Eugene brought have all left Selbon, right? Standing before this question, he spoke up to explain, a top-secret document was stolen in the order. And the capital is in chaos. Because of that, the holy knights from the headquarters were dispatched. Hearing this, Haley quickly realized, stolen document, could it be that one? Rango also appeared after confirming, the one the demon Marquis told me to steal. Hearing confirmation that the document was in her hands made her annoyed. As expected. Summarizing Ridgecard's report, who had just returned from scouting, illegal immigration to Grandis in the near future is completely impossible. Haley's expression at this time was extremely unsightly, not knowing what to do. This is terrible. I was going to leave everyone here and return to the castle. But now I can't bring everyone back to Selbon. If it is revealed that they returned from the polluted area, I do not know what the order will do to them. The more she thought, the more tangled she became, pulling at her hair. Why did everything turn out like this? The lumberjacks heard everything and spoke up, Lord. Where should we go? Looking at them, they really looked pitiful. Making Haley unable to abandon them and blaming herself, that is life. So she quickly made a decision, first, let us go back to my castle. And so the lumberjacks and their families became refugees, temporarily living in Marron Castle, but still, no matter how you look at it, they are going to stay here for good, that is for sure. Haley did not know how to solve this and just sat hiding on the ground. Otherwise, why would they do those difficult things without anyone telling them to? We do not have enough to feed more people. Thinking about it made her uncomfortable. Winter passed by and saw her feeling depressed about this and quickly comforted her. It is okay, just happily accept their kindness. Just like when you reached out to help them, they just want to repay you with kindness. Suddenly, Haley was surprised that he seemed much more mature today. Why is he so right today? Actually, I understand that too. When everyone was brought to this place, they happily reunited with Fatima. Fatima, I am so glad, seeing you so healthy. After being captured by the order, I could not find you, so I was very worried. Seeing that her relatives and neighbors were still safe made Fatima happy. I am fine thanks to the Lord's care. Aren't you too skinny, Auntie? Before these words, the auntie said, well, it can't be helped. My husband was treated so badly, how could I eat? After that, her mood quickly became excited to repay Haley. We owe the Lord our husband's life. We can't just sit and freeload, right, that is right, let me help. Just give me whatever laundry to wash. After that, the aunties discussed among themselves, so who is going to clean? Is there a well or spring here? Seeing that there were more people helping made Fatima feel lighter. Then Auntie, please help me make reserves. The more Haley thought, the more uncomfortable she felt. I know they are really grateful to me. I also know that they are not doing that hoping to repay me. But I am annoyed that this guy is right. Ridgecard, at least you are more awkward in relationships than I am, right? Meanwhile, a spirit was skillfully tempting humans. The dryad looked pitiful. I do not know anything about farming. Human-bred crops are so hard to take care of. The auntie did not hold back on praising him. That is not true, spirit. It is admirable that you can grow such good strawberries on this hard and barren land. Being praised like that made the boy even more excited. Really, am I good? The auntie affirmed it firmly. Very good, very cool. Then quickly picked up a handful of soil to observe and feel. It is just that the soil in this castle is not suitable for farming. There is a lot of sand on this side. And the humidity is low. It is hard to lead water on the other side. Maybe it is better to farm outside the castle. Spirit, you said you have seeds, right? Let us sow them together. I will help within my capacity. And so, the hands of the newly arrived people began to touch all over Marron Castle. New ridges were planted in the more fertile land, and Marron Castle, which had been abandoned for over 100 years, gradually became tidy. That is right, I have to admit, they brought good changes to Marron Castle, but what about them? They are still young and have young children. Is this a suitable place for them to settle down? This castle was originally just for me to live separately from the world, a safe place for myself. How can I guarantee their future? Seeing those uncles come here and help repair Marron Castle made Haley unable to understand. What are you doing here? Hearing her question, the uncle spoke up to answer. This is the Lord's room window. The wind blew all night last night, making it shake all night. We are planning to repair the castle first, and then build our own houses to live in. Hearing that everyone wanted to stay here, Haley vehemently opposed, everyone saying they are building houses. You think I will just stand by and watch you take root here? As long as you have a place to live, I will let you go right away. But the uncle did not care and happily laughed, haha, no matter what you say, we are not going anywhere. If we go out, we will just have to run away from the order all day. If we have to live like that, we would rather take root here, by the side of our life-saving benefactor for life. The Lord is lonely living alone, it is much more lively and fun to live with our family. In the end, she was persuaded by those words. And opening the door, she could not help but secretly be moved. The window that used to make a creepy creaking noise every time it opened now opened smoothly and lightly. Without any noise anymore. Although Haley did not support everyone staying here, she was also very grateful. Everyone has worked hard, thank you. My room is repaired, now go repair your own places to live. The uncle saw her embarrassed face saying thank you and teased her. Oh my, Lord, what are you saying? What is there to be embarrassed about? Fatima, who was also present, spoke up to affirm what she had said before. See, I told you, right? While talking to everyone, Winter suddenly called up from below, Haley, come down here. Building houses is good, but there is a more urgent construction plan. I am planning to build a bridge across the cliff, a bridge that connects directly to the border. In the bustling district of Grandis. Rango was currently sitting gloomily in a corner gnawing on food with frustration. Damn it, I should not have gotten involved with that unlucky woman. And yet, when I woke up, I had accidentally taken her money. Those naive lumberjack families do not know what kind of person Haley Marron is, so they easily looked at her with sparkling eyes and happily accepted her debt. But for those living in the shadows like me, her name is a name that must be etched into the bones, absolutely must not forget. The rumors and reality are indeed slightly different. At that time, Haley led the group of lumberjacks and saw him following, so she warned him, don't follow me anymore. Hearing that warning of expulsion, Rango also yelled back, I have no intention of following you either. From now on if I accidentally meet you again, I will refuse. Hearing that, she wanted to request another task, then by the way, before you leave, will you take on a job? As soon as he heard there was a task, there would be more money, so he quickly changed his attitude. What, are you going to assign another shady task? How much is the pay? Standing before his greedy expression, Haley quickly named the price, 5 gold coins, 10 times that if successful. Just thinking about the task that was assigned at that time made him have to live stealthily like this made Rango uncomfortable all over. At that time, the Marquis only said to investigate, but did not say to do it stealthily. If so, it would be interesting to make a big deal out of it. Thinking about this, he threw away the apple he had finished eating. Then he grinned and made a decision. Okay, if that is the case, that woman, just worry about this. At that time, the task that Haley had given Rango was to find the female lead of this original novel. Could ask to be in Grandis, if that is the case, it is best to stay away. Pink hair, a face as lovely as a peach. When he was given the task of finding someone, he was still very confused. Huh. But she did not answer any of his questions and said, because I have done all the work she has to do already, I know it super well. Rango is currently unclear what the work that needs to be done means, but the lost princess of Casnatura, Asta, should I take advantage of her? In Casnatura, for a long time there was only one child left in the royal family. The king should have had both a son and a daughter, but he had to endure the tragedy of losing his little daughter. That day, the little princess secretly escaped from the palace to go see the festival, and then never returned. The king lived in guilt and remorse for 12 long years. Asta on this side was angry after receiving information about the lockdown everywhere. It is unbelievable, this capital is so tightly locked down and controlled. I do not understand what the order is thinking. They have crossed the line. She is Asta Kasnatura, Princess of Kasnatura. Cyril heard that and gave his own assessment. If he is a thief skilled enough to steal top-secret documents, he must have left this place long ago. The order must be hiding something related to the theft. He is Cyril Benditian, the heir to the Benditian family. The outer capital of Grandis is currently locked down. The reason for the two people's presence here stems from an event that happened not long ago. That was the excessive poaching of snow beasts manipulated by Border Count Holt. The incident almost ignited a conflict between Holt and the neighboring kingdom. To solve the trouble, Princess Kasnatura secretly went to Grandis herself. But when she set foot here, the problem had been handled by someone claiming to be a demon Marquis. Currently Asta is completely stuck in place, because I kept this trip a secret from my family. I should have returned sooner, but it is really worrying. When will this capital be unblocked? He just heard this and smiled to make an offer. If necessary, I can take you away from here at any time. Please tell me if you have any difficulties, Asta. Hearing that offer, she was really grateful to Cyril. Thank you, Cyril. Just then a servant came to report from outside. Young master. The family members have arrived. The family wants to see you. Hearing that family members had come to find him made him furious. Damn it. Then quickly got up to meet the people the family sent, said he did not care but in the end did not keep his word. Sorry for having to leave in the middle of our conversation. Seeing that Cyril's expression did not seem very happy, Asta spoke up to affirm, Cyril, as you said, if you need help, let me know. Although he received an offer of help, he did not need that and left. It is okay, you do not have to do anything for me, just being by Asta's side like this is enough for me. The anxieties, the suffering because of my identity throughout my life, all seem meaningless when I am with her. Then I will go, Asta. The words he just said really moved her and she called, Cyril. But unable to help him, Asta's heart was filled with hundreds of worries. I can understand the sadness that he is carrying in his heart. Cyril must also have a lot of remorse about his background, because I myself was like that. The label of orphan seems like it will follow me for the rest of my life. The days without a warm family like others, I can only try to live on my own. But now everything has changed. I have been able to forget that painful time, because by my side is the dear family I have found again, and gentle, sincere friends. The next day, she and her servant came to a luxurious and elegant place. As soon as the servant found a seat, she quickly called Asta over, young lady, here. I have saved a good spot. But the restaurant has been a bit noisy from just now, or should we go out to eat? She did not seem to care much about this noise and quickly sat down to refuse. It is okay, this level of noise is not too uncomfortable. But after sitting down, she heard a loud voice from next to her. Ah, no, this person, that is not just luck. The young heir of the Benditian house is indeed no ordinary character, humble origins, only a despised illegitimate child all his life, and yet in the blink of an eye he took the position of heir. He used a woman as bait to bring down the legitimate eldest son, and even swept away Duke Winter, and finally pushed that woman to the guillotine, falsely accusing her of being a criminal. The person opposite heard and added, he was able to subdue such a terrifying woman, also thanks to his ability. I also had the opportunity to see that young master from afar. Indeed, that face is enough to make young girls fascinated and cling to him. So famous like Haley, how could she do that because she lacked men? It is time to pay the karma. Seeing that Asta seemed to care about the story those two men were discussing, the servant quietly reminded, young lady, please do not care too much. I heard that young Master Benditian tried his best to stop her. But that female mage had already sold her soul to the devil, there was no other way. Although she was asked not to care, she was still very curious about the person in the rumors. But that person named Haley, has she died? Hearing her question, the servant could not help but be confused. Yes, of course. No one has ever survived coming out of the polluted area. If she is still alive, the rumor that she is the daughter of the devil might be true. Before these words, Asta was quickly persuaded, maybe that is right. Rango also entered the restaurant at this time and heard everything. All suspicions always start from the smallest rumors. It seems the money spent was worth it. Inside the polluted Marron forest, after basing on the requirements and the criteria, Haley had selected a spot, safe area, same altitude, and terrain that is enough for horse carriages to pass through. In the end, the shortest route only has this one way. A bridge. Is it necessary to build it even if we have to accept the risk of enemies infiltrating? Winter also knew that danger would occur after building the bridge, but still decided to build it because of the food problem of everyone. The bridge can be destroyed if necessary. Right now the real threat to us is not the order, but the food problem. You have not forgotten that the number of people has tripled, right? Are you planning to sit and wait for the harvest to bloom, and let the children starve, being reminded like this? Haley felt like she was being criticized, so she loudly retorted, I know that, what you mean is that it is difficult to find food supplies now, right? Although there are still a few villages around here, we need a large amount of supplies. There is only one way to go. If we can't find enough food supplies, we have to advance to the next capital. So, the optimal choice is Kasmatura in the south. Although the terrain is treacherous and separated by flooded rivers, if we can overcome that weakness, it is the most suitable country for exchanging goods. After selecting a good spot to build a bridge, Haley spoke up to decide, okay, we will build the bridge. And so, the decision to establish a new bridge by the demons group was made. Dryad saw this place growing more and more and could not hold back tears, feeling touched. In the past, when it was just the two of us, we were immersed in tears every night. I thought, could it be that I have to take care of Lady Haley until there is only a white skeleton left? Being said like this, Haley did not endure and yelled loudly, hey, say it right, I am the one who takes care of you, really. Being said to this extent, the boy did not care. Just because I was born as a spirit of the polluted area, my life has been too difficult. And yet, the only person I met was a closed-off, world-avoiding human being. Not to mention the terrible past, once followed the demon and then became a criminal in the eyes of humans. But now we have a life where we never lack meat and butter. I really have no regrets anymore. I will be attached to this place until the end of my life. Seeing Dryad was satisfied like that, she quickly stopped him. You can't just stop at being satisfied. Have you ever heard of Burf Bourguignon? It seemed that the boy only lived in this forest, so he had never heard that name at all. What is that? I have never heard of it before. At this time, Haley relied on her vast knowledge to let him know. It is very, very delicious. It is beef stew with butter and tomatoes. Just hearing a brief description of the form made the boy drool. Just hearing it makes my mouth water. I must try it once. From today, that will be my wish. With just a few words, Haley had quickly coaxed the boy. We will ask Fatima to cook that dish after this trip, so take good care of the house. The boy was also very proud and confidently assured. Just trust me. Ridgecard and I decided to go out again. We need to replenish more food to hold on until the harvest blooms, because we still have to buy materials for the lumberjacks to build the bridge. Most importantly, Caddy wants to eat bellflower roots. If I can't even take care of that, how can I be worthy of being the Lord? Time passed like that for a few days, perhaps because it was the second time. Our arrival to Grandis was smoother than before. As soon as we arrived at the gate, they asked for our names. Your names are Zeus and Hera, right? Then they checked the pass to get through the door. Pass checked, go through. If there was a difference compared to the previous time. As soon as she entered, Haley was overjoyed. Thank you, you have worked hard, let us go, Hera. Winter heard that and quickly followed. Yeah, Zeus. This time we went in legitimately with fabricated identities. We borrowed the names of the Greek gods as pseudonyms. At first I wanted to be Hera, but at that time, the two of them argued over a name. Hera must be me, you be Zeus. Winter stubbornly refused that name. I like the name Hera more, you be Zeus. When faking an identity, Ridgecard stubbornly insisted strangely, making everything complicated. Now let us split up. I am not good at choosing cooking ingredients, so you take care of the food store. Winter heard that and wondered, then are you going to bring the iron nails and rope back yourself? As soon as she heard that she had to bring back a lot of things, she did not want to split up and go separately anymore. It is better to go together. Right at that moment, on a sultry summer day, the quiet sky of Grandis suddenly had strong winds. Following that wind, a giant creature tore through the sky and appeared. A large bird, the one that appeared on the cover of the original novel that I was familiar with. It was the spirit bird Ventus. As soon as Haley saw it, she could not help but widen her eyes. Oh my god, that bird appeared here. That means the female lead is also in this place. With pink hair and a beautiful face, just like the description. Before reading Haley's side stories, she used to be my favorite female lead. Asked to Kasmatura, could it be that she is really here? I told you I did not want to see any more main characters. Although she thought that way, her face was full of a desire to see the original female. Winter saw that she did not follow him for a long time and reminded her, why are not you going yet, Zeus? Suddenly afraid that she would be in danger, Haley clung tightly to him and asked, hey, there is a very kind person, but only harms me, if that person is walking right in front of you. What would you do? Making him unable to understand. What are you saying all of a sudden? No matter what, Haley did not know how to explain this situation. No, what I mean is. Right at that moment, an incomprehensible sound rang out. So you are here. You evil witch. It had just seen her and its eyes immediately lit up, making Haley unable to believe it. What is going on? Why is that bird? Why is it rushing straight towards this side? Not knowing where that bird came from, it looked at Haley with bright eyes and aimed at her. "You evil witch, die in Ventus's hands." Seeing it suddenly rush towards her made Haley even more panicked. What is going on? Why is it rushing towards this side? That bird was still aiming with the declaration, "I will not forgive you." Because she was too scared, she quickly hid behind Winter and called, "Hey." Then pointed to Asta, who was standing there, and made a request, "Quickly make that girl faint. If she is unconscious, that bird will disappear." Ventus was so surprised when he heard that he stuttered, What? It seemed that Haley could not wait any longer and kept urging, "Hurry, the weakness of the spirits is the contractor." But Asta still had something to say, so she stopped him. "Wait, just talk for a bit." She was quickly knocked unconscious by Winter, causing it to call out in confusion, "Asta." "Humph, you cowards." As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly disappeared. After knocking her down, Winter carried her on his shoulder and turned to ask Haley, "Is that okay like that? Let us go, Zeus." "Run quickly." Seeing him running away while carrying Asta made her confused. "Wait, why are you carrying her away like that?" Winter realized the situation around him and quickly explained, "We are too prominent in the crowd. Let us run first." At the same time, the people who had just witnessed this scene kept calling the guards. "Kidnapping, guards, someone was dragged away." The troublesome matter had truly gone beyond control. What to do? We kidnapped the female lead. Winter saw Asta unconscious on the chair and wearily made a decision. If we kill this girl and put the body in a coffin, would not that be the end of the story? But he was vehemently stopped by Haley. "Hey you idiot, why are you planning to kill her? Who does that to people? If you follow the original novel, she is still an important girl to you." When asked for the reason, Winter quickly gave a legitimate reason. "But she attacked you, did not she?" Knowing that he was right, Haley still tried to explain in another way. "To be exact, the one who attacked me was not this girl, but that spirit bird." As soon as he heard this, Winter finally woke up. "So I just attacked an innocent civilian." Seeing that expression of his for the first time, Haley was also speechless. Oh, it is rare to see him confused like this. Looking at this, he really is a noble young master. Even so, she patiently explained the relationship between Asta and that bird. "It is not exactly unrelated. This girl is the one who contracted with Ventus, the king of spirits." Hearing that the bird was a spirit, Winter was even more confused. "But why did the spirit attack you?" Based on what she knew in the books from then on, Haley came to a conclusion. Spirits inherently hate those who are tainted by demonic energy. Saying what king of spirits, maybe he felt the layers of demonic energy piled up in my body. Spirits are rigid, lack flexibility. Maybe from now on as soon as he sees me he will rush at me with all his anger. The more he listened, Winter still thought the best solution was to kill Asta. Then is not it better to kill her? Hearing him talk about death with a calm face like this made Haley even more panicked. "Hey, this girl is a princess after all, the missing princess of Casnatura." He did not expect that she would know her true identity and was surprised. "You even know that?" Not wanting Asta to have an accident in Winter's hands, Haley spoke up to declare, "Touching her is like starting a war." Seeing that Haley was a demon, but had compassion, made him even more incomprehensible. "You are a demon, Marquis. How can a villain act like this?" She did not care what kind of nature a demon should have, she just did what her conscience told her. "That is just the name you people call it, but thanks to that, I had the opportunity to meet Asta. Maybe because I once thought I wish I could be loved like her. Compared to the 4 male leads, I like Asta more. Meeting her in real life is even more beautiful than I imagined." The closer she looked at Asta's face, the more she liked this face. "I am so jealous. How great would it be if I entered her body?" She had just woken up and saw a strange woman appear before her eyes, and was frightened. But fortunately, Winter quickly pulled her away. "Stop that perverted act right now, Haley." Asta still had not recovered from the appearance of the two people. Who are you?" He also did not want her to cause a problem that was difficult to deal with, so he quickly assured her, "Calm down, I won't harm you. If you summon the spirit again, it will cause even more chaos, so let us put that idea aside for now." At this point, Asta wondered about the motive of the two people. Who are you people after all? Why did you kidnap me?" Standing before this question, Haley introduced herself. "I am Marquis Marron, and I am just a minion." Looking at Asta's innocent face, she could not hold back. Even just waking up, her face is still beautiful, with an expression of not understanding anything. That foolish, righteous, and lovely girl. Suddenly Haley's expression became serious. "The reason I kidnapped you." At that time, Asta was respected by the people and made into a hero of 3 kingdoms, Spirit Master of Peace, Hero of 3 Kingdoms, Princess Asta forever. According to the original novel, now Asta's name has become famous throughout the continent. She is the wise princess who prevented the conflict between Neve and Holt. She is the only spirit master who can control powerful spirits and defeat demons. With those titles, she should have become a figure admired by the whole world, but all of that was stopped by me, so at least I have to help her once, the most important event. Turning Asta into a saint is about to happen, so Haley gently whispered into Asta's ear the words she had prepared beforehand, this early autumn, in the Kasnatura forest. A demon will appear, if delayed, he can fully manifest in his complete form. You should not stay here at this time, save the world, that is your mission. While she maintains peace, I will hide in the castle. Receiving this affirmation, she could not understand it a bit, what does that mean? After saying everything, Haley did not stay any longer. The reason I kidnapped you is to tell you this, Saint Asta, go destroy the demon. Seeing her run away like that, Asta still had something she wanted to ask, Marquis, wait, please wait. But she quickly disappeared, don't leave like that. Telling me to become a saint, and save the world, all those vague and suspicious words. Asta quickly recalled Haley's previous expression and could not believe it, the innocent tone like in a fairy tale, that indifferent look, it is hard to believe that she is a vicious kidnapper. While she was pondering, someone came in from outside and wondered, who is there? Why are you here? Seeing someone come in, Asta wanted to explain, I. But she only saw that priest covering his face and reminding, this is an abandoned cemetery, a lady like you should not visit this place, go back quickly. She heard that it was an abandoned cemetery and was curious, so the priest quickly explained, yes, usually the monks who are expelled from the church will take on this job. We take care of the graves of those who are unclaimed. But who opened the coffin lid like this? Oh my God, there are even traces of someone resting here. Hearing the job of this priest, she could not help but praise. You are doing a very good deed, priest. Then she blankly said the reason she was here. Actually, I was kidnapped. When I woke up, I saw myself in this cemetery. The priest heard that she was kidnapped and could not help but be startled. Oh my God, so the commotion before was the gang that kidnapped the lady. It is already dark today, you should go to the court to report the crime tomorrow morning. Receiving the priest's reminder, Asta was very grateful and made a request, I was not harmed in any way, so it is okay, but can you take me out? The priest did not think it was too much of a request, so he quickly agreed, of course, I will escort you to the gate. Receiving friendly help made her very grateful. Thank you very much, priest. But the priest did not think of this as anything great and smiled, serving in the name of God, that is a matter of course. After that, Asta followed the priest and went out. While walking, she looked around and her heart kept sighing with emotion. You take care of a desolate cemetery that no one cares about, you must be a very good person. At such a young age you have become a priest, you must have dedicated yourself to the church since childhood. With those thoughts, Asta quickly started a conversation with the priest. If you do not mind, can I ask why you became like this? I heard that the church does not arbitrarily expel its monks. Before this question, the priest did not hide and smiled to explain, haha. I do not remember doing anything embarrassing in front of God, it is just that I once intended to expose and denounce the crimes and corruption in the church, so when I was expelled, I was also deprived of my name and surname. I alone can't resist, so I can only stay here, in this cemetery, offering prayers to God. She heard these words and could not believe it, impossible. Countless doubts began to arise in her heart. What is hidden behind the church? Even if the words of this young monk are false, recently the actions of the church are really suspicious. For an unknown reason, they suddenly blocked Grandis, and merchants were trapped and suffered heavy losses. They had to choose to offer a large sum of money to the church to be granted a pass. The danger is no different from a gamble. If I am with this person, maybe I will find the solution to the doubts about the church. With that way of thinking, Asta quickly introduced herself to the priest. Priest, I am the princess of Kasnatura, I can't reveal my identity, so I can't cross the border, but I must return to my homeland soon. Hearing that her identity was a princess shocked the priest speechless. You are a princess. At this time Asta gave a solution. If you help me leave this locked down Grandis, I will find a way for the Kasnatura church to restore your qualification. Please come with me, priest. But it seemed that the priest did not believe that this small self could help anything. Impossible, by the gods. But what can I do for the princess? Standing before that self-doubt, Asta quickly said the purpose of herself. There must be at least one person who dares to tell the truth. If that person is the two of us, would not it be even better? And this moment, Rango finally became a part of the main character group as in the original novel. The two had walked around the city for a long time and still could not buy anything, so they were discouraged. In the end, we could not buy anything we needed. Winter also knew how bored Haley was, but he had to endure. The shops are all closed, what can we do? It is late, so let us rest for a day and then act tomorrow. At this time, he had time to remember the words she had said to Asta at that time. Haley, the initial plan was not to kidnap that princess, so why did you say words like, go save the world? Standing before Winter's confusion, Haley quickly made up a reason to get past him. It was just improvisation. What? Should I say that a crazy bird flew from somewhere and was going to kill me? So I just made it up. Besides, Asta still has to be proposed to by Michelon and then become a saint. Just thinking about this makes me excited. While walking, Winter suddenly stopped, making Haley confused. What? Why did you stop suddenly? What is there? But she quickly realized one thing. If Asta is in Grandis, then I should have guessed that that guy is also here. The man Haley once loved, Cyril Benditian. As soon as they met, both sides drew their swords and charged at each other to fight, making Haley standing behind witness this scene in fear. Why did they draw their swords as soon as they met? Could it be, thinking about it, the two of them were originally enemies, right? And me, the one who carried out that act, why can they meet right at this time? There has to be a limit to bad luck. At the same time, Cyril's henchman quickly ran over. I will help you, young master. Haley on this side quickly hid in a corner to avoid. Maybe he still has not realized I am here, right? He fights well even alone. I have to sneak away. If I accidentally use magic in the center of the capital, I will become an enemy of 3 kingdoms and be beheaded right away. Winter did not hesitate and blew away Cyril's henchman, then spoke up to mock him. So the dirty bastard of Benditian is here. Looking around again to cling to a new woman. Being blatantly humiliated like this made him angry and yell loudly. The defeated person talks too much. You could not die honorably on the battlefield, now only your tongue has grown long. But those words did not touch Winter at all, but only made him even more contemptuous. What qualifications do you have to mention honor, if there are no women to take advantage of? You can't do anything. I heard that you still have not taken over the Benditian family, right, slaughtering our family to make merit, but in the end, you are only like this. Cyril was said to this point and could only grit his teeth and yell. So now you are planning to avenge your family. Saying he wanted to avenge Haley, making trouble everywhere. Now she has become a dog without an owner, and now you are thinking of me, being dragged into this matter again when not doing anything made Haley even more angry. What, dog without an owner? Winter seemed to have also seen clearly so he could judge everything. What, you hope I am still avenging the wrong place? I heard you are following that evil witch. Right, being slandered in front of like this made Haley speechless. Hey, I am here. That evil witch is right here. He suddenly had some questions. Hey, what did you use to charm the witch Haley, that face, or that body? If charming and controlling people is called black magic, then what should what you do be called? Is it a dirty trick? Does Princess Casnatura know what kind of person you are? Being exposed to everything made Cyril ashamed and charge over, Richcard Winter. The henchmen following him knew he had been completely provoked, so they spoke up to remind, please do not fall for the provocation, young master. Haley, hiding behind and hearing everything, was also surprised. He keeps biting into Cyril's inferiority complex. Cyril was originally a calm and rational person. At this time he should listen to his bodyguard and avoid it. Cyril could not bear it anymore and rushed to attack. Go die. Also making her quickly remember one thing. I forgot because Richcard has been as obedient as a retriever lately. Perhaps because the other party is royalty, so he generously let go of a parasite like you. This guy is originally like a fierce dog. The more she watched the battle, the more excited Haley became, cheering for Winter. Good job, my subordinate, win. When she was hiding and watching, she turned around. She also saw everyone around gathering to watch. A fight? Is it a fight? A murder has happened. Making Haley startled. See, since when are there so many people? Could it be, right at this moment, one person in the crowd quickly recognized, oh my, that figure, it seems like I have seen it somewhere. Isn't that the armed man who kidnapped the young girl in the market during the day? Being accused, Haley still wanted to explain. It is a misunderstanding. I already released her. Did not I? But those people did not listen and insisted. That is right, that girl is also an accomplice. I saw it clearly. Seeing that everything had gone too far now. No, I can't. So she quickly took a scarf to cover her face and whispered to remind, Richcard, now is not the time. If we are late, we won't be able to escape. Let us go quickly. Winter still refused to give up and whispered, leave this place to me, you go back first. Seeing that he refused to follow her, Haley still wanted to hold him back. You idiot, if you kill them here, you will die too, are not you going to follow me? Thinking that Haley still missed Cyril, Winter wanted to say something, you. But she was seriously interrupted and pulled away together. Let us go together, I can't do it alone, who will pull the carriage? Are you really going to do this? Because of that entreaty, Winter softened his heart and pulled the scarf on her face deeper. Then gently lifted her up and did not forget to instruct, hold on tight, let us run. Seeing the two fleeing, the people standing and watching quickly yelled, catch them, the kidnappers are running away, soldiers, this way. Seeing Winter leave just like that made Cyril unable to understand, what is this, suddenly leaving like that? After the Winter family was destroyed by Bendition, the only survivor of the family was Richcard Winter. Richcard's last move that was passed down had disappeared after seeking out Haley to take revenge. Who was the woman just now? All those who had close relationships with him have died already. After escaping the pursuit of the soldiers in Grandis, the two of us had climbed over the mountains into Holt last night. And so the two were always sneaking around, making Winter unable to bear it and blaming Haley, thanks to whom we now carry the name of kidnappers and can't go to the market. She also thought of a way helplessly: if we get a horse carriage here and go, it will be fine. After that, Haley loudly criticized, and, am I the only one causing trouble? Even if we unexpectedly meet the family's arch-enemy in the alley, how can we jump right into a life or death battle like that? Winter heard that and calmly said, anyway, I did not kill him. Hearing this, Haley was truly curious, thinking about it. Why did not you kill him? At first, you were furious as if you just wanted to kill him right away. In the end, he said the reason inside, I heard you once loved him. The more Haley listened, the more she could not understand. What? Who loves who? After that, she quickly remembered the words Haley had said before. The man I once loved was Cyril Bendition. Right, what a ridiculous reason. I once said that. Just thinking that this pit was set up by herself, she had no choice but to accept it. I once loved him, right, but why would Haley love Cyril? If we talk about gentleness, Eugene would be better. If we consider the identity, the Crown Prince of Holt would definitely be superior. But Haley chose Cyril, a person with a cold personality, extremely strict and perfectionistic. Born as an illegitimate child, carrying many deep wounds and inferiority complexes. He is indeed handsome, but could it be just because of his face? I am both Haley and not Haley, so I can't completely understand Haley's taste. So I can only say it like this. So from here, Haley spoke up to deny that she had any lingering feelings with Cyril, but now, I do not. I do not love anyone anymore. My ideal type is a 1,000-year-old caddy. Winter heard this affirmation and could not help but be happier. You are really like me. Also from this time, he made a decision. Then next time we meet, I won't easily let him go. Haley did not care what Winter would do to Cyril, so she did not care. Do whatever you want, let us go to the market. After a while of searching, he found a rope to build the bridge that was quite sturdy. I found a pretty good rope. She heard that it was using a rope to build the bridge and was confused. Are you saying you will build the bridge with this? Before this question, he calmly replied, I will check the durability and make it myself. Seeing Winter was too perfect to even build a bridge made her have to look at him in a different light. Is there anything you can't do? It is strange that I thought you did not know how to do anything. Because you were spoiled since childhood. After loading all the requirements of the kitchen onto the horse carriage, we returned to the castle. The dish that Haley and Dryad wished for was finally completed, so they could not be more satisfied. It is so delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. You can't just call this dish beef stew with butter and tomatoes. It must have a more special name to be worthy. Fatima heard that and thought for a moment. Then. I will call it the Cursed Demon's Magic Stew with beef butter and tomatoes. This name left Haley speechless. More important than Fatima's naming ability was the excellent taste that drove people crazy with deliciousness. From that day, I and the people in the territory jointly promoted civilization to move forward. And at the end of summer, right before autumn, a large solid wooden bridge was built on the canyon. Demon Bridge, the only wooden bridge connecting Marron territory with Casnatura, had been built. Sturdy enough for horse carriages to pass through. Dryad saw that the bridge had been completed well, but the name was too scary. That, Lady Haley, that name sounds a bit too heretical. I am afraid the order will come. Haley heard that and asked a question. Caddy, who left us this peaceful land? Before this question, the boy answered immediately without hesitation. It was the first Marquis Marron. That is also why she named the bridge this name. That is right, that person was originally a worshipper of demons. Even though we can't continue that will, we should at least show respect. That made Dryad still not fully accept it. Does it really have to be like that? She did not care about what the boy thought and asked him to look at everyone. Look, everyone is happy. On the inauguration day of the Demon Bridge, everyone in Marron Castle was immersed in the festival atmosphere. Seeing everyone happy without her made Dryad quickly run to join in the fun. Me too, I also want to congratulate. Seeing the bridge built by everyone's hands and their optimism made Haley could not help but exclaim, they really are extraordinary people. Everyone thought it would take at least a year to finish. I do not understand how they did it so quickly. While leisurely drinking tea, Winter came from somewhere carrying an axe and requested, Haley, look here. Haley also listened and looked up. Look at what? But unexpectedly, he used that axe to chop down a tree, making her extremely bewildered. Crazy, is he really human? She knew he was strong already, but she did not expect he could cut through such a thick log in one chop. Standing before Winter's strength, Haley was completely frightened and stuttered to praise. Actually, from the first time I met you, I felt a sense of familiarity. The first impression was very good. Although she praised like that, in her heart she only knew how to scream that he was a scary guy. Winter let her know the situation of his body at the current time. It was not like this not long ago. Recently my body has started to change. Haley heard that and could not help but be surprised. Change. Suddenly he gave a reason why he was getting stronger and stronger, being tainted with demonic energy and then being cleansed, then being tainted again and being cleansed again. Repeating like that, the body gradually gets stronger. Haley heard that it was because of demonic energy and could not help but think, being tainted with demonic energy makes you stronger, meaning, really stronger. To discuss everything more clearly, Winter quickly sat down next to her and recounted the details of everything. I wanted to say it at first, but because the change was too small. I forgot, I just thought it was because I was diligently practicing every day, but then after talking to the lumberjacks. But it seemed that she still could not believe it. No, there is no reason. Because she was worried that he would turn into a demon, she grabbed his face and wanted to see everything carefully. Come closer here. Could it be that Ridgecard will finally become half human and half demon? Could it be that this damn novel, no matter what I do, will still follow the original story? Wait, if that is the case, will I finally die? But when looking at all the signs on Winter's body, Haley tried to calm down. There are no traces of hostile magic, the ears are not pointed, the horns are not growing out. There are completely no traces of demonic energy in the body, just a normal human body. After concluding that Winter had no signs of turning into a demon, she breathed a sigh of relief. That is really good. He suddenly asked, what is wrong, really? She quickly made up a reason for herself doing that. There is something. But she only saw Winter looking at her with eyes like looking at a pervert. Why are you groping my body so closely? It is like a pervert. Being said to be a pervert made Haley angrily blame. It is funny, when did I grope you? It is because you showed off your muscles too much, so I just touched them a little. But he quickly gave evidence, you even groped everywhere and sighed too. In the end, she could not say the real reason, so in her heart, she was extremely upset. Could it be that I should directly say that I was checking if his body was progressing into demonization? Really, it is impossible not to sigh in this situation. So after that information, Haley also came to ask the lumberjack about the matter of him getting stronger. Then she received the following answer, I did not become a knight wielding a sword and killing. Like him, it is just that it is easier to chop trees, and it is easier to lift heavy things a little bit. She still wanted to know more information to research, so she asked carefully, there is no change in physical, and there are no signs of increased violence. The uncle heard that and honestly replied. Apart from the increased strength, there is completely no other problem. Almost dying once is considered worth experiencing, right? After asking everything, Haley ended the conversation. Okay, the meeting ends here. The uncle heard that and quickly left. Yes, Lord, then I will take my leave. After hearing the story from Ridgecard and conducting interviews with the lumberjacks, I discovered that they all had similar experiences. So it is true, during the process of being tainted with demonic energy, the body will be strengthened. Recalling the name of the holy knight who was contaminated that day, that guy still moved well even though his neck was cut off, and a massive demonic energy was drawn from his heart. It looks similar to normal demonic energy, but there is also a difference, it swirls loosely and then condenses. The heart of that holy knight was a mold that someone had intentionally expanded. In that space, an incomplete core had intervened, and from there a monster was created. The stream of demonic energy is compressed, if that is the way to create demons. Molding demonic energy into a sphere, and then repeating the process of compressing and rotating, smaller, more, stronger. Not the messy core of that monster, I can create something more complete. At that moment, the massive demonic energy that I was directly spinning, then carried a centrifugal force, began to spin on its own and sucked the surrounding demonic energy into it. Seeing that everything was going far beyond her reach made Haley unable to stop it. Wait. It is not good, I can't control it anymore, I have to stop it. Thinking that way, she reassured herself, slowly, slow down the rotation speed, push back the stream of demonic energy that is rushing in. After that, Haley used 2 hands to block that massive demonic energy with each exhausted gasp. Currently in my hand, the demonic energy with the amount equivalent to the entire flow within a radius of 100 meters has been tightly compressed. And a core quickly appeared. It was the demonic energy core that turned the holy knight in Selbon into a monster. In another city, it was the season of golden ripe rice. That was Anif, the trading capital of the farmers. Asta had followed Haley's words and came here to verify. Early autumn, in Casmatura there will be a demon appearing in the flooded forest, although she did not clearly state the location. She only mentioned the word flooded forest. Casnatura's territory is mainly vast plains, although there are many forests of all sizes, but there is only one place called flooded forest. That is the vast primeval forest that stretches from Holt, across the polluted land, all the way to the edge of Casnatura. If that person's words are true, then the demon will definitely appear there. The servant following beside her saw such a beautiful golden ripe rice scene and was also happy. The golden rice field is really beautiful, princess. If young Master Banditian was also here, it would be great. She felt that the servant's words were also very true, right? If Cyril could see this scene, he would surely be very happy. Suddenly the servant began to actively push the boat for the two. If the two of you watch this scene together, the relationship will definitely become deeper. Before the servant's act of pushing the boat, Asta was embarrassed. What are you saying? There is no relationship like that between me and Cyril. But the servant did not think so. Who is there? There is only me, the princess and a priest, right? Seeing the servant's wrong way of addressing him, Asta quickly reminded about the way to address him. You are really, why do not you call him priest, to be correct? After scolding the servant, she immediately turned back and felt sorry for Rango. I am sorry, did I make you feel awkward? But thinking that a demon will appear in a place like this is still hard to believe. But he did not think so. Please do not worry, and you do not need to care too much about the words of the kidnapper. Although Rango had said to this extent, Asta still decided to trust her own intuition, but she does not seem like someone who would lie. Speaking of this, she suddenly wondered, priest, do you know the name Marron? Before this question, Rango quickly calmed down and answered, of course, for those in the order, how can they not know that name, a tall fortress standing in the heart of the polluted land? Is not that the name of a demon who ruled that land 100 years ago? And that is also the reason why I am here. Returning to a few months ago, he had received a request from Haley, find out about the fake holy knight we saw in Selbon. What I mean is why the order created a monster like that. Rango heard that and put on a silly look. Just if I investigate on my own way can know, right, making Haley annoyed. What obvious thing is this guy talking about? At that time, Rango relied on the full of loopholes task request and decided, she did not tell me to investigate secretly. If that is the case, making a big deal out of it would be interesting. Not long ago, the names that came out from the mouth of the young cardinal were extremely resounding. Cyril Banditian, Michel Lon Holt, that person said that because of those trash, she killed people. In other words, have not they all been indebted to the Marquis? So the fact that I am taking advantage of the princess is entirely my intention, because she has a close relationship with Cyril Banditian, to extract this information effectively. I must approach the person directly. But ironically, right at this moment, both me and her are here according to the Marquis's orders. It feels like we are just dancing in the palm of the Marquis. If as predicted, the demon really appears, and if she really defeats the demon, isn't being by the side of that woman the safest place in the storm that is coming? There is no reason for the demonic energy core that was created thanks to my new upgrade, for me not to share this great news with my precious caddy. After Haley shared her information to Dryad, she received a blank face from the boy. Lady Haley, you just said you created a demonic core. Then Dryad immediately became angry and kept yelling, calling a busy spirit over just to say this nonsense is what? Do you know how hard it is to do farm work? Lady Haley probably only plays in the castle all day, so she does not understand. Seeing the boy did not understand how important this matter was and acted like this really hurt Haley. What, don't you know how great this matter is? That is why you said that. She could not bear it and spoke up to scold. You are really ungrateful. I called you here because I thought I had leveled up now. Maybe you can meet your clansmen. Have you forgotten? I have searched this forest to find your clansmen so much. Returning to a few months ago, Dryad had led Haley to find his clansmen. This time is for sure. Lady Haley, my clansmen used to live almost all gathered in this area, my parents, the chieftain, and my older brothers too. Caddy once said, when this land began to be polluted, he had just been born, a little red spirit. So he always believed that, the noble spirits who had lived longer than him must still be somewhere in the world. Even so, he did not find anyone. But when he arrived, the boy did not see any spirits and was disappointed. Everyone, they clearly used to be here. So Haley currently confidently assured Dryad, now, when I am strong enough to create even a demonic energy core, who knows, I might be able to find them again. But it seemed that the boy had believed that his clansmen had all died. No, my clansmen are all dead. Searching everywhere like that, now suddenly believing that they are still alive is too ridiculous. Even so, thank you for thinking about my family, and for saving me too. If it was not for Lady Haley, I would still be stuck in the whirlpool in that river. Haley heard for the first time that there were whirlpools in the river and was surprised. Whirlpool, there are whirlpools in the river. Based on the mechanism I understood when creating the demonic energy core, demonic energy is affected by the environment, repeating the process of rotating and contracting. The original novel never explained how evil was born, why they appeared. There was only a story that, one day, they suddenly crawled out of the polluted land. Thinking of this, she quickly came to a conclusion. If so, can demons be born naturally? These words made Dryad helplessly remind Lady Haley. Could it be that I am a demon? Hearing that Dryad just said misunderstood her meaning, Haley quickly defended. What? No way. How can you be an evil spirit? Even so. The boy still wanted to know what he was exactly. Please let me know. I definitely want to know what I am in the end. Seeing Dryad was doubting himself, Haley stuttered and tried to defend. No, that is not what I mean. But then she only saw the boy sincerely beg with a serious look. Please, this is a really important issue to me. Seeing that look of wanting to know all the truth, Haley no longer hesitated. It seems. My caddy must be much stronger than I thought. So based on her own judgment, Haley calculated, according to my guess, you are like a spirit who is halfway turning into a demon. The demonic energy core swirls in that whirlpool. For hundreds of years, it is slowly turning you into a demon. But thanks to that, you did not die. And luckily I found you in time, saving you before you completely turned into a demon. Dryad heard everything and could not accept it. Impossible. I still believe that in this place full of demons, at least I am still intact. She had said half the truth, so she could not conveniently hide it anymore and spoke up. How can it be? You are half, meaning half is a spirit, half is a demon. Just like Ridgecard in the original story. Speaking of this, she suddenly took out a core for the boy to see. But Caddy, what does this look like? Being asked, Dryad also seriously observed, what is it? It looks like boogers but it emits an ominous aura. Haley also could not wait any longer and smiled, wanting the boy to use it. You are looking at it very accurately. This is the demonic energy core that I said I created myself. Using this, I can complete you, a half-demon, in other words, turn you into a farming demon never before seen in history. But Dryad resolutely refused and threw away the thing in his hand. Throw away that evil thing for me. Unexpectedly, the core fell into the flower pot. Making both unable to say a word, Haley could only scream in her heart, pot, my flower pot, my rosemary. The rosemary pot I just found in the newly cleansed garden recently, and dug up myself. The demonic energy core blinked and burrowed inside and disappeared. But the beginning was just a very small misfortune. In a dilapidated house the wife asked her husband, how is it? Did you sell for a slightly better price this time? Before that question, the husband could only apologize. I am sorry, after buying grains, there is only this much left, they said because the agricultural products grow near the polluted area. The price is not even half. The wife heard that and could not help but complain to the heavens, oh my God, why is it like this time after time? The result for all the sweat and tears of the two of us is only like this. Because she saw that there was too little, the wife could not bear it and wanted to earn more. No, you rest. She was stopped by her husband, honey, but the wife was determined to dig no matter what. Before sunset, I will go pick some more herbs. The farming couple living near the polluted area near Anif only wished for a slightly better life. Continuing to plant and sell like this, even if we do it for a lifetime, we will never leave the border of the polluted area, the expensive land near Anif, we do not even dare to dream about it. But if we can leave this ugly land, even just a little bit is fine. The old farmer's wife gritted her teeth, swinging her hand to dig medicinal herbs under the ground. Just do a little more, just save a little more and we can leave this place. But because she slipped and fell into a corner of the canyon, where the wind swirled, she met that thing. When the wife saw the thing in front of her, she was frightened, no. But because her ankle was injured, she could not escape. The next day, in front of the gate of Anif, the husband went to find his wife and saw that his wife had completely turned into a demon and begged, please save me, please save my wife. Seeing the pitiful husband come to seek help, the guards also worriedly ran over to ask, Dre, what is going on? Why are you injured so terribly? Before that concern. The husband quickly explained, sir, the demon has swallowed my wife's body. Priest, no, we must invite the knights here right away. Where are you? Please save my wife, please. The other farmers heard about this and became worried. Dre's wife is polluted, not polluted, it is a demon. If it was just polluted, Dre would have recognized it right away. Even the old woman nearby spoke up, I told you not to live near the polluted area. Although everyone sympathized with the neighbor, they were afraid that the demonic energy would spread to them. At that time all they did was stand far away and click their tongues. At that time Asta was present at this place and came forward to help the husband stand up. Dre, please stand up, hand the lady over to me, go treat your wounds quickly. Seeing her, the husband could not help but wonder, you are, then received the introduction, I am the princess of Casnatura, Asta. I will go to the order to ask the cardinal to help, he will definitely exorcise the demon residing in the lady's body. Hearing that his wife could be saved made the husband unable to hold back tears. Hick hick, thank you, princess, really, really thank you. On the side of the order. After Asta had said everything to ask the cardinal for help, she received the answer. What the princess means is, want to borrow the holy knights of the order, to destroy the demon that just appeared in the flood area. Right, this person is Cardinal Mephius. Seeing that he did not fully understand her purpose, Asta added other reasons to convince, not just to destroy. I want to subdue the demon without taking the lives of the citizens who have been transformed. If there are the holy knights, those who are known as the shields of God, combined with the spirits of God, that will be possible. Please help me, Cardinal. Mephius heard that and smiled to refuse skillfully. Your Highness is underestimating the power of the demon too much. Not long ago, a demon broke out in the Holt area. Although it was just an individual that was not yet stable, but the order also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the power of each demon is different. When the whole situation is still not clear but demanding to capture it alive, now is the time to observe more. Asta could not accept watching while she could do something, but only watching with her eyes. But while we are just sitting and watching, people will have to die. Before these persuasive words full of humanity, he calmly thought, sacrifice is inevitable. If we do something reckless and then the princess is in danger, we will also be in trouble. Until the matter is settled, please stay in our religious district. Asta could not bear to leave the people to face the demon like that, so she stood up and declared, I am Princess Asta of Casnatura. I can't stand by and watch my citizens be harmed. If the order does not help, I will destroy the demon alone. Mephius heard that and did not stop her at all. If that is the princess's wish, then it can't be helped. Do as you wish. Even though it is an emergency, I will send a word to the Lord to allow the princess to enter and exit the city. I hope the princess will soon get her wish. On one side near the polluted area, crows were flying all over the sky, making the people scared and running away in disarray. Ah, save me, mother. The soldiers present at this place also quickly evacuated everyone. Don't hide in the house, leave the village immediately, go to Anif to beg for protection. After evacuating, the soldier was quickly frightened. By the gods, please protect us from evil. Before the soldier's eyes was a dangerous demon. In the castle of Lord Anif, the subordinates, after receiving this news, reported to the top, Lord, the number of refugees from the flooded forest area has exceeded 100 people. The Lord heard this and could not believe it. What are you saying? What about the reconnaissance soldiers? What about the soldiers who were sent to scout? Being asked. The subordinate could not help but stutter, that matter. Then quickly gave the real situation, including them, and the army that went to support, all have been destroyed. Seeing all the people he sent out had been destroyed made the Lord unable to accept it. How can that be? What is the temple doing after all, if the demon has risen? Should not those with divine power stand out? The subordinate quickly reported back before this question. The thing is, there was also contact from the temple. Under the cheers of the people, Asta had set out to destroy the monster. Princess Asta forever, forever, please return safely, princess. Please protect Anif from the demon. Seeing the people all come out to see her off with good luck wishes, she said to the bird, Ventus, can you appear to reassure the people? It quickly agreed without hesitation. Of course, contractor. After that, the bird quickly grew bigger. Speaking to all the people present here, oh humans, I am here, you do not need to be afraid anymore. Destroying the demon is my joy and mission. I, Ventus, will personally lead Asta to a great victory. The people saw the King of Spirits appear and were even more happy, cheering, hooray for the King of Wind Spirits, Ventus, the treasure of Casnatura, Princess Asta forever. The princess's name had been engraved in the hearts of the people of Anif who were gathering before the city gate. And in a hidden corner of the road echoing with cheers, completely different from the bustling atmosphere outside, this place had a few people with a strange atmosphere. At this time Haley and Winter were also present at this place following Asta. Now, then, let us follow her and try, right, but Haley did not have the same thought as him, or should we run away? Winter heard this and could not help but be speechless. What, Zeus? Haley was also confused. Hey Hera, what are you saying? Just like that, the two looked at each other blankly. You once said to leave the task of protecting peace to others, and we will eat meat stew, and the other tacitly agreed with that. Why were they arguing here after all? The reason they did this could be summarized in 3 scenes. Before that, the lumberjack had spoken up, Lord, we have to try and see how strong that exorcism order is. Haley heard that and quickly agreed to go see. Good, let us go, quickly prepare the horse carriage. After that, the two quickly entered the city but were stopped. What, another lockdown? Why is it that every time I go out to buy things I encounter this scene? Is the lockdown a joke to you people? And currently Asta had declared to the people and set out to destroy the demon. I am the princess of Casnatura, Asta Rosa, I will definitely destroy the demon and return. Haley finally remembered the timeline. Alright, this is when the demon appears. Ending the summary, Haley was busy shopping, so she completely forgot the timeline in the original story. Because she was worried that the demon would cause something, Winter wanted to follow. We can't let the demon run rampant. If you draw out the core of the demonic energy, the problem will be easily solved. On the other hand, Haley did not accept that risk, but if our identity is discovered, our heads can fall off right away. Just let Asta destroy it. Because they could not agree with each other, Winter had set out alone. Then, I will go alone. She was stopped by Haley again. No, the event for the main character to get the title of saint will disappear. Do not. You have seen Asta's scary spirit bird, right? If you and I go together, won't it just be more trouble? Winter really could not understand why Haley trusted Asta so much. Why do you trust that princess more than me? But she only received the nonsense, because there is an invincible rule of the main character in this world. He heard these words so boringly that he ignored it. What nonsense are you talking about again? Suddenly Haley seriously thought about the problems. That is right, maybe for Ridgecard that is really a concept that is a bit too foreign. That is when I was thinking about how to explain this well. While thinking, Rango's voice came from somewhere. Oh, there are familiar faces here. As soon as she heard it, she unconsciously stopped. This voice. When she turned around, she saw Rango wearing a priest's robe appear and greet. Marquis, what are you doing here? After a word of flattery, seeing that the plan was proceeding as she thought, Haley had to pay more attention, even skillfully leaking information about the order, sowing seeds of suspicion in her heart. As expected of Rango, he really has a keen sense. The title of Snow Beast is not attached randomly. After this destruction, Asta will definitely become a saint. If we can be by the side of the saint, entering the general headquarters of the order won't be far away. I once felt guilty, thinking that because of me the connection with Rango was cut off. As expected, this world always arranges for the main character to be helped. But everything was still flowing on a trajectory close to the original story. I felt relieved, while thinking everything was following the correct plot in the book. I was asked by Rango, but I just heard that the Marquis's subordinates also want to participate in this destruction. Is it okay to let him participate? As for the Marquis, or should you sneak into the temple with me? The list of people thrown into the polluted land must still be kept in the Inif religious district. Do not you want that list? Because she did not want to be too close to Rango, Haley quickly pushed his face away. Okay, you follow Asta. Winter also seemed to agree with what she had just said. That is right, you still have the role of a priest, so follow the princess. The location of the list has been determined. Haley and I will take care of stealing it. Rango heard this instruction and thought everything seemed okay. Sounds reasonable, but can the two of you do it? Can the two of you sneak into the temple without being discovered when I am not helping? Before this question, Haley straightened her hat and assured, you do not need to worry about that. Anyway, it is about to become an empty temple. Without anyone there, there is no need for Rango to directly come forward. At the Inif temple, the priest, after receiving this situation, informed Mephius, the princess has really stepped out of the city gate alone. What should we do, Cardinal? If the princess can really defeat it alone, then, he heard that and only felt that Asta could not defeat that demon. If that was possible, we would not just stand by and watch. The princess will have to pay with her own life, just because of that arrogance when she thinks she can deal with a demon on her own. While talking, another priest rushed in frantically. Cardinal Mephius. The priest heard that and immediately scolded. Rude, what is the matter that you are making such a fuss about? That priest quickly gave the current situation. Cyril Bendition and the knights of that family have joined the princess's side. Lord Inif has also ordered his soldiers to follow the princess. This made Mephius unable to foresee. What? That priest also did not know what to do now and asked, Sir, what should we do? If it continues like this, only our order will have a reputation for being silent. He at this time also did not expect that everyone would stand on Asta's side. I thought she was just a young girl relying on her strength. That was too wrong. But Mephius loudly ordered, summon all the holy knights, prepare to set out immediately. And the place we were heading to was not the temple of the order. The two went together and saw the space was extremely quiet, so they could not help but be surprised. It is really quiet. Just as I guessed, it is the secret chamber in the cemetery. Winter saw that not a single person appeared and was also surprised. I did not expect they would use all their manpower, not leaving anyone behind. Haley at this time took off the hat on her head. With an arrogant look, if there are no holy knights, then avoiding the eyes of the priest is not difficult. Making him really curious, how did you know the temple would be empty? Before this question, Haley did not hide at all and gave the reason she knew about this. The princess publicly announced her name Casnatura, and led the army to eliminate demons. If the order just stands by and watches, what will the world think? Of course, following along, at least they have to kneel down and pray in unison. Even so, Winter was still worried. Will it work like that? Haley also thought for a moment. But if we rush to follow, who knows, we might hit a blow. But she could not care much anymore. So he urged, okay, let us move on for now. After that, we passed by the resting place of the priests and holy knights who had passed away, those who had dedicated their lives to the order with sincere belief. Not a vault of gold and silver, but a place to hide really special documents. The thing is, the location of the list we need to find is a slightly special place. Winter quickly shone the light on a wall and read the testament on it, having served the church faithfully as a true believer, and dedicated his life to dispelling the darkness of heresy. Bishop Aquafer has rested here. The list that Rango had stolen from Grandis. It is behind the name of the person who wrote it. Right after that, the door had opened to reveal a dark tunnel leading down below. It is opened, let us go down. The two went down together. Winter shone the light to look around the dungeon. I thought this was a top-secret document, so there would be guards and tight security measures. I did not expect we would have to go deep into the place where dead prisoners are imprisoned. It is convenient without guards, but I am getting goosebumps all over. Even Haley was frightened by the atmosphere here, that is why I said. Suddenly a purring sound rang out inside, making her even more scared and clinging tightly to Winter. What was that sound just now? It is very familiar, even intimate, right? He seemed to have discovered something and immediately requested. Step back, Haley. And then, when going deeper into the dungeon, we saw. The contaminated people were left behind in this place, and they used to be holy knights. Among them, that person was. It turned out that there was an old knight who had previously taken Haley on the road into the polluted forest. Hey, do not talk to her, she is cursed. Not understanding why he appeared here, she spoke up to start a conversation. Uncle, why are you here? Winter heard Haley greet that old knight and wondered, an acquaintance. She did not hide at all and immediately admitted, yes, it is the person who kindly took me to the polluted land. Thanks to them, I also had the experience of the entire carriage being thrown into the abyss. He just heard and realized that this old knight seemed to have a very high title before, so he once had a high position, but now he has turned out like this. Haley did not feel much pity but could only sigh. It is really karma. I want to say that a lot, but it seems like he failed when trying to create a fake. Winter heard that and had a thought. If it is fake, then could it be that someone intentionally made him gradually contaminated? Just like the holy knights who turned into monsters that we met in Selbon. If we inject demonic energy into the heart and fail, then it will turn into something like this. A zombie wandering right in front of the house. Even if we use that method to lure him, it is useless. That old-fashioned uncle, always glaring and watching out of fear that his subordinates would be bewitched by the evil witch. But when the soldier spat and cursed me, the only one who stood up to stop them was also him. It was also because of that kindness that Haley had to hesitate. What should I do? According to the original story, they will become the secrets of the order and be buried, just a failed experiment on the path that the order is heading towards. Actually, I am not an envoy of justice, I can pretend not to know. But recalling the people who seriously completed the mission last time, just like those carpenters, there is a high chance that these holy knights have also been wronged. That is also the reason I am looking for this list. Because of that, we have tried to determine for sure who is the criminal and who is the wrongly accused victim, to purify everything. Also from that, Haley made a bold decision. Then, let us try it once. On Asta's side. When she arrived at the place with the demon, she quickly stepped down onto the rice field and instructed the king of spirits, Ventus, do not pay attention to me. Focus on subduing the demon. It heard the instructions and quickly followed. Got it, Asta. Cyril also flew up from behind to divide. Asta, the rear will be in my charge. Hearing that he wanted to contribute, she was grateful. Thank you, Cyril. The demon elimination in the Inif Plains was carried out under the command of Princess Asta. The elite team successfully subdued the demon after just over 3 hours of deployment. Princess Asta has requested the monks to perform an exorcism ritual to save the woman possessed by the demon. But the demon, after being exhausted, died at the hands of the Inif soldiers and holy knights. The demon had been eliminated just like in the original story. Seeing his wife completely killed made the husband unwilling. No. Please do not leave me. Without you, how will I live in this world? I would rather have died at your hands back then. Seeing that scene, Cyril could not help but worry for Asta, who, after witnessing the scene just now, immediately teared up and blamed herself. It is all my fault. If I could have foreseen the high spirits of the Inif people and the hatred of those who had lost their comrades. This morning, I promised Ray, I said that the cardinal would exorcise the demon taking over his wife's body, that if he did, she would return to her normal life. He immediately comforted her from the side. That is something no one can do, whether it is you, or the cardinal, the result will be the same. It is the same for anyone else who is present there. On the night of that day, Haley had appeared next to the woman who had turned into a demon and blamed herself, the woman with the fate of becoming a demon and causing a massacre. Perhaps I could have saved that pitiful fate. What if I was there? It is impossible to regret it, because I chose to let Asta become the main character. Now I can only release the remaining body from demonic energy. I hope you will go to a good place. Suddenly Rango appeared and spoke up. You seem to be in a mess, right? Hearing that voice, Haley also turned around to look. What is this? Proselytizing? Why does it sound so familiar? He strangely cared about Haley in an extremely strange way. I do not know if I can say a few words of comfort. Seeing her usually different and dispirited appearance, I can't ignore it and pass by. Seeing Rango, her eyes quickly lit up. Rango, I am sad because of the bad news. It seems like it is my turn to hear good news now. After that, he reported the situation. The demon that appeared in Anif was nicknamed the Lawless One of the Floods. The underground tomb had collapsed, and a criminal had escaped from it. Haley heard this and could not help but be happy. Yeah, those things are not strange. In short, Asta has immediately become a shining star, right? Rango affirmed that is right. People have started to praise her and call her a saint. Anyway, thanks to this matter, the Marquis's ex-lover has also been blessed. She did not want to be involved with Cyril anymore, so she reminded, what ex-lover? It is better not to use that title anymore. He heard that and quickly answered. Okay, noted. Then Rango reported more about Cyril's situation. The family servants who used to look down on Benditian because he was an illegitimate child have all turned their backs on the head of the family. So they have stood on the side of the heir Cyril. She heard this news and could not help but exclaim, so fast. From the current situation, he immediately determined. If we want to change sides, this time is the most important. Seeing everything according to the original story made Haley very satisfied. Very good, everything is progressing as in the original story. Hearing that she was satisfied with this news made Rango confused. What is so good about it? Standing before this question, she immediately explained, well, Asta does everything cutely. Even though he knew the reason, he still did not understand what she was thinking. I really can't understand. What is so good about that being the ex-lover's current girlfriend? Hearing him mention ex-lover made Haley uncomfortable and she reminded, hey, I told you not to call him ex-lover anymore. And, to be more precise, it is the person I can't help but like. Rango heard this and could not help but be startled. What? But, he also did not care anymore. Anyway, this time pay me the messenger fee. I have also given the information. Found the location in the list for you. Suddenly she stood up and asked, okay, but you also like Asta, right? But she was vehemently opposed by him. What nonsense are you saying? That is not true. But Haley did not believe it and teased, don't deny it, everyone knows you are following her because you like her. This guy, I did not expect that. He turned out to be a faithful person. Being labeled with this mark made Rango uncomfortably snatch the money bag in her hand. Really, I told you it is not true. She had said to that extent, but she was still very persistent. Haha, you are still embarrassed. It is the same in the original story. You fall in love with Asta and then follow her around. Seeing Haley keep teasing him, Rango quickly gave his ideal type. My ideal type is a realistic, strong, and generous woman. Following that princess is just to take advantage of her position and ability. I like the type of person who, if I give a gold coin, won't just be happy because of it, but will also turn that one coin into 10 happiness to give back to me. The more she heard, the happier Haley became. The more you deny it, the more it seems true. In the end, unable to deny it anymore, Rango concluded shyly, damn it, no, I said no. If I were to compare with her, then I would rather choose the Marquis. Hearing that he would choose her, Haley winked and teased, me. But she only received a head and arms lament, oh my god, my eyes, making her mood quickly worse, this terrible guy. When Rango took his hands off his eyes, he had 2 black tear stains pouring out and blamed everything on Haley. I knew it, I knew the Marquis would find a way to deal with me one day. But I did not expect it would be this way, treating me like an idiot to take advantage of, right? The more scared you are, the more you act like that, right? But the Marquis keeps labeling me, saying my business relationship is not pure. Being teased again made Haley angrily chase him away. Shut up, you clearly like Asta, and now, disappear right now. You said you came to comfort, but in the end, you only made me more confused. I heard that, in this case, one of the 5 cardinals of the order has died. The priests at that time even cheered with each other. Only God can dispel this terrible omen. We will offer prayers non-stop until they eliminate the demons and return safely. But I heard that he only sat and prayed in a safe place, and in the end, he died unluckily, but well, dying while praying must be able to go to a good place. Anyway, thanks to that, most of the residents of Casnatura kept their lives, even though several neighboring villages were leveled to ashes, but the villages can be restored. Different from the original story, the fact that the number of civilian casualties only stopped at a single digit was unbelievable. It was really lucky. The fact that I accidentally kidnapped Asta turned out to be an unexpected piece of luck, and Rango on this side happily threw the money bag up and down. Then happily whistled, as expected. My Marquis is really a generous person, giving as much as you receive, that is only natural. In front of the new owner, I should not show this greedy face. While putting money into his bag, he suddenly discovered something. Oh. At this time, a few people appeared in the alley right in Asta's place. What are those beggars doing in front of the new owner's place? That cloak looks like the kind the holy knights usually wear. Thinking that, he thought of a way. Aha. Then he went closer to ask the purpose of those two people. Are those criminals who escaped from the holy temple actually the holy knights? What do you want from our princess? Oh no, the saints.